We're back on one of the world's greatest tracks. 384 drivers, 62 nations. The Rotax Grand Finals are back in Bahrain.
I'm excited, really excited for Monday.
I can't even express it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
It's amazing to get to know all of this and to be part of it.
I'm waiting for the green flag to come in.
This is the biggest event, the most diverse entry, the most dedicated team. Our family is reunited.
Proud moment, obviously, the work that we've done through the season to finally to see the Rotax Grand Final sign above. It's definitely a big reward.
We're back with our friends. But they do say that the best friends make for the fiercest rivals. The race for Grand Finals glory is underway. Hello and welcome to beautiful Bahrain and the live stream coverage of the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals. Over the next 4 days, we are going to bring you, quite simply, the best, the most colourful, the most exciting kart racing you will see anywhere in the world this year. My name is Henry Baudet, and joining me, as always, is Rotax's own Jen Wade. Jen, the Rotax family are finally back together at one of the world's greatest kart circuits.
Back to Bahrain, this amazing place once again since 2021, the first time we were here, and we're excited. We're really excited. And today we're going racing, so it's even better.
Yes, indeed. Today we start the coverage with time qualifying for every driver, and then the first round of heat races under the lights at this fantastic 1400 metre circuit. More heat races tomorrow, the pre-finals, the driver parade on Friday, the finals on Saturday, and for the first time ever, we are live streaming the Mojo tyre changing contest, semi-finals and finals. 384 drivers, 61 nations, all champions in their own right. The youngest, age 9, the oldest, 68. We have drivers from all over the world, including a certain ex-Formula 1 driver. But we want you, the viewers, the supporters, the family members, even the drivers who didn't quite get their ticket to the Grand Finals this year, to be involved in our broadcast. How do people get involved in the Rotax Grand Finals 2023?
Well, lots of ways, of course, to follow on the social media channels, Instagram and Facebook. We're at Rotax Karting, and of course on YouTube as well, with Rotax Racing coming to you on the website, official website. We've got a special website just for the Grand Finals, grandfinals.rotax-racing.com. And there you find so much information, the gallery, and also every day, daily reports. And there the links to live timing, live stream, and everything else you want to know, driver's entry. We've also got the Rotax Global app.
Yes.
So lots of ways to follow. And of course on the stories, constantly we're watching great videos and always the link to live timing and live stream.
So it's Rotax Karting on YouTube, Rotax Karting on Facebook, Rotax Karting on Instagram. But it's not just me you're going to be hearing from and Jen. We have a whole host of international commentators joining us in the broadcast booth. We've got after show, a paddock walk, giving you an insight into some of the personalities. We've got some great surprise interviews and of course some fantastic films to give you a real flavour of this event. This is the Rotax 2023 Grand Finals. It's been a long, hard slog for every driver to get to this point. The Grand Finals is the reward, Bahrain is the prize, and Rotax are going to deliver. Well, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bahrain International Circuit, south of the capital city of Minimax, on this wonderful island that has given the Rotax family the warmest welcome it can ever remember. Wherever you are in the world, whatever the time is, this is when the best in the world in Rotax racing get to show you why they are champions. My name is Henry Baudet, and here we are in the commentary box. We're getting set to start qualifying. In about 15 to 20 minutes, we will start the day with E20 Senior and a new class for this year, E20 Master, drivers over the age of 31. Then we will be into the regular Rotax classes, 8-minute sessions for Micromax, for Minimax, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters. There are 36 drivers in Micromax and in DD2 Masters, 72 in Mini, Junior, Senior and the main DD2 class, whose karts are getting up to over 125 kilometers an hour at various points around this circuit. So what are the Rotax Grand Finals? Well, if you're watching for the very first time, let me explain. Every single nation has its own domestic Rotax championship, and a ticket to this event is on offer if you win your main national championship. There are also tickets available at one of the numerous continental and Europe-wide, South America, Australasia, Asia. There are also tickets available at the international trophies and certain one-off trophy events. You cannot buy a ticket to this event. You must earn it. And this year, 384 drivers from 61 nations have earned the right to race here, not representing their usual team or their usual chassis partner, but representing their nation. It is a unique event in all of karting. Drivers who battle tooth and nail during the course of the regular season now find themselves parked together in the world-famous Rotax awning, all working together, hoping, of course, for their own bit of personal glory, but country versus country, to find who simply is the best Grand Finals driver in the world. Now, we have 9 former race winners, we have 19 former podium drivers, 7 girls are racing, 83 former winners in total. And before we get started with the racing, please welcome to the live broadcast Jen Wade, who is in the Rotax Club of VIP area. Over to you, Jen.
Here in the Rotax Club, very much enjoying the view. And of course, I thought I'd catch up and see what everyone's doing up here before we start the qualifying. I spy Willem Jan, all the way from the Netherlands. How's it going?
Well, great actually. Just keeping up with the social media for Team the Netherlands and well, enjoying everything.
Of course, yesterday and the day before we had a little bit of action on track. Everyone getting used to what's happening out there, where to drive. Then we turned the lights on last night.
Yes.
Is your team feeling confident?
I think they do. Yeah. And as long as they keep that up, I think they'll be fine.
Now, you've got a little bit of experience at the Grand Finals, haven't you?
Yeah.
So, one tip for all the drivers?
One tip.
What's the most important thing?
Enjoy every single second of it.
That's it, enjoy it. And that's what we're doing here. We're going to enjoy it. We're going to get some cheesecake, if they've got any. They had it last year.
Try the fruit.
The fruit?
The fruit's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I saw some fruit coming up in a big basket, but I guess that balances it out, doesn't it, with the cheesecake if you have some fruit?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Alrighty. Okay, we're going to have a look around. Thank you so much, and all the best to Team Netherlands. How many drivers?
Well, we actually had 13, but one was sick, so we have 12.
Special shout out to Enzo Bol.
Ball, yeah.
So, any message for Enzo in Dutch?
Get well soon, and I hope you try next year again, because you were one of the, well,
The favourites.
yeah. So hopefully next year again.
Yeah, get well, Enzo. We're all cheering you on from Bahrain here, and he was one of the favourites in DD2, of course, from the Euro Trophy as well on the podium. So hope everything's good, and don't worry, we're enjoying the sunshine for you, and we hope we see him next year.
I'll stick to that.
Yeah, we're going to stick to that. See you soon. I'm going to have a look inside. Thank you so much. Get back to social media. Make sure that you're getting more people following us on the live stream, live timing. Alrighty, hi. All the way from Canada. You having fun?
Yeah.
What's the best part about sitting up here in the Rotax Club?
Well, you get free food.
You get free food. You get lots of food.
Yeah, lots of food.
No, it's not free, but it's...
The pass it is.
Yeah, you just got to get one of those passes. I just snuck in, but I've got to get myself one of those so I can keep going back for more food. Anyway, have fun. Enjoy the racing.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is relaxing. It's beautiful. Let's take a look inside. Let's see what they're eating. Oh, this is nice. Beautiful. Hey. Come out a bit further.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. And here is a look down at the dummy grid area, the pre-grid area for the start of what will be the combined E20 and E20 Masters grid. These are the electric-powered Rotax karts, and I have to say, having driven one of these myself last year, they are very, very powerful pieces of equipment. There are 15 entries in E20 Senior and 9 in E20 Masters, and we'll take you through some of the names and personalities as we get further and further towards the action. This is a 14-turn circuit. Elevation nearly every single corner. It is universally loved by all who drive it. Truly one of the best kart circuits anywhere in the world. You could see the ship in the background, giving a nod to Bahrain's rich and cultured history as a seafaring nation. But as we look at the pre-grid area, let's take you through some of the runners and riders in this class. Firstly, you could see the top right-hand side of the screen there, taking a swig from his water bottle. That's driver number 601, Mats Johann Overhoff from Germany, finished 10th in this event 2 years ago. The number 705 kart just behind him, that belongs to Brazil's João Gonçalves. He's one of the Masters drivers, so you'll be able to tell the difference between the senior drivers and the Masters drivers. The senior drivers, their karts start in the number 600s. The Masters drivers, their karts start in the number 700s. We also see 2 of our British drivers in this class. There are 28 drivers from the UK here in total, the biggest team of all, and Spencer Brom in kart 602, and the number 612 kart of Cameron Crockett. They're in their Team UK race suits. You can see Crockett's kart there on the right-hand side, at the top of your screen now. There's the 704 kart driver. That's Manuel Martins from Brazil, 52 years old, just limbering himself up. João Dias from Portugal, also just going over there just to give his countryman, or give his competitor rather, a bit of a G-up before they get going. There is the number 708 kart. There's João Diaz's kart, and just in front of it, Andreas Mattis from Germany in the Team Germany race suit. Now already on Instagram and on Facebook, we are getting some comments coming in. So if you go to the official Rotax Karting Facebook page. You'll see the link to this live stream in the comments below on Facebook and on Instagram. Please let us know who you're cheering for, where you're watching from. Already we have plenty of people coming in. Boy Rotax cheering on the Thai drivers. We have, just quickly check my list, how many drivers from Thailand do we have? I think we have 5 or 6 drivers from Thailand in total, including, not in this class, oh yes we do, Siri Kong Siri from Thailand in this class. We also have plenty of support for Lebanon, of course Christopher El Fagali in juniors, and Helen O'Leary cheering on the Irish team. But before we get underway, let's go back to Jen Wade, who has got another one of the many special guests we have here this week.
Thank you, Henry. I found a very special guest, actually taking care of our brand new chassis partner, the Charles Leclerc kart. So anyone that didn't know, Jordan Lennox Lamb, of course, you're a famous driver, nothing to do with the CL kart, but just in your own right. Here you are at the grand finals.
Yeah, was a famous driver.
No.
But no, it's great to be here. It's, you know, an outstanding setup that the guys and girls have done from Rotax, and it's a pleasure. You know, Birrell's been a part of this organisation now for a while, and it's a pleasure to come and put the CL branding here and be also part of it with that.
Of course, we know that Charles himself really wanted to qualify for the grand finals. He won here in Bahrain, I know, in Formula One. So it's a special place also, I guess, to start, you know, to bring the CL kart in. It's running in the Masters. Of course, you're overseeing a little bit a former Formula One driver's event here, campaign to win the title. He's been a couple times before. How's Rubens going?
I have to say it's one of the best times he's looked in the practices, because he's a sneaky old man, and sometimes he'll play his cards close. But no, he looks really good. There's some great talent here in the Masters. You know, Ben Cooper, who I consider, you know, one of the best English drivers that has come through, you know, in the story, and many other great talents. So I think it's going to be great racing, and I can't wait until they get started.
Of course, we've got a spectacular venue for this. Have you actually raced here as well?
Yeah, I raced here actually a couple of times. I think 2013 when Verstappen was still in karting, and then 2016 was actually one of my last races before I decided to stop and start doing the team. Yeah.
Any tips for any drivers on this particular circuit?
Well, I mean, probably a never-ending list. You know, there's so many opportunities to overtake around here, which is one of the great characteristics of the track. Yeah, and I mean, just be ready to adapt now going into the quali with the 4 new tyres. Everything's going to change up again.
And then, of course, overnight as well. It's a bit cooler.
Yeah, it's a bit cooler, but you know, so from what I've seen so far, the lap times and the condition seems to be quite similar. I think maybe just the engine's running a little bit better in the fresh air. But yeah.
How much work was it to be prepared for this event just before we let you go back to lunch?
A lot of work. 3 categories from the factory this year. You know that it was tough, but the guys have done a great job, and I hope everybody's happy.
And I hope you have a new champion.
Yes, hopefully.
Yeah. I'm sure you will. DD2 Masters with the Charles Leclerc kart. And if anyone has any questions, they can always put it on Instagram or Facebook. Send us a message. We'll find out from Jordan if you need a tip for your CL kart. And anyone that wants to come and have a look, with the chassis partners, for sure, the guys are there as well, so everyone's welcome. But really nice to have you here, and I guess you'll be, you know, really giving people lots of advice, the drivers, even though they're masters, in a way. I guess you're a master, or you're not old enough yet to be a master, but yeah. And what are you having for lunch?
A bit of everything, really. I'm about to go for seconds.
Okay, sounds good. All right, we'll see you in there.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jordan.
Cheers.
Well, thank you, Jen, and thank you to Jordan Lennox Lamb, who I think somewhat reluctant to get back in a kart, although he can really shift when he wants to. You'll notice the Charles Leclerc logo on Jordan's top there, and of course we're very proud to have the Charles Leclerc brand as part of the Grand Finals for the first time. There is a look from the top of Turn 5. To the right-hand side of your screen, you see turns 4, 3, and 2, which is a real roller coaster of a ride up towards the very top end of the circuit. You're looking down then towards turn number 8. There is another fantastic part. This is turns 9, 10, and 11, which leads you down the descent towards the final complex. Of course, you're going uphill, right-hander. It's a blind crest, and then down through this corner here, turn number 11, down the long sort of kinked straight into the heavy braking zone at turn number 12. You could see all those bits of marbles from the Mojo rubber that is being kicked off this track. It is very hot. It is very, very grippy indeed. You're looking there just between the Mojo flag and the lighting stanchion is the entrance to turn number 12. But let's quickly take you through the full list of runners and riders in E20 Senior. You have from Germany, Mats Johan Overhoff, Spencer Braum from the UK, from Denmark, Sebastian Bach, from Switzerland, Christopher Holst and Philippe Luaka, who will be joining me in commentary later on for the senior races. Knut Nielsen and Marius Rose are from Denmark, Piotr Borocik from Poland, then the only lady in the E20 class, Frederic Lemieux from Canada, Yuchen Kui from Canada, Lewis Smith from Bahrain, one of the only home nation driver in this class, Cameron Crockett from the United Kingdom, Siri Kongsiri from Thailand, Alejandro Barambio from Spain, and Dominic Dayak from Hungary. They are your senior drivers. The Masters drivers, Jose Luis Hurtado and Hector Ramirez from Chile, Gilberto Luaca, Philippe's dad, from Switzerland, Manuel Martins from Portugal, João Gonçalves from Brazil, Hisen Chu from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, Andreas Matis from Germany, João Dias from Portugal, and Igor Mukin from Cyprus. They are the drivers that you're going to see at the start. There is the spectator grandstand, and on his phone there from Bahrain, Rashid Al-Mamari, former competitor at the grand finals, but now managing and coaching a number of drivers. The VIP lounge, the Rotax club that Jen Wade has been cavorting around all day, rubbing shoulders with the great and the good. They won't let me in there, obviously. That is on the second level there, along with the VIP restaurant area. The rental kart rooms are underneath on the ground floor. Race control, the timing and scoring, and of course the pictures being brought to you from our partners at Kart Data are in that building as well. There's a view from the VIP lounge, and as you can see, the elevation changes here in Bahrain are absolutely great. You can see those elevation changes because karts are on circuit. Qualifying practice for the E20 Senior and Masters class at the Grand Finals in 2023 is finally underway. We shall let the drivers do their outlap. This is a look through turns 13 and 14. Let's have a wander around this circuit. Turn 1, fast, right-hander, careful with track limits. Now into the roller coaster section. Turn 2, uphill, over the crest, through 3, down, positive camber through 4, uphill, blind apex at turn number 5, downhill once again, careful of track limits through turn number 6. You come through turn 7 here, hard on the brakes, into turn number 8. Get that kart straightened out as quickly as possible for the run uphill here towards turn 9. There's turn 9. You're turning, still going up. Late apex at turn 10. Switch back through the turn 11 apex, downhill once again towards turn 12. Hard on the brakes. Now the crossover opportunities at turn 13 and 14 are immense as you come out of the final corner to complete a lap. And on the outlap, it is driver 602, Spencer Braum from the United Kingdom, who is fastest, 53.485 seconds. Christopher Holst, second position at the moment. He was third last year in the E20 Junior class. We're not running the E20 Junior class this year. We are running the Masters class instead. Lewis Smith, however, who has done more laps of this circuit than anybody else in the class. He is the Bahrain-based driver. He now moves into second fastest time. On your screen, you can see the Team UK race suit of Spencer Braum. He's going to get a good slipstream from the driver directly in front of him, who looks like that's a Team Switzerland race suit. That could be a provisional pole sitter at the moment. Oh, that's actually Knud Nielsen. I think we're looking at there with the pink top to his crash helmet. Nielsen is second fastest, and there is a boost button on these E20 karts. It gives you an awful lot of extra power for about 15 seconds per lap, and I have experienced that personally. It is absolutely fantastic. Now, the bright orange and blue race suit, that's not a Dutch race suit. That, I believe, is João Gonçalves, the Brazilian driver. But with less than 2 minutes to go in this 5-minute qualifying session, you can see that Braum is back at the top of the charts. He's just put in the best middle sector of anybody. He's done a 53.485 second lap. Nielsen is second, Overhoff is third, Smith is fourth, Holst is fifth, then it's Philippe Luaka and Marius Rose. Piotr Brocik is eighth, with Yuchen Ki from Canada ninth, and Dominic Diak from Hungary rounding out the top 10. The leading Masters driver is the number 705 of Brazil's João Gonçalves. As we're looking down at the full order on your screens now, there is the red sleeves and the white body. That's a Team Canada race suit. I believe that is... It's not Frederic Lemieux. I believe that is the other Canadian driver in the field. Yuchen Ki, both of the Blake Shoka racing entries. But into turn number 11. 50 seconds to go. Braum in kart number 602. He is the second kart in this shot now into turn number 12. He won his ticket by winning the final round of the Euro Trophy at PF International in the United Kingdom, and he has to make a move there. So, that's not great news for Braum. You can see just coming over the crest here, the sun is beginning to set already here in Bahrain. These E20 karts are very, very lively. Braum just getting his left front wheel on the inside curb, and the drivers really have to work hard here, but you can see the amount of tarmac that has gone down already. But it is Braum 53.485, Nielsen 53.489, Overhoff 53.505, 200ths of a second, in fact 700ths of a second separate the top four, because Lewis Smith has just put in a very quick time. The checkered flag awaits. This will be their final chance to improve, and I have to say that there is nobody out there on a particularly quick lap. So this could be first blood to Team United Kingdom. Spencer Braum, 53.485 seconds is your provisional pole sitter in E20 Senior from Denmark's Knud Nielsen, Mats Overhoff from Germany, and Lewis Smith from Bahrain. Whereas in the Masters class, 11th fastest overall, João Gonçalves from Brazil is the quickest driver, with a time of 54.05, just half a second slower than Braum. Igor Mukhin, representing Cyprus, is second in the Masters class, and Andreas Mattis from Germany is the third fastest Masters driver. Of course, those results are still provisional, subject, of course, to post-qualifying technical scrutineering. We have an incredibly talented scrutineering team, technical team here from all over the world, led by Technical Commissioner Paul Klassen and Ernie Salmon. But there are technical teams on hand from all across the world here to ensure the racing is as fair as possible and that every rule and regulation is adhered to. And there is one of the Danish drivers. That would be Knud Nielsen, number 606, going through your screen. Denmark have got a very, very impressive E20 Danish Kart Cup, which sees these karts in action quite regularly. Here is a look then at your provisional starting lineup for the heat races later on. Spencer Braun from the United Kingdom and Knut Nielsen from Denmark, first and second. Mats Overhoff and Lewis Smith, third and fourth. Christopher Holst and Philippe Luaka, fifth and sixth, both for Switzerland. Then it's Denmark's Marius Rose. Piotr Borocik from Poland is eighth. Yuchen Ki from Canada, ninth. Dominic Diak rounding out the top 10 for Hungary. Then it is the leading Masters driver, Joao Gonçalves, ahead of Sebastian Bach, Siri Kong Siri, Igor Mukin, Frederic Lemieux, Cameron Crockett, Alejandro Brambio Perea, and Andreas Matis in 18th position. To give the full rundown, Manuel Martins, Gilberto Luaca, Hector Ramirez, Joao Diaz, Jose Luis Hurtado, and Yi Hsien Chu from Chinese Taipei, and the island of Taiwan rounds out the field. So, one qualifying session to go. The next qualifying session will be in a few minutes' time. That will be Micromax. They'll be the youngest drivers we have here. The youngest drivers aged 9, 10 and 11. 36 of them in total. And to give you an idea, we have how many nationalities are represented in Micromax. There are 29 nations represented in Micromax. We have 4 drivers from the United Kingdom. We have 2 drivers from Japan, from Lithuania, from Canada and Argentina. And then 1 driver from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan, from Peru, South Africa, Switzerland, Finland, Colombia, many, many more, but we will get through those drivers after this first short commercial break.
Well, here we are in the centre of where everything's happening, I guess. The large tent is over there. We're going to visit that with all the drivers. Right now, the Minimax is getting ready. Here come the e-karts. Hi, guys. How did it go?
Okay.
Went okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Any good tips out there for your driver?
Middle sector. Make it right.
Make it right. Middle sector. Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
There we go. Middle sector, make it right. I think I've heard that I don't know how many times today. In any case, Jose, how are you? All the way from Portugal, one of our photographers.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Yeah.
I'm one of a Portuguese photographer. But
what's it like to be here?
Yeah, I'm very happy. It's the amazing ambience, amazing track, and I like very much the take photos for the drivers Portuguese and the others. For me is an honor. Yeah, I'm very happy.
Thank you so much. Grazie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, so yeah, right in the middle of, I guess, the highway here, going from the Big Ten. Over here we have the dome, that's where our lunch is, the buffet. We have this beautiful area here. You see the Can-Am products as well, from where all the engines come from Rotax. A lot of people don't realise this as well, from the same place in Austria. And of course, you see in the background there this great area to sit down, relax. There's another one on the other side of the road next to the big tent. There's music. There's a merchandise shop, the customer support office where you get stickers and goodie bags and things like that. And of course, right behind us, the chassis partners right along. So if anyone needs spare parts or help, support, tips, that's where you get it, spare parts and everything. Okay.
Yes, the paddock is truly a magnificent sight. Its scale simply has to be seen to be believed. So, Micromax, 8 minutes. Drivers 9, 10 and 11 years old, all on identical Praga chassis. And the green flag waves, but as we're going to see, this is going to be a recurring theme during the course of qualifying. Nobody wants to be the first driver out. They've got 8 minutes. It's the fastest lap that gets you your grid positions. And here we go, as the circuit is still empty. This is Micromax Praga Karts at the Grand Finals 2023 qualifying underway. And still, we wait. 5 of these drivers have competed in the Grand Finals before. Jensen Chalk from Team UK finished 9th last year. Andreas Kellerup from Denmark was 15th last year. Branislav Rentka from Slovakia was 8th last year. Sebastian Piemonte from Colombia, 18th last year. And Rafael da Silva from South Africa, he was 28th last year. One young lady amongst the 36 entries from Chile in kart number 23, Anais Orellana Ramos. She is the first female driver to represent Chile in an international karting event. You can see the red and white Birrell ART chassis for the Minimax drivers. They are in the holding area, ready to go out. And now we have movement. And just like buses, no one turns up, they all come along at once. Here we go then, out onto the circuit. The beautiful Praga purple and silver glistening in the Arabian sunshine here at Bahrain. Out of pit lane into the circuit proper after just 2 minutes. And well, in practice, each driver has had 6 practice sessions over the last 2.5 days, really. Oliver Spencer, Edward Haynes and Emerson McAndrew Uren are the 3 drivers who have led the first 5 practice sessions. I couldn't quite make out who was fastest in final practice this morning, but Emerson McAndrew Uren fastest in last practice last night. He is the current reigning British Micromax champion, and he's from a racing family, is Emerson. His great-grandfather Jeff Uren was a former British saloon car champion back in the late 1950s, early 1960s. And I know because they've asked me, that Emerson and his older brother Aston, who is here supporting him, have said, could they say a big hello to Emerson's granddad Duncan? So hello Duncan, watching back home, very proud granddad. Hope you're behaving yourself, young man, because your grandson is doing a fantastic job out on the circuit. Other names to watch, have to say Lucas Palacio in kart number 12. He's won 3 titles and the US Rotax title, so 4 US titles this year for Lucas Palacio, and he has been in and around the top 5 throughout practice. Julien Rivera from Ecuador, another driver to watch in kart number 14. He has been up near the top of the charts as well. But I have to say, British drivers have had the upper hand throughout most of practice. Edward Haynes in kart number 4, Oliver Spencer in kart number 9, Emerson McAndrew-Uren in kart number 33. The 3 British drivers to watch. Pierre Abu Diwan from the United Arab Emirates is fastest at the moment, a 1:01.970. Now, of course, the key in qualifying is to find a drafting partner. What do I mean by drafting? Well, if you get right up behind another driver and literally nudge them along, the 8 wheels from your kart and your rival's kart will work in harmony together. You will create a bigger hole in the air, and you will go a little bit faster. You don't want to be the head of the train, you want to be the ones pushing. So you see a 4-kart train there. That looks like it's Ivor Spence from New Zealand in the black and Team Kiwi race suit leading that train. The drivers behind will literally push Ivor along. Ivor is braking the air, and the other drivers are getting sucked along in the vacuum. One driver going very wide. That you don't want to be overtaking and battling in qualifying. You want to run single file in groups of 2, 3, or maybe even 4 if you really trust the drivers that you are around. Now we're looking at the karts coming down towards turn number 8 now. You've got to be careful coming out of turn number 8 for track limits. Now they go uphill. These Micromax karts all doing about 50 miles an hour. They're all 9-10 years old, these drivers. Some of them are 11. They're the oldest drivers. At the moment, it is Balej Kostreła from Poland who is quickest, 1:01.865. Pierre Abu Diwan second, then Patryk Jokius from Lithuania. Julian Rivera goes second, and so Jokius and Rivera working together, and we'll try and pick them up at some point round the circuit. They're in the first sector at the moment. In fact, you can see Jokius, the middle kart going through your screen there. He's got the black and yellow Team Lithuania race suit. Now behind him, it looks like it could be, well, Palacio is in that group. Is that the Team USA race suit? I believe it is, with the white shoulder lapels. You can see Jokius, you can see Rivera right on Jokius's rear bumper. So Rivera is pushing his Lithuanian counterpart along. They've just moved past the other driver down the hill. We've got 90 seconds to go. At the moment, look for driver number 16, Portugal's Alfonso Lopez, is on a very quick lap. So is Andreas Kjellerup from Denmark. It is Jokius, Rivera, Kostreța, then Lopez, Abu Diwan, McAndrew-Uren, then Posh Konchal from Thailand, Oliver Spencer, Kjellerup. Let's have a little look back at that great slow motion shot. Drivers up over the curb there, coming down the hill. That looked like it was the number 22 kart possibly on the screen there. That would have been Olivier Chassé from Canada, getting it a little bit wrong at the top of the hill. Of course, all these karts identical, and with the sun beginning to set, can make identifying some of the numbers a little bit challenging. There is one of the British drivers in that Team UK race suit making a move. Edward Haynes moves into 8th. It is Jokius, Rivera, Kostreța, then Kees Maus from the Netherlands is 4th, Afonso Lopez 5th, Jokubas Vaskelis from Lithuania is 6th, and now Posh Konchal from Thailand with a 1:01.751 second lap in kart number 32 goes top, but his time at the front is short-lived because Edward Haynes and Oliver Spencer from the UK go first and second. Jensen Chalk from Wootton under Edge goes into P3. Konchal down to 4th, and it's Jokius, Rivera, Maus, McAndrew-Uren, Rentke, Kostreța, then Fujiwara from Japan, Lopez, Kjellerup, Vasquez, Abu Diwan, and Correa. Ramiro Correa, 16th for Argentina, Dominic Rosa, Lucas Palacio, Edwin Mer from Lebanon, and Sebastian Piemonte from Colombia round out your top 20, separated by 9/10 of a second. The clock strikes 0. Out to the final corner. This is the last chance. Haynes has provisional pole as things stand. The field will come across the line. Kostrzewa from Poland, I apologise, is 4th quickest. Jokius is 5th. Kongchol is only 6th. Rivera 7th. Mouse is 8th. Keish Mouse 8th. McAndrew Uren is 9th. Palacio 10th. And it's Edward Haynes who will provisionally start both heat races from pole position in Micromax. The Force Motorsport Jordan Baines International entered kart is fastest of all, as he was in 3 of the practice sessions earlier this week. Oliver Spencer in P2. Jensen Chalk 3rd fastest, with Poland's Kostrzewa next. And if you look there in the foreground in the Team UK, that is Jordan Baines, who is running Edward Haynes this week, and he will be very, very happy with his young driver's performance. There's the number 2 kart of Juan Diego Shimaburko from Peru, and Juan Diego only 34th fastest. There is the number 12 kart of Lucas Palacio, the 9-year-old from Washington, D.C., getting out of his kart. He will be a little bit disappointed with 10th position. However, lots of overtaking opportunities here at the Bahrain International Circuit. Here is your full provisional qualifying result. Edward Haynes, Oliver Spencer and Jensen Chalk are 1, 2, 3, 4 United Kingdom. Balesh Kostrzewa from Poland is 4th. Patrikas Jokius from Lithuania is 5th. Then Posh Konchal from Thailand, a very creditable 6th. Julian Rivera from Ecuador is 7th. Keish Mouse from the Netherlands is 8th. Emerson McAndrew Uren 9th for the United Kingdom. Lucas Palacio rounds out your top 10. Ahead of Branislav Rentka, Michinaga Fujiwara, Alfonso Lopez, Andres Kellerup and Jacobus Maskelis rounds out your top 15. Ahead of Pierre Abudiwan, Ramiro Correa and Dominic Rosa. That's the first half of the 36-strong Micromax field, and the remaining runners will appear on your screen very shortly. Here they are: Lebanon's Edwin Nur and Colombia's Sebastian Piemonte, your top 20. Vito Koza, the only driver representing Croatia in the grand finals this year, is 21st, followed by Rafael da Silva, Daniel Nikulshkin from Kyrgyzstan, then Jeff Verbeek from Belgium, Ito Ida from Japan, Xu Ting Chang from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, Ivor Spence, Alexander Christov, Yari Harmonen, Valentino Manacero, Philip Rabas, Ramos Ana Aureliana, the young lady from Chile, then Max Moore, Juan Diego Shimaburko, Olivier Chassé and Sebastian de Moissac. They round out your 36 kart Micromax field. But before we get underway with the next session, we'll go back down into the paddock with Jen Wade.
Kenzo Craigie, were you in here shopping on your way to the qualifying?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. I think we might do some shopping later. How are you going?
Yeah, it's been a good week so far. We had some good results. I'm just hoping to get a good quali so we can set us up perfectly for the heats and the final.
Of course, all the way from Chile, United Kingdom. Yeah. What do you think about this amazing circuit?
It's a really good circuit. It's fast and flowing, but then it also has like slow speed corners. But it's really nice to drive, and yeah.
Of course, we caught up a little bit earlier in the year when I was in the UK. Mm-hmm. You know, you were a little bit of a superstar at the Rotax Euro Trophy, but of course you're racing with a driver program. Maybe just tell us before we go to the next session what that's about.
Yeah, they help me a lot. They give me help on my fitness and like.
Who are they?
Mercedes.
Mercedes.
Sorry. Yeah, so they manage me, so they make sure I make the right decisions whenever I go somewhere. Mm-hmm. But yeah,
like what to eat and how to train and stuff, or?
Just like what events that we go to sometimes. But they've helped me so much this year, and I can't thank them enough for choosing me.
So we have to say hi because they're all watching.
Hi guys.
Hi guys, and they're going to be watching you because it's going to be great racing. What about the competition here? I mean, the best drivers from all around the world.
Yeah, it's definitely a bigger step up from England because we got everybody, even the best from England, and then combine that with the whole world. So it's probably one of the biggest races of the year, and we're hoping to get a good result and hopefully win it.
Is it what you imagined it might be?
I mean, I was here 2 years ago when they had it here 2 years ago, but it's been unreal so far, and hoping to have a good week.
We hope you do too. I'm going to have to let you go because you're in the lineup. Good luck, Kenzo. Craigie, keep watching. What race number? 229. 229. Keep watching. 229. I'm going shopping, I think. Better have a look around.
Well, thank you, Jen, and thank you to Kenzo Craigie, of course, who is part of the Mercedes Formula One Young Driver Program. Time qualifying for the odd-numbered Minimax drivers is already underway. We've got a couple of takers. Alexander Van Meeuwen from Belgium in that bright yellow Red Devils race suit. João Pereira from Portugal and Luca Storder, also from Belgium, have gone out, as has Alexander Volkmar from Austria. Now, Minimax, the drivers to look out for from practice: Illy Trissan from Canada, Jacob Ashcroft from the United Kingdom, the closer Cole Denham from Scotland, Nikita Lyubimov from Estonia, and Albert Friend from the United Kingdom. They are just some of the drivers who have led the various practice sessions. There's Vicente Garcia in kart number 121, already getting some support on social media. I think that is FB Sakhir saying, "Vamos Chile, Vicente Garcia." So, once again, all identically prepared. Birrell ART chassis, same size go-karts that we saw in Micromax, just a slightly more powerful version of the Rotax 125 engine, a different restrictor, same motor, different restrictors. That's the beauty of Rotax karting. You can use the same engine from when you're a child to when you're an adult, just change the restrictor. It's the bottom line. There are other little technical aspects to it, but for the in layman's terms, you can buy one Rotax engine and use it all the way through your karting career once you get out of Micromax. Now, other drivers: Stefan Stefanovski from North Macedonia, the only driver here representing North Macedonia. Stefan Stefanovski is out on track now. Also to look out for in this particular session, the Tiger, Taigen Sakano from Japan in kart 101. And coming out onto the circuit, there's the number 145 kart. That is Ruska Evci from Turkey, the only Turkish driver here. Ciprian Chuda-Ianitsa from Romania is on track, but it's Alexander Van Meeuwen from Belgium, driver number 137, leading the way at the moment. We've only got 2, 4, 5 drivers who have set a time, and we're already over halfway through this session. Now, every driver in Mini, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters have got 2 sets of Mojo tyres, one for practice and one that they have just put on for qualifying. So it's a question of getting the absolute maximum out of your brand new Mojo rubber at the right time, with the right track condition, and with the right bit of slipstreaming help. And oh, there's a driver going wide coming out of the pit lane. A couple of drivers in the dust. Oh no, and that is disaster for Ahmed Al Khalifa, the Bahraini driver, who has gone off coming out of the pit lane and has scattered dust and sand all over. Now, the driver in front of him also had a problem. That, I believe, was the 117 kart of Adrian Tions, possibly from Latvia, getting a little bit crossed up, and then Khalifa behind Al Khalifa into the sand. Now there is grit and gravel over the circuit. 2 minutes to go. Van Meeuwen, João Pereira and Daniel Lukjanov from Hungary are the top three. Lucas Stoorde from Belgium is next. David Matlak is next from in kart number 113 from Serbia, and this is the problem that you're going to have. Drivers will slow down to find the correct drafting partner, and they will mess up the drivers who are on a flying lap. They will put them off and slow them down unintentionally, but it is a byproduct of having these short, sharp qualifying sessions. Down the hill towards turn number 7 we go. There's turn 6, there's 7. It's still Van Meeuwen. Half the field have not yet put in a lap. Greece's Eleftherios Tumpakas goes into 7th position. Edward Kirst from Brazil is 8th. And now watch for number 139, Oliver Warner from the United Kingdom. He is on a very quick lap. All the rage, Gage Korn from the United States in kart 127, also on a very quick lap. Van Meeuwen with a 58.959 is still top of the charts. Not for much longer. Oliver Warner goes fastest, the driver from West Malling in Kent. 139, he actually got his ticket in the Rotax US finals at the Newcastle Motorsports Park in Indiana. He just beat Gage Korn to the line in that event, and Gage is still down the order in 16th position, but he's on a quick lap. Marcos Masinas also on a quick lap, and it does appear as though we haven't got our Indian driver Rivan Dev Pritham out there. He has not gone out. Ahmed Al Khalifa is out there, having dusted himself off and got out of the sand, but he is down in 35th. Majos Masinas from Lithuania goes fastest. The clock strikes 0. The checkered flag is out. It's going to be all change because there are a lot of drivers on a quick lap. Charlie Wolfett goes quickest. No, it's now Ili Krisan from Canada, 58.458. Wolfett second. Travis Teo from Malaysia is third. Cole Denham fourth. Vincenzi Garcia from Chile is fifth. And then it's Marcos Masinas, Warner, Van Meeuwen, Josh Griffin, Nikita Lyubimov, Tygan Sakano, João Pereira, Lukjanov, and Eleftherios Tumpakas from Greece now moves into the top 13. Still drivers coming to the line, but I think that Ili Krisan, the Romanian-born Canadian-based driver, has about got it. The last group come across the line. Masinas goes 5th, but nobody can beat Ili Tristan Krisan, who takes provisional pole position from this half. Now, Krisan's lap time is 58.458. This was only one half of the Minimax field. 36 more drivers are sitting on the dummy grid and waiting. They all know that they have to try and beat 58.458. If anybody beats, if the session 2 leading time is quicker than 58.458, then the driver who sets that time will go to overall pole position. When the 2 sessions have been completed, then our timing and scoring partners will combine everything. Caritas Karting and Apex Timing and Scoring, they will combine all 72 drivers to give the full qualifying ranking. There's Mr. Roivers, winning, one of the drivers from South America, I believe, here this week. There's the number 13 kart, the number 1 of Patrick Yokius. So we've still got some of the Praga karts from Micromax being weighed, going through the weigh scales. There's Julien Rivera on the weigh scales. Martin Roivers, as I said, he was running a South American driver. He's running Julien Rivera. And there is the weigh scale. So if you're new to karting, every single class has a minimum weight that has to be adhered to. Drivers can add lead to their karts to make sure that the minimum weight. So here we are then, the provisional results from the odd numbered group in Minimax. Ili Tristan Chrisan, fastest by 0.2 of a second from the UK's Charlie Wolfett, Travis Teo and Cole Denham, third and fourth. Then it's Michael Masinas, followed by Vincenti Garcia, Maxim Becker, Oliver Warder, Joao Pereira and Alexander Van Meeuwen, rounding out the top 10. Scotland's Joshua Griffin, so two Scots, Griffin and Denham in the top 11. Then is former champion Nikita Lyubimov, who won this class 2 years ago in Micromax in 12th position. Tigan Sakano, Eleftherios Tompakas, Denis Lukyanov, Ruben Osasura Gutierrez, Nicholas Pasi and Adrian Stjons round out the top half of the first group. There's Stefan Stefanovsky. Ahmed Al Khalifa recovered to post a very respectable 20th fastest time. Tudor Ianitsa Ciprian is 21st. Leopold Yush, David Matlak, Gage Korn, Real Spice Regali, Mayula is 25th, followed by Diego Gonzalez, Martin Soltis, Evgeny Rutska, Proko Solotkovtsev, then Shimba Matoda, Edward Kurth, Alex Volkmar, Lucas Norder, Alexander Rogowski and Philip Kianowski. They are your 35 drivers. Our Indian driver didn't go out, but Jen Wade has another interview in the paddock. Take it away, Jen.
The Ton Cobalt course of ceramic XPS oil right behind us. What a cool pop-up shop for all our partners.
Well, I think it's the first time we are doing the Grand Final, and I believe if you compare this to the European market, this is necessary because nobody is allowed to take aerosols or other things with them to the wonderful track of Bahrain. So actually I'm extremely surprised about the sales because it's enormous, which is good for the stock here after the Bahrain track. Yeah.
I guess they won't be taking them in the hand luggage. Okay, but it's really cool that they get to do the product range and try it out while they're here, and of course that's what Rotax recommend as part of their product range also.
Yeah. Well, actually we are introducing for next year, we are introducing the new castor oil, which is very well received from all the distributors I have talked already the last few days. And it's good to talk with them about the oil and about the new products we are introducing. We have changed the design of the XPS brand. We made a new look and feel, more to the future. And again, it's looking very well, and we are very pleased with that. And also the distributors and Rotax themselves are very pleased. So XPS is booming at the moment. So,
of course, it's an important part also of the performance, maintenance, the service, everything. One of those things we don't really think about, and then you talk about introducing something different. We talked once before, you introduced something different.
Yeah, some years ago.
So now, why do you need to change?
Well, it's not a matter that you need to change. I think you're always looking, Rotax is always looking to better performance, more reliability. And we as the manufacturer for XPS, as a bulk manufacturer for XPS products, our research and development department is always looking for improvement. And this new oil, we done together with Rotax themselves. So, and the results are remarkable. The performance is extremely good, really extremely good, on a high level. Yeah.
Great news. So, and everyone come in here and buy their product as well for the week?
Yes, everybody is welcome. Take your credit card with you, and there are special prices here, so it's fantastic.
Nice to have you here. I know you arrived overnight, so we're going to let you go. Sit down, relax, enjoy the sunshine. Thank you, Ton. There we go.
Well, thank you, Jen. And the second Minimax session for the even-numbered drivers has already begun, and unlike the first, everybody seems to be in a hurry to get out onto the track. Daniel Voinov from Kyrgyzstan and Nassar Nas from Bahrain are the top two. Now, Nassar Nas, he's being mechanicked by Mohammed Al-Matar, who was a driver here in the Grand Finals 2 years ago. Dedek Babicek up to the top three, but Matteo Quinto, Albert Friend, Tommy Hart, Jacob Ashcroft and Amaru Adrian Zen, from Peru, are also up at the front. So is Dutchman Sen Lindemann. Sen, who is his first year. There goes Sen. You can see the Dutch race suits coming down the hill, the orange, blue and white from Team Netherlands. And he's got 3 drivers in front of him. Hassan, there he goes, up towards the top of the hill, although let's see as he comes down the hill if he can get a slipstream off the group in front of him. That's where you want to really be. If you can't be hooked up on the back bumper of a driver in front, you want to be about 2 kart lengths off their rear bumper, so you still get that slipstream without getting put off by them. Now, across the line, it's a change. Rory Armstrong, Derek Babicek, Matteo Quinto and Albert Friend to the top of the charts. 58.488 seconds, just 0.03 of a second slower than Ili Krisan, who led the opening session. So it's still Krisan who is fastest overall. Marco Fali from Hungary now is 4th fastest, but it's Friend, Quinto, Ashcroft, Fali, Northern Ireland's Rory Armstrong and Maxim Bobrishov from the United Arab Emirates, the top 6. Alexis Bayerjon, Denek Babicek, Minjai Lee from Korea, and Pumsit Kolombunjong, rounding out the top 10. Nicholas Casarino, Lars Lambers, Vita Salmi, Amaru Adrianzen next in line. Then it is a bit further back, Kolampu Anolchaku from Thailand, Paulo de Grande, Nasser Nas, Juan Camilo Reyes Garçon, but it's now a British one too. Ashcroft has gone second with 3 minutes to go. And Friend goes even quicker, 58.238. So it's now official. This is the quickest session. Whoever finishes top of the charts in this group will take outright pole position. Now a yellow flag waving at the back of the screen. That could be Ireland's Ben McLaughlin in number 114. Ben, who was very quick in one of the earlier sessions on Monday. McLaughlin out of contention here. Also the Chinese driver Zhao Chenji, who is a lot taller than the rest of the field and therefore at a bit of a weight disadvantage. He's the oldest driver in the field at 13 years old, the driver from Shanghai. He won the Chinese championship, but that at the side of the circuit looks like a, well, that's not Zhao Chen's race suit at the side of the circuit. Trying to identify that race suit, but Ben McLaughlin certainly not going any further. Roger El Fagali, the cousin of reigning Minimax Rotax Grand Final champion Christopher El Fagali. There is Zhao Chenji going a bit slowly there, trying to get out of everybody's way. I think Roger El Fagali, the Lebanese driver, the son of Lebanese rallying legend Roger El Fagali, so it's Roger Jr. who has come to a halt at the side of the circuit. It's Albert Friend, Marco Fali, Jacob Ashcroft, Lars Lambers and Uruguay's Feliciano Bruschi up into the top 5, followed by Armstrong, Anna Chatkol, then Klombunjong, Hart, Bobrishov, Quinto, Adrianzen, Lindemann, Kennedy, Nas, Verhagen, Casarino, Bayerjon, Babicek. The top 20 rounded out by Kyrgyzstan's Daniel Voinov, Christoph Killer, Minjai Lee, Nathan Rybczynski, Paulo de Grande, Christian Sejersen from Denmark is next, Sejersen, sorry. Then it's Vita Salmi, Reyes Garçon, Odendal from South Africa, Daniel Del Moral Rubia. Then Cyprus is Stelianos Georgiou, Antoine Lemieux, the younger brother of Frederic Lemieux, who we have seen already in E20 Senior. Then it is Denmark's Silas Hedegaard, Corey Carson from Australia, Zhao Chenji from China, and Roger El Fagali at the side of the circuit. Ben McLaughlin has obviously not gone out, which is a real shame because clock he was third fastest in Monday's second practice session. 20 seconds to go. Looking up at the timing screens, Lars Lambers is on a personal best lap, but so is Albert Friend. Friend's best time down to a 58.129 in kart number 130. Albert Friend, third as a Micromax driver last year, was Albie, and he was carrying an injury in Portimao last year. He is the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy winner. He won that title at Le Mans earlier this year. That gave him his ticket to this event. It's his third Grand Finals appearance. He's yet to finish outside the top 10, but this could be pole position in Minimax. Can anybody beat Albert Friend? The answer is, at the moment, no. Ashcroft, not on a particularly quick last lap, neither is Farley. Lambers and the last few drivers take the checkered flag, so Albert Friend will take outright pole position unless one of these drivers, well, unless Daniil Voinov is on a personal best lap. At the moment, he's only 23rd fastest, a 58.797. He's in a personal best first sector, and he goes 12th as Voinov. Voinov goes 12th, but it's a British 1-2 in Minimax. Looking at the order, the fastest four drivers in this group, Friend, Ashcroft, Farley and Lambers, all beat Ili Tristan Krisan's session 1 leading time. And just to give you a little bit of colour to the proceedings, Albie Friend's mechanic Lee Taylor guided Callum Bradshaw to Grand Finals glory in senior Rotax last year, and that is not a bad start from young Albie Friend. Jacob Ashcroft, the driver from Western-super-Mare, this year's Euro Trophy champion, second fastest, and Hungary's Marco Farley, the Hungarian champion, third fastest. Let's have a look at some of the names and faces going through. There's the number 141 kart. That is Martin Soltis, whose brother Michael Soltis is also racing. We have got an incredible 7 sets of siblings in this event. We've got 4 father and son combinations, 7 sets of siblings, and 1 pair of cousins. We've seen one cousin, Roger Elfagali, not do very well. We're going to see his elder cousin, Christopher Elfagali, very shortly in junior. We've seen one of the father and son pairings, Felipe and Gilberto Loaca in E20. We've seen Ramiro Correa in Micromax. We'll see his dad Gustavo in senior later on. We have seen Majos Masinas in Minimax. We will see his dad Mikolas later on in Masters. We haven't seen the Barrichellos yet. Eduardo Barrichello in senior and Rubens Barrichello, yes, that Rubens Barrichello in DD2 Masters later on. Of the siblings, we've got the Soltis brothers from Slovakia. We've got Antoine and Frederic Lemieux, brother-sister combo from Canada. We have got the Tamahashi brothers from Japan, the Pernod brothers from Canada, the Pico half-brothers from France, the Kjellerup brothers from Denmark, and of course we have a pair of twins, Derek and Brett King from Ecuador. Here is the even number results. Albert Friend, Jacob Ashcroft, Marco Farley, Lars Lambers, and Uruguay's Feliciano Bruschi in the top 5. Then it is Rory Armstrong, Kalompu Anolchatkul from Thailand, Maxim Bobrashov, Edward Kennedy, and Pumsit Klombunjong. 2 Thai drivers in the top 10. Travis Teo was the 3rd driver from Thailand in this class. He was also in the top 10. And of course, the start of the Asia Festival, which we will talk about later on during the course of the week, is really promoting Asian drivers. Their standard is improving all the while. A little bit further down the order, some of these drivers, including Denik Babicek, will be disappointed with only 21st fastest time. Caleb Odendahl from South Africa, being run by Wesley Orr, himself a former Grand Finals champion, 28th overall. Antoine Lemieux down in 31st. Corey Carson down in 33rd, with Zhao Chen Ji, Roger El Fagali, and then sadly Ben McClory will be starting right at the back of the field for the 3 heats. So while the dust settles at the end of Minimax qualifying, Jenny Wade has made her way to the world famous and very unique Rotax driver's tent. Watch this.
Okay, so here we are down in the massive awning. First rows, obviously, E20, E20 Masters, Senior Masters, E10, Stephen Chapman, boss of the E-Karts, I can say. Something happening down here, something new as well. We're just having a bit of a look around in between the qualifying. What can you tell us? What have you got happening?
Yeah, we have a different way of displaying data for the drivers. We do let's call it the traditional way with the data system that you have on the steering wheel. But we also have a device connected to the kart that measures all the data from the karts in a different way. And it's really displayed in a unique way. As you can see from the screen, we have driver score, which is an algorithm which basically it separates what the car can do and what you extract from that potential, and it gives you the score based off this. So it's not just purely lap time. Also, it gives you all the other data that you would typically get, but it's presented in an easier to read fashion. So we have maximum speeds, acceleration, lateral braking, and then the vehicle capability. But also there's another feature on top of this called Ayrton, and this is like a coaching feature. And when you go in, it shows you the track map, and it shows you at what point you have the most potential to gain time, and then the second. So it's very visual, it's very easy, it's automatically on your phone after the session, and it's a very nice way to simplify data and allow people to get the most out of it. It's really different here.
Where is it exactly on the kart?
I can show you on the e-karts. We have it attached to the battery. You want to see?
Yeah, let's have a look. Underneath, and it's so small. A couple of little wires, and that's it. That's all that it is.
It's only a small box with some measurement devices inside, and we connect it to our 12-volt battery, and you could do the same with Rotax. So we have some nice plans for this for the future. I think this will be really nice. It's not just about lap time.
No, it sounds great. Okay, we're going to let you go. We go back to qualifying. Thank you. Exciting.
Well, that's Steve Chapman there, the main driving forces behind the e-kart revolution that Rotax are pioneering. Qualifying for the odd-numbered junior Rotax drivers has already begun, but we've only got Yoon Hyo Kim from South Korea and Thomas Brancic from the Czech Republic on track. These, once again, are the Praga IPK chassis, a larger chassis frame than we saw in Micro. These are the full-size karts by Praga UK. This is Junior Rotax. Lap time, some 3 seconds a lap quicker than the Minimax drivers. The drivers aged 13, 14, and the youngest, a couple of 12-year-olds in here, I think one 15-year-old, one or two 15-year-olds. But at the top of the hill, you're looking at Yoon Hyo Kim from Korea, and there he comes, Yoon Hyo, down to the bottom of the circuit. The Czech Republic's Thomas Brancic in kart number 233 is somewhere in front of Yoon Hyo. There goes Thomas across the line, the blue and red Czech Republic race suit. And Yoon Hyo Kim in kart number 245. He is the Korean champion. Just looking at to see, yes, we've got one Korean driver. He is the champion in this class. We'll get to why there are some nations have more than one driver when this is a champions only event, because there are lots of ways for drivers to qualify in events all around the world. Here comes the gold rush, however, out on the circuit. 47 nations represented in this class. 72 drivers in total. 36 of those drivers will be on track now. You can see the drivers warming their Mojo tyres up, and there over the grass, over the dust and the sand go 2 drivers, and that is going to make turn 3 a very, very tricky proposition indeed. Now, I believe that could have been Latvia's Austria's Ivon Simeonova getting it all crossed up. The young lady, she's the one of 3 young ladies we have in the junior class. We have Katarina Tung from Malaysia, and we have a history-making Chinese lady. Hao Chi Yu is the first ever female driver representing China in an international go-karting event. The 13-year-old from Tixian, she is the Chinese champion, Hao Chi Yu. And there's a lot of pressure on that young lady, and what Rotax and the family are trying to do is just trying to make sure that she enjoys this experience. But when I say that the entire country is watching her, I am not lying. This is a very, very important moment in the history of motorsport and in the history of China itself. And but it's France who lead the way, one of the far more established karting nations. Clovis Nogueira in kart number 249, fastest at the moment. And you can see a couple of drivers getting a bit crossed up coming over the crest at turn number 5. It's Nogueira leading the way from Martin Barros Menezes from Portugal. Christopher Alfagali is 3rd. Then Timo Jungling from the United Kingdom, born in Germany, now based in London. And why is he representing the United Kingdom, I hear you ask? Well, it's because you represent the nation that your license is from. So Timo Jungling, based in the UK, races in the British Kart Championship and has a British licence, therefore he represents Team UK. Thomas Pradier from France makes it a French 1-2 with Nogueira now moving back to the top of the charts. Kenzo Craigie is up into P3. Then it is Menezes from Portugal. Jungling and Ishan Madesh from India now moves into 6th fastest time. Santeri Leitonen from Finland, Kent Swartz, Christopher Alfagali and Mikhail Soltis, the older of the Soltis brothers, is rounding out the top 10. Then Ivan Pigayev from Kyrgyzstan, Alan Kluser, Archie Clark, Francisco Paredes from Ecuador, the Rotax Winter Trophy champion. Then it's Branchik. Then it's the only driver here representing Jordan, Hamza Al-Fayez is next. Vian Boshoff from South Africa, Scott Riley, change up at the top as Kluser, Al-Fayez go 5th and 6th. 1 minute to go, and 1 second separates the top 30 drivers as Uros Bogdanic moves into the top 10. Now he gets pushed back by Matthias Kjellerup from Denmark, who goes 4th quickest. Through the turn 8, great camera angle there from our live stream producers Kart Data, but it is Clovis Nogueira from France, 54.462 seconds, just 0.04 of a second quicker than his countryman Thomas Pradier. Kenzo Craigie is the 10th back in 3rd. Then it's Kjellerup, Menezes, Kluser, Al-Fayez, Jungling, Paredes, Madesh, Leitonen. Brett King is the leading King twin at the moment. Let's have a little look back at the great shot to never get tired of the drivers, absolutely on the limit there. That's number 247. That is Ivon Simeonova, the 13-year-old young lady from Vienna, Austria, absolutely catching that slide beautifully, but that sadly won't help her lap time. She is down in 34th position at the moment, just in front of Hao Chi Yu. And with Yoon-ho Kim from Korea, saw a lot of earlier on, is now down in at 36th position. The checkered flag strikes 0. And Jan Boshoff takes the checkered flag, moves up into 26th position, but Ivan Pigayev pushes him back a little bit more, but Christopher El Faghali goes top of the charts. Last year, Faghali became the first Lebanese driver to win a Grand Finals. He's moved into juniors, and with a lap time of 54.304 seconds, he is already making his presence felt in this new class. Kenzo Craigie is second, Nugareid is third, Brett King from Ecuador is fourth, then it's Meneses from Portugal, Junglin from the UK, Paredes from Ecuador into the top 8, followed by Pradier. Archie Clark goes 9th for the United Kingdom. Bo Lewet rounds out the top 10 as things stand. Al Fayez, Kluser, Patrick Lipovic, Kjelarup, Mrak, Giacinto, Nissan, Strela, Bogdanic, and the rest. Giovanni Santora just missing out on the top 20 position there as they come back into the pits. And as was the case in Minimax, the remaining drivers, the even-numbered junior drivers, who you can see on the pre-grid area, they now all know that to get outright pole position, they must beat 54.304 seconds. And as we take a brief look at one of the two large spectator grandstands, there is the Greek Supporters Club in attendance. A quick look at some of the messages coming in on Facebook and on Instagram. Helen O'Leary saying good luck to Ireland. Tasha Vance saying good luck to Northern Ireland's Rory Armstrong. Bojan Pezovsky saying good luck to Macedonia's Stefan Stefanovsky. And the wandering, pondering Australian says good luck to Australia. Please keep your messages coming in on Facebook and Instagram. I am getting fed them by our social media team as and when they can during the course of the day. And here's a look at some of the... There is South Africa's Jan Boshoff, 44th in this event 1 year ago. And hoping for a much better result this time around. Now at the back of the screen you can see the number 2335 car. That's Thomas Pradier, the French driver, 13 years old, from Saint-Étienne, second in the French Championship this year. Here is a quick look at the provisional junior Rotax odd-numbered results. Christopher El Faghali, Kenzo Craigie, Clovis Nugareid. Why the two French drivers? Well, because some of the larger domestic championships have more than one ticket available. So if there are 50 drivers in the championship, there may be 3 tickets available, whereas if there's only 10 drivers in the championship, there's only 1 ticket available. Archie Clark is 9th. So it is El Faghali, Craigie, Nugareid, King, Meneses, Jungling, Paredes, Pradier, Clark, and Bo Lewet from Belgium, your top 10. Alfayez, Kluser, Lipovic, Kjelarup, Mrak, Lorenzo Giacinto, Nissan, and Tom Strela, the top half of the first qualifying group. Uros Bogdanic, then Alvaro Jimenez Aritman, Giovanni Santora, Kent Swartz, Scott Riley, Ishan Madesh, and Ivan Pigayev, your top 25. And as we look down the order, I know that Giovanni Santora would like to say a big hello to Wes Gundler, who actually took the US ticket at the US Nationals, but his age meant that he couldn't race in juniors, he couldn't get a senior ticket. Santora was the next best ranked driver in the US finals, and Giovanni and his family want to say hi to Wes, saying they're racing for him as well. Back to Jen Wade somewhere in the very large paddock.
Now, I've stumbled upon little Albie friend. Albie, tell us about your qualifying.
It was good. I put it on pole position, so yeah, I got in a good position, and I just got a couple of good laps and managed to put it on pole.
What's it like being here in Bahrain?
Very hot, and yeah, but I love the track. It's got some fast bits and some very technical bits as well.
Now, of course, the English drivers are really, really good. They're fast, but there's also some really good drivers from all around the world. So does that make it difficult because you don't really know how they race?
Yeah, and some of the fast drivers, I mean, I know some of them now, but there's some in the other group as well. So once I get to the heat, I think I'll find out a bit, and then I think I should know everyone by the final. So.
How is it also driving in the night? Because last night the lights were on, everyone's driving in the dark.
It's really cool. Yeah. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's really like nice and
a little bit like Formula One.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to say congratulations. Anyone you'd like to say hello to at home?
Just all my family that are watching on the live stream.
Give them a wave. Thank you, Albie. Congratulations. We're going to see you on the grid later.
Yeah.
Well done. Thank you. There he is.
Well, that's great to hear from Albie Friend, who will be starting right at the front of the Minimax field. And second practice in Junior Rotax is underway, and only 2 drivers on circuit. Well, why not give them a little bit of extra coverage? Diego Triana from Mexico in kart number 218. Diego Reyes Triana. I think he just wants to be known by Diego Reyes. Diego is out there in kart number 218. Max Walton from Australia in kart 242. Max's dad, Chris Walton, a multiple-time competitor in the grand finals, is having a conversation. That's Thomas Behrman in kart number 238, the younger brother of a Formula 2 driver and now Formula 1 test driver, Oliver Behrman. Thomas Behrman making his grand finals debut, having a chat with his mechanic, and Oliver will be joining us here at the grand finals this year, and I might even get him in the commentary box to have a little chat about his career and to call some of the races. But there's Max Walton, the green and white race suit from Team Australia, and our first view of the kart data onboard camera, and that's a bird's eye view of another driver going off, coming out of the pit lane and dragging all sorts of nonsense on to the circuit. This is Tom Dussol, the Rotax International Trophy winner from France, and Dussol down towards, let's try and do maybe a lap or so on board. We have come out of turn number 8, up the hill now towards turn number 9. We've got lots of karts in front of us, and this is a great example of the problems these drivers face in qualifying, because we've got just 4 minutes to go. We come down the hill out of turn 11, hard on the brakes to turn number 12, and at some point a couple of these drivers in front of them are going to slow down and get out of the way, which is going to spoil Dussol's rhythm. So across the line, flat out, right hand through turn number 1. Got to be so careful not to run too wide. Now the roller coaster, dip, crest, rise, fall, angle, uphill, brake, look towards the barriers. There's an apex there somewhere. Now downhill again. They flash through this corner, over the curb of the exit, and now down towards the braking zone at turn number 8. That is an onboard lap. Oh, and it's a very close onboard lap. With that is the problem in qualifying. So Dussol's lap has gone. Kiko Fracassi goes through in the number 208 kart, the Menace from Venice, and then Kiko gets out of the way. No, he doesn't. Of course, every driver's got their own plan, and they don't always coincide with one another. But fantastic pictures there from the front of Tom Dussol's kart. But it is Bahrain's Luca Horton who is fastest at the moment. As I say that, however, it's all change as the drivers who left it late to go out onto the pits get their Mojo tyres warmed up. It is now France's Luis Comin from France, Mika van de Pevert from the Netherlands, Hannes Uberveld from Germany, Max Walton from Australia, and Thomas Behrman from the United Kingdom, the top 5. Lucas Scales from France, Tish van Wyk from the Netherlands, then Ty Mahia from Bahrain is 8th. Oliver Jonkers, Casper Schurmans, who was a podium finisher last year in the grand finals in this class, is 10th. Jakob Assam, Tino Sidler, Nix Eggleston, Luca Horton, and then it is change again. Joshua Graham goes fastest for Team UK. He is in this group of karts we're looking at. There is Graham. You can see the Union motif on the side of his Team UK race suit, and you can see that Josh has got that perfect 2-kart length gap between himself and the driver that he is chasing, although he's just been balked, so this will not be a good lap. Nix Eggleston from Team USA goes second. Great result so far from Eggleston, but it's Louis Coman, kart number 264, the driver from Paris, who is on the best lap of all. Maximo Castro is next from Uruguay. Uruguay are having a good start to proceedings. They've already had Feliciano Bruschi in the top 5 in his respective category. And there goes Horton again. Bahrain now lead from Argentina with Thiago Falavegne, but it is Casper Schurmans from the Netherlands. Fastest. Coman beats that time. It's a 54.359. Still not quite as quick as Christopher Alfagali's Group 1 leading time. In fact, it's 500ths of a second slower. It's Coman, Schurmans, Behrman, Uberfeld, Eggleston, Mahia, Jonkers, Horton, Skellers and Falavegne, the top 10. Looking down the order, 9/10 of a second cover the top 31 drivers. One driver outside the top 31, the superstar from Sibiu, Mircea Patru from Romania, although Mircea is on a quick lap, has to be said. Checkered flag comes out. Yu Delu from Japan goes to P2. Tino Sidler from Switzerland up to P3. Coman fastest. What a margin! 54.199 seconds. He absolutely blitzes Christopher Alfagali's Session 1 leading time. Louis Coman from Paris, 4th in this year's National Series Karting Championship in France, takes outright provisional pole in Junior Rotax. 54.199. He was 2/10 of a second quicker than the number 204 car, Lou Ud. I think it was Yu Delu is his official name. He's a Chinese based but runs with a Japanese license. There is a look at the back of Yu Delu's kart, and Yu Delu, second fastest. Tino Sidler is 3rd. Then it's Schurmans from the Netherlands. Casper Schurmans, the highest ranked returning junior driver from last year. There are quite a few drivers that are back in this class. Schurmans finished 3rd last year. We've got the reigning Minimax champion Alfagali in this class as well, as we have already spoken about. A couple of other drivers in the category as well. Endo Arata rather, who did not really feature that strongly, I have to say. In fact, Endo Arata down in 28th position, and it is Coman, Delu, Sidler, Schurmans. There's Luca Horton working across the screen there in the black and red race suit. He will be disappointed by finishing 16th fastest, considering that he was fastest in 2 of his first 5 practice sessions. Uberfeld, Falavegne and Behrman also topping the charts in this particular group during practice. Louis Coman didn't feature in practice because practice means nothing. Qualifying is where it counts. And Coman fastest of all from Delu, from Sidler. Schurmans, Lucas de Longchamp from Canada was next up. And I have to say that Lucas de Longchamp, that is a very impressive result for the Canadian drivers, of which there are a number here. As we see some of the tail enders head back to Parc Fermé. So, a provisional look at the second half of the running order. Louis Coman, fastest of all from France. Then, Yu Delu from Japan, although he's based in China. Tino Sidler from Switzerland. Casper Schuurmans from the Netherlands. Lucas de Longchamp. Thomas Beerman, the top 6. Ty Makia from Bahrain is 7th. Tom Dussault, our camera cart, is 8th fastest in this group, ahead of Joshua Graham, Olivier Jonkers from Belgium. Then it is Lucas Skeles, Germany's Hannes Uberfeld. Mika van der Pevert is 13th. Then Nix Eggleston and Jacob Assam, with Bahrain's Luca Horton, Argentina's Thiago Falevegne. And I said that the Romanian driver Marco Mircea Patru was on a quick lap, and the superstar from Sibiu rounds out 18th in his grid. The menace from Venice, Kiko Fracassi, only 19th, ahead of Miles Baker, Derek King, Katarina Tung, 22nd for Malaysia, then Carlis Kirikovs from Latvia, Tseng Cheng from Taipei is 24th, and Tish van Wyk rounds out the top 25. You can look at the remaining qualifying order in that group as we go back to Jenny Wade in the paddock.
So we've got a 9 and a 5-year-old. 7.
My goodness. We're ready. Yeah, we're ready. Are you ready, Ben Cooper?
I think so. I think I'm ready.
Nice to have you back here. How many grand finals now?
So this is my 8th racing. I don't know, maybe 14, 15, 16 being here, but yeah, 8th racing.
And title number?
Hopefully this will be number 4 at the end of this week.
Chasing Cristiano Morgado?
Yeah, for sure. He always calls me the GOAT, but on the numbers, he's the GOAT at the minute. So yeah, I'm going to try and catch him. I thought he'd still be racing Masters when I got there, but he's not here, so maybe I'll call him out for next year.
I think he'll make a comeback just to see if, he can give you a bit of a run for your money.
Yeah, hopefully so. Hopefully he'll come back.
But of course you're here, I guess, doing double duty because you've got your drivers here as well.
Yeah, exactly. I got, we started an academy back in Canada with SRA Karting, the Ben Cooper Racing, the academy there, about 6-7 years ago. And these are all kids that never raced before and literally went from zero to racing sort of thing. And there's 9 out of the 19 drivers for Team Canada actually representing their country this week. And that was the whole reason I'm here. I thought to myself, how can I get here and help those guys out, and what's best to do rather than race,
Well, I guess you could be not racing. That might be a little bit more relaxing.
I find the racing part more relaxing. I'm at my happy place. When I put my helmet on and I go out on track, it's fun. I'm enjoying it, and it's more stressful watching these guys.
And also you have the advantage that you know the track conditions.
Yeah, exactly. That's a huge thing. I've been helping Team Canada the last few years as team captain and stuff, but I've not been able to get on track. Whereas now I'm on track, I know what's happening, I know how it feels, and I can just pass on my information and experience onto the guys,
And here was I thinking you just were really focused on winning the Masters, so you got another title, another class, but you're actually just doing that as part of the strategy?
Yeah, I wouldn't say strategy. Once I decided to come and do it, I'm here to win. I'm not here to finish second or third. I'm here to win. But in Masters, like I told you earlier, Toto Wolff's not around the corner to sign us up for Mercedes. My kids are still going to love me when I go back home. So I get that bit more relaxed attitude here, being racing. And like I said, I'm more stressed watching my guys. Luca de Longchamp there was just 29th before the last lap and popped up in 5th. So I get more stressed watching that than actually driving myself.
Actually, that was a little bit strange because, like I said to you, I turned around and I looked back and you're also like, wow, we're in P5.
Yeah, exactly. Like the slipstream's so big for especially the mini, junior, and senior categories. There's lots of gamesmanship, shall we say, on the first few laps. So it's all about finding a good space to have a good slipstream, and luckily my driver Luca managed to do that in the last one.
Okay, we're going to say good luck.
Thank you.
We'll find you anyway somewhere on the grid, and we'll be watching. So nice to have you back here, and we'll see what happens. Cristiano, if you're watching. Next year? Okay, but otherwise, anyone you'd like to say hi to back home in Canada?
Just everyone that's supporting me. If my kids are watching, hi to kids, love them lots. Just everyone that's helping us out and watching us back home. Thanks for being there.
Nice. Okay, thank you, Ben Cooper. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, great to hear from Ben Cooper. Great to have Ben back behind the wheel in the grand finals. But before we get to my next point about victories, the grand finals, we're already halfway through the first group in senior Rotax, but everybody is still sitting on the dummy grid, most everybody. This is senior Rotax at the grand finals. And you can see in the distance there, somebody, oh, that's going to create another problem. Brand new Mojo tyres, a slippery pit lane, and drivers a little bit too keen to get out. There's been several drivers that have gone over the dust and the gravel now. This could be a little bit controversial now as we look at the identically prepared Sodi kart chassis that power all 72 of our senior Rotax drivers, because we are over halfway through the session and only 8 drivers have gone out. Oliver Kruglov from Bahrain, Ethan Thorne from Peru, Aditya Patnaik from India, Khalid Shalash from Saudi Arabia. Suddenly the rest of the field emerged from the pit lane. Now, have to say that it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. At least most of the field are quite well spread out, because we had a few issues in practice, last practice this morning, where everybody was trying to do simulation qualifying runs, and in one session in junior, nobody actually got a lap time in, because everybody spent the entire session just tootling round at a quarter speed, trying to find a drafting partner, and everybody ended up screwing everybody else's lap up until nobody got a lap in. Hopefully we will not see a repeat of that. However, this group have all left it very late indeed, and you can see the amount of gravel and sand on the turn 3 apex. This could mean that this particular session is not a very quick one because of the track conditions, and drivers are only leaving themselves enough time to put in 1, possibly 2 flying laps. Let's see what happens. Adam Rahali from France is quickest at the moment. Oliver Hodgson, a grand finals champion 10 years ago, and this is his first time back since, was second. It's now Chile's Christian Pastrian fastest. Dion van Verven from the Netherlands goes second. The best lap so far, a 53.570. It's Pastrian, Rahali, Van Verven, Hodgson, Matej Kunic, Elia Papacena, who has the legendary Baz Lammers looking after him this week, Oliver Kruglov, Sean Butcher, Christopher Alex Rojas Contreras from Colombia is next, Mateo Richter from the Czech Republic, the 20-year-old from Ostrava goes to provisional pole with less than a minute remaining, but now the personal best times come in. The purple sectors are mounting on my timing screen. Sean Butcher's on a quick lap. So is Hungary's Aaron Krepsik. So is Oliver Hodgson. It's Konik from Nick Trobec. Trobec in the number 353 car, the driver based out of Cezana in Slovenia. Second, but Butcher goes fastest. Kenta Kumagai from Japan second. Aaron Krepsik third. 10 seconds to go now. Then it is Trobec, Georgios Kafantaris, Kai Rillarts, a podium finisher as a junior here 2 years ago, 10th at the moment, but is looking very quick. Kai Rillarts, less than 18 seconds to get through sector number 1 out of 3. Look for the yellow race suit of Team Belgium's Kai Rillarts on a quick lap. Butcher has done a 53.130 and he has rolled back. He will not go quicker this time around. Kumagai second. Simon Erlin from Sweden is third. Then it's Krepsik, Hodgson, Theo Kakati is sixth. Konik seventh. Then Trobech, Georgios Kafantaris. Rillarts goes fourth. Kai Rillarts goes fourth on his final lap. The checkered flag is out. Across the line, it's Butcher, Kumagai, Olin. Hodgson goes second. Oliver Hodgson goes to P2. Kumagai, Kakati, Olin, your top five. Then Rillarts, Krepsik, Koenig, Samuel Ifrid from Switzerland is in the top 10. Then it's Trobech, Kafantaris, Balas Juranchik, Van Verven, Andrei Petrovic, Richter, Pastrian, Timothy Perno. Rahali was fastest. He's now only 18th in front of Kuwait's Fahad Al-Khaled. Then it's Papachena, Tirlo, Tamahashi, Helgstrand, Ibsen, Krylov, Yan Chen Cho from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan. Yuzuki Tamahashi, the second of the Tamahashi brothers in this class, is 27th fastest. And Sean Butcher, the driver of kart 303, who finished third 2 years ago in Bahrain, 12th last year. He got his ticket by virtue of finishing second in the Rotax Euro Series this year. He is now the man to beat. 53.130 seconds. As is the case in all the other classes where 72 drivers have entered, that was only half of the senior Rotax field. I'm having a little look to see if I've been sent any other messages of support from our official Facebook or Instagram feeds. I'm looking down there just to see Scott Campbell, Team Canada, wishing the Canadians good luck. Katie Anderson wishing the Diamond of Dalry, Scotland's Lewis Gilbert, good luck. We're about to see Lewis on track coming up shortly. So we're always good to see so many members of the Rotax family who even aren't here this week, watching in from around the world. And I tell you what, if you are an ex-Grand Finals competitor watching from somewhere, we've already got Scott Campbell tuning in from Canada, please let us know, when did you race in the Grand Final and who for? And if you're feeling brave enough, tell us how you did. There is the provisional qualifying results for the odd-numbered senior drivers. Sean Butcher and Oliver Hodgson, a British 1-2. Kenta Kumagai, Theo Kakati, Simon Olin, row 3. Kai Rillarts, Aaron Krepsik, Matej Konik, and Samuel Ifrid in row 3. And speaking of Matej Konik, the Slovakian, I know that Simon from the Slovakia ring is watching. He's here. He's helping Matej Konik. I want to say hi to Simon's twin daughters, who I met earlier this year at the Sony World Series Finals, who are big Matej Konik fans. Hello, ladies, and hope you're watching and doing your schoolwork as you are supposed to. There's a look at the remaining runners. Salvatore Toscano, the only Maltese driver here this week, is down in 33rd position. Gregorio Bertoccio, 29th. Well, Gregorio was one of two late replacement drivers. Sadly, one of the Mexican drivers had to withdraw, and Bertoccio was the highest ranked driver in the next ranked. Oh, here we go. So, all the national championships have a sort of a ranking system, and so Bertoccio was the next highest ranked driver who wasn't automatically qualified, who could actually make it to Bahrain on short notice. How's that? Jen Wade, take it away.
Henry, I'm here with Christoph Adams. Christoph, the most grand finals, I think, of anybody. How many?
16 now.
Now 16, okay. Now 16, and of course, every year a different suit. You've got a whole wardrobe full of suits. I've seen them hanging up there in the photos. But tell us, I know you're on the way to the grid. How's it going?
It's not so bad, but not so good. But I'm happy because now they are 32 years old, and me, I'm 68. Then it's a little bit difficult for me. But I'm happy to be here and enjoy, and I will do my best.
You've got lots of friends in the paddock, haven't you?
Yes, sure.
You travel all around the world, racing Rotax. You get invitations because people just want you to go there, race against them. They know you've got more trophies, I think, from Rotax racing than anyone in the world. But it's really nice to have you here, and we just want to say congratulations, 16 years, and good luck. We're going to be watching. Welcome to Bahrain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Christoph. Good luck. Thank you. Okay, lining up there, and DD2 Masters, he's going to be on the grid in a minute. Stay watching.
Oh, the inimitable, the inevitable, the legendary Christoph Adams in what could be his final appearance at the Grand Finals. He says it will be. We will have to see. The second half of senior Rotax qualifying is underway now. And these are the even-numbered drivers, and they are all trying to beat Sean Butcher's time, a 53.130 second. And we have had a grand total of 4 drivers. 4 of 36 have taken the plunge, and leading the way is Australia's number 344 driver Bradley Hewson, Eric Haystack from South Africa, and Alexandru Boltasu from Romania are on track. There is a Welsh hat, and that's Luke Hughes, who is Lewis Gilbert's mechanic, so that fantastic green, yellow and red hat is a Welsh flag, and I will make no bones about it. I am proud to be Welsh, and we do have a Welshman in this class. His name is Matthew Higgins, and he is from Trefegloes in mid-Wales. We were just looking at the British Junior Rotax champion, Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay, there's a slight age discrepancy between the age limits in the UK to the rest of the world, and Macaulay Bishop won the junior title, but then had to take a senior ticket here. The same for the British Junior Championship runner-up, Ethan Jeff Hall, who is also in this next group that we are watching now. But at the moment, it's Eric Haystack leading the way in kart number 316. He is 15 years old, from Pretoria in South Africa. There he is. You've got that yellow, green and black South Africa race suit. We're going to be joined by Team South Africa's Kyle Lawrence a little bit later on for some of the racing, and it's one of the many international commentators that's going to be joining me during the course of the next 3.5 days and nights. But it's Haystack, 53.980, so we are still 0.8 of a second. There is British champion Macaulay Bishop. Behind him, he's got a whole host of countrymen sitting and waiting. There's Lewis Gilbert having a look over his shoulder, the third driver in line. Couldn't quite see if that was Mark Kimber possibly, or Kai Hunter in the middle of that. There's the number 312 kart on your screen. That is Cooper O'Clair from the United States. Cooper from Phoenix, Arizona. And there's the number 342 on our screens briefly. That was one of the Aussies. That was Jack Webster. And I believe Jack has our camera on the front of his kart. Less than whole. This could get interesting. Well, Eric Haystack has done a 53.7. Bradley Hewson a 53.9. Oliver Kerg has done a 54.2, his fourth fastest. Let's have a little look. We can see a Team Romania racing. There it is on cue. That's Alexandru Boltasu. He's got a very distinctive sort of pink and purple coloured crash helmet, but the Romanian team here are out in force, and Theodore Nicuara. Oh, and there's somebody in force, being forced onto the grass. And right, let's try and should we spare that driver's blushes? as he goes through the blue and white race suit, so that tells me it's either Finland or Estonia, which narrows it down to, let's have a little look, and there we go. No grip on those brand new tyres. Bop, 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 bop. Got lots of sand at my visor, sand in places I didn't know I had places. I'm going to look round. Did anybody see me embarrass myself? Sadly, we did, and that was either Paul Hamburg from Estonia or Ivari Tumoleto from Finland, possibly Mr. Kaskinen. And now, here is the problem. The drivers have left the pits. The few drivers that are on a flying lap are now having their laps ruined. Everybody is slowing down. This is what we did not want to happen. 2 minutes to go, and a lot of the pre-race favourites are putting themselves in a very, very risky position. 2 minutes to go. Now, this group, you've got to get on with it. You've got to get on with it. Go. Whoever you're around, but there's dust and sand all over the circuit. That is not going to make it very quick. Down the hill, there's Mr. Kaskinen. I think that's Paul Hamburg in the plain white crash helmet from Estonia in car number 358. 90 seconds to go, and only 5 drivers have set competitive lap time. Haystack, Hooson, Boltasu, Kurg and Mark Kimber. Kimber now goes quickest in car 328. We saw Ben Cooper earlier on. He is in Masters. He is one of 2 drivers with 3 Grand Finals victories to their name. The other one is Mark Kimber. Should either Cooper or Kimber win this week, they will move into clear second, into sole possession of second place on the all-time Grand Finals winner list, just one behind Cristiano Morgado, Mr. Grand Finals himself. Now, Haystack is going quicker. Lap times are not good. At the moment, Sean Butcher is looking strong for outright pole position. 45 seconds to go. Ethan Jeff Hoare on a quick lap. Macaulay Bishop on an absolute flyer through sector number 1. Ethan Jeff Hoare through sector number 2 is quicker. The 2 British drivers who battled for the junior title in the UK this year, but who now have to move up to seniors for this competition, are showing the rest the way. There's drivers tripping over themselves coming out of turn number 8. This is now all the group you're looking at. This is their final lap. Daniel Houseworth goes quickest at 53.51. Haystack second, Gilbert third, Bishop 53.250. Kai Hunter, the British senior champion, 53.4, second fastest. Houseworth, Haystack, Gilbert, Hurtado Gonzalez from Spain is next. Placencio Harja from Indonesia is up into 7th place. Austin Lee, Bradley Hewson, Miska Kaskinen in your top 10. Kimber goes 7th as the clock strikes 0. So, watch this time. Bishop is not on a quick lap. Kai Hunter is on a quick lap. So, if you're watching this from Karting Northeast in Warden Law, and I know that a lot of you are, Hunter has just dropped to 4th because Ethan Jeff Hall goes 3rd quickest, but Hunter's on a quick lap. He's got a 53.250, and Hunter goes to pole, 53.203. It's not quite as quick as Sean Butcher, but it is fastest in group. It's Kai Hunter, Macaulay Bishop, Austria's Daniel Houseworth, Ethan Jeff Hall, Austin Lee, Matthew Higgins and Lewis Gilbert, your top 7. And there'll be lots of officials from the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. We had over 70 drivers from 15 different nations compete in the British Kart Championship Senior Rotax class this year. It is the most competitive domestic national championship anywhere in the world, and 6 of the top 7 drivers in this session all competed in it, including Germany's Austin Lee, who raced the full season in the UK. The only driver in the top 7 who doesn't compete in the British Championship is Daniel Hausworth from Austria. That tells you everything you need to know about why Great Britain had such a fantastic Grand Finals in 2022 and why they are looking so strong here so far. Theo Eriksson from Norway, he is 10th. You can see Theo's mechanic just walking at the bottom left hand of the side of the screen. Theo is the driver who features in all the publicity. He was in kart 339 last year in the Grand Finals. They used his image for all the publicity and the posters for this event, and Theo didn't realise until he got here and suddenly realised that there is a 50-foot poster of him nearly everywhere around this Bahrain International Circuit, and he and his family were quite tickled by that. Here is your provisional lineup after the even-numbered senior sessions. Kai Hunter, Macaulay Bishop, Daniel Hausworth, Ethan Jeff Hall and Austin Lee, your top 5. Wales' Matthew Higgins is 6th, and the Diamond of Dalry, Lewis Gilbert 7th. Eric Haystack, Laurent Lego and Theo Eriksson round out the top 10. Miska Kaskinen and another of the last minute late entries, Mohamed Al Hassan is 12th. Sadly, Mohamed Abu Dabra from Libya could not get his visa, so Mohamed Al Hassan was drafted in as a replacement. Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez, Australia's Jack Webster, and 3-time Grand Final champion Mark Kimber, only 15th, ahead of Estonia's Paul Hamburg, Indonesia's Prasetyo Harja, and then is Jules Roussel from France. Francesco Grimaldi from Argentina is next. Enzo Prando follows him. Not a good session for Eduardo Barrichello, the Rotax Winter Trophy champion, Florida early this year, who finished 5th in this event a year ago. Eduardo only 31st in that session, even worse for Cooper O'Clair, sadly. The American driver who was looking strong earlier on, but Barrichello and O'Clair will have to fight from the back as Jen Wade continues her sojourn around the paddock. Take it away, Jen.
Alrighty, now here we are, sitting in top. I mean, this is the best view up here in the afternoon. See, tell us what's happening. What are you doing? We know you because you were the champion in that kart a couple of years ago.
Now I'm here with the one Finnish talent. I'm here the travel coach, and we have very tricky week. We try our best, and let's see.
We will see. Now, of course, you were the DEKM champion, for anyone not knowing that, in Germany. But, of course, you're from Finland.
Yeah.
It's a little bit colder there.
Yeah, it's very good now, but here is very good weather. And
yeah. What do you think about the circuit? You've got a young driver. What are you telling him on this incredible circuit? What kind of things are you telling him the last days?
In this track, it's very hard because here's long straight, and you must be very comfortable, and every corners is very hard. But here's only some corners where you can catch the time if you lose some corner, and you must be so cool.
So cool. Of course, good experience from you. You're on a working holiday. Say hi to everyone at home.
Hi.
We're going to let you go. The DD2's just going out, the Masters, but we're going to say good luck. Maybe we see you on the grid with your driver.
Yeah, hopefully.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Nice to see you here.
Yeah, it was nice to see you too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
the sun begins to dip even further into the Bahrainian sky as DD2 Masters head out onto the circuit. 36 drivers only in this class. These are the wily veterans of the Rotax scene. 25 of them have competed in at least one grand finals before this. Some, like Denmark's Jan Andreasen, are up to 17 appearances. Christoph Adams, I think this is his 16th appearance. This is the class we sees the debut of the Charles Leclerc chassis, part of the Birrell ART family of karts, and these are the 2-speed karts, the DD2 karts. Here we are on board with our camera cart down through the roller coaster section, up towards turn number 5, down through turn 6, 120 kilometers an hour plus, through 7, hard the brakes, down the first gear, through turn number 8, just missing the apex there, uphill now towards turn number 9. I think, who is our camera car? I think it is Mr. Kinsman from New Zealand, possibly. No, it's Matias Rodriguez from Argentina we're on board with, and Matias has been one of the 2 drivers, I have to say, have dominated practice so far. Both Matias and Ben Cooper, a 3-time grand final winner, like we were saying earlier on. Cooper making his first grand finals appearance since 2014 in Valencia, and Cooper and Rodriguez have been leading the charge, but up at the moment, at the front at the moment, it is Antti Ollikainen, the driver who has a somewhat unwanted record in grand finals history. Antti Ollikainen has more podium finishes in the grand finals than any other driver without a victory. He has been a runner-up 3 times, he has finished 3rd once, and yet here he is in his 11th event, yet to take a victory. Matthew Kinsman from New Zealand, and I spoke yesterday during the Paddock walkabout that I did with his mum, who is also his mechanic. Matthew Kinsman in kart number 521, the 32-year-old from Auckland, New Zealand, is leading the way. The Masters division is only open to drivers 31 years and older. So Kinsman, in effect, is one of the babies of the class. But Nicolas Pico, who has just graduated into Masters, goes fastest for Team France. Kinsman is second. Rubens Barrichello, 51 years young and still driving stock cars in his native Brazil and karts. The Rotax Winter Trophy winner earlier this year. That's how Rubens got his tickets. There is no special dispensation for ex-Formula 1 drivers in this event. Doesn't matter who you are or what you have done in your career, you still have to win and earn your ticket here. It's Pico, Kinsman, Barrichello, Ollikainen, Claribo, Juan Duque, Rossi, Takevicius, Cusack Pico, the half-brother of Nicolas Pico. Vivian Cusack Pico is 9th, then Rodrigo Eccles, then Captain America Derek Wang, then Matias Rodriguez from Argentina, Martin Konopka from Slovakia is 11th, Federico Rossi goes to 3rd. Now Federico is being mechanicked by Claudio Pagliarani, who finished 3rd in this event in Portimao 1 year ago, and see some chopping and changing. We have got less than a minute to go in this session. It's Kinsman, Pico, Rossi, Barrichello, and Ollikainen just sets a personal best lap. 52.915 at the moment is the time to beat from Matthew Kinsman. Ben Cooper is 35th and last. We've got one driver who hasn't gone out. I'm not quite sure who that is. I think, I know who it is. It is Sung-hoon Moon from South Korea, who had a massive accident yesterday with Derek Wang. and Wang has had to have a new frame, and Sung Hoon Moon's kart was looking decidedly second-hand, and I'm not sure his mechanic has been able to fix it. I did speak to Sung Hoon, who was okay. So the clock strikes 0. Kinsman, Dennis Thum, Nicola Pico, Federico Rossi, Rodrigo Eckholt and Rubens Barrichello are your top 6 as they cross the line. I'm looking to see if anybody is on a particularly quick lap, and the answer is no. So, New Zealand's Matthew Kinsman on course for pole position in DD2 Masters. It's going to be New Zealand from Germany, from France, from Italy, and then Rodrigo Eckholt from Chile in 5th position, ahead of Brazil, Kyrgyzstan, France, Finland, Belgium, Colombia, and the United States. Heinrich Gruber down in 35th position. Nick Izani from Malaysia, who is on his honeymoon here. He's just got married, and I can imagine the conversation with his new wife, who I've met and who is absolutely lovely. I can imagine Nick going, honey, how about Bahrain? I've heard it's very nice hotels. Oh yes, Nick, that sounds wonderful. What are we going to do there? Well, funnily enough, we might do some go-karting, and by we, I mean I. And I did say to the new Mrs. Izani, if ever there was a handbag or a pair of expensive shoes or a holiday to the Maldives that you wanted, this is the best bargaining tool you will ever have. And she agreed. And in fact, they are going to the Maldives next year. So there is the number 534 kart on your screen. That is the newlywed Nick Izani, whose honeymoon has taken a slight turn for the worse because he's only 34th fastest at the moment. More online comments coming in. Mandy Littler saying the best of luck to Louis Large. We're going to see Louis in the DD2 class coming up very shortly. There with his blue and white Team Finland race suit was Antti Ollikainen, just getting ready to go onto the weighbridge. Here are your results from the 8-minute DD2 Masters session. Matthew Kinsman, provisional pole for New Zealand, alongside Dennis Thum from Germany, Nicola Pico from France, Federico Rossi from Italy, Rodrigo Eckholt from Chile, Rubens Barrichello from Brazil, Dmitry Kofanov from Kyrgyzstan, Vivian Cusack-Pico from France, Antti Ollikainen from Finland, and Carl Cleribo from Belgium. Juan Duque from Colombia, Derek Wang from the United States, Jan Adriano from Switzerland on his debut here in the Grand Finals is 13th. Martinas Tankevicius is 14th, followed by Matias Rodriguez, who will be disappointed with 15th after doing so well in practice. We're looking for a name, and there it is, Ben Cooper, only 20th. Obviously, the brand new Mojo tyres did not like the setup that Cooper put on the kart. A bit further down, there is South Africa's Kyle Lawrence. Kyle's going to be joining me shortly for commentary duties in Minimax, as some of the other tail enders. Billy Cleveland will speak about Wild Bill Cleveland shortly. This is his final international karting event at the age of 66. He started karting back in 1971, and he finishes qualifying exactly 1 second slower than Rubens Barrichello, who has got 325 Formula One starts and 11 Grand Prix victories to his name. Not bad going, Billy. Back to Jen Wade, though, who has found somebody else in and around the paddock. I think she might be in the grandstand, you know.
I'm in the grandstand, not just finding someone else. I found Cristiano Morgado, or he found us, watching the live stream and watching it, saying, damn, I want to be out there. Hey, Chris.
Hi there.
For anyone that doesn't know the legend from Rotax Racing Grand Finals, 5 times, Ben Cooper's chasing you. We don't know if he's going to make it, but he's thrown out the challenge for next year already.
Yeah, I mean, Ben definitely has what it takes, and I've been watching the guys. There's a lot of guys looking very good out there, so I'm really looking forward to watching it.
But tell me, how do you feel right now?
Right now, I actually wish I had my suit on and my helmet, and I was ready to go on track. But it's good to watch sometimes and just appreciate it from the outside. And it does make you want to drive. So maybe when I get back, I'm going to start doing some laps and get a bit practice back.
Of course, you jumped in a bigger vehicle out of a go-kart, which has been quite successful, I guess.
Yeah, it's been okay. It's just it's fun to drive, but there's nothing like this though. No. There's just something about chasing hundredths of a second and just the atmosphere and everything. It's cars are good, but karting is just pure racing. So yeah.
So what do you think about the talent? You seen any standouts on the track, or you think there's too many?
There is a ton of talent, and it's very impressive. And I mean, just can't wait for the races now, because the racecraft then comes into it as well. But no, it's absolutely amazing to see so many amazing drivers. So just really fortunate to be here and get to experience it live.
What about this location?
Wow, unreal, right? So, as the sun sets and the lights go on, it's very unique. So very, very beautiful.
It is beautiful. I think I'll just sit here, drink my coffee, and watch the racing with you. Maybe I can get some tips.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
Well done, Chris. Nice that you're here, and thank you also for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, how wonderful it is to see officially the greatest Rotax driver of all time here with us in the paddock, Cristiano Morgado. However, his title of the greatest of all time is under threat by Ben Cooper and Mark Kimber. In the background of that shot, you saw the Romanian team, Theo Nequara and his crew. Theo Nequara will be joining me on commentary a little bit later on this week, and I have to say that I went and commentated the very first time on the Transylvanian Trophy in Romania earlier this year. Daryl Smith from Rotax came with me, and Daryl will also be joining me on commentary later today. And the Romanians, Vio and his Roadrunner racing team, welcomed us with open arms and put on a sterling event. It doesn't have a ticket to the grand finals available, but if you are thinking of doing a one-off Rotax event that is full of fun at a great circuit, then I would definitely recommend the Transylvanian Trophy. There is a look at the paddock briefly, the Formula One track. Behind us, the big dome area, which the drivers have their briefings in, and there's a buffet in there. The officials have their lunch in it. That dome actually hosted the Bahrain Open Darts Championship last year. Now, on the main race control building on the right-hand side on the first floor, that is the Rotax office. The central three windows, the central four windows, that is the press room, where we have nearly 50 members of the global media here from all around the world, photographers, journalists, camera crews run by Natalie Palmshofer, and then the little room on the left-hand side without a window, well, that's where I am. But it's okay, because I've got all the pictures from Kart Data's wonderful live stream in front of me, and we are halfway through the first group of DD2 qualifiers. This is Rotax's ultimate class. This is the fastest of all the Rotax machines. We're halfway through the session, and Jamie Smith is the only driver on track. He is South African based, but has to race under a British license, so he's in a Team South Africa race suit. He is driving for the UK technically, and as we look at the rest of the field come out, this is the interesting thing. So South Africa, maybe thanks to Cristiano Morgado's 5 Grand Final wins, are the most successful nation in Grand Finals history. They have 14 wins. Great Britain have 13 wins. If Jamie Smith were to win, he could be the driver that stops South Africa's record as the single most successful nation, even though he is South African. Because he's got a British license, he has to represent the United Kingdom, and any podium he gets will go on the United Kingdom's record in this event. Such are the little quirks of this event. 3 minutes to go. Smith is fastest at the moment. I'm not sure how long he's going to stay there for, because the rest of the field are now getting their tyres warmed up. What a beautiful sunset we have here in Bahrain. This is the first of 2 DD2 qualifying sessions. The second session will be followed by a short break in the action, and then when the floodlights come on and the evening draws in, we will start with the first round of heat races here today. Every single class will have one heat race, and I'll be joined in the commentary box by the likes of Euro Trophy commentator Alex Goldschmidt, former junior Grand Finals vice champion Zombor Kovacs, Kyle Lawrence from South Africa, Nicole Sutherland, one of the UK's fastest lady Rotax racers. Gustavo Suarez from Chile will be joining us, and of course Chile, the host of next year's International Trophy in South America. Philippe Luaka from Switzerland will be joining me, as will Australia's Daryl Smith from Rotax themselves. So a whole host of international co-commentators for you to enjoy listening to their insights. But with 90 seconds to go, it's the turn of Sweden to move to the top of the scoring charts. Rasmus Friedel from Ragnar Virus, Sebastian Boyd, Jakob Bazell and Enzo Montesinos, the top 5 at the moment. Martin van Leeuwen returning to the site of his his only Grand Final win to date here 2 years ago in this class, is 8th fastest at the moment. But in this cat we have, let's have a little look. Well, in DD2 as a whole, Zenderua is a podium finisher, 3rd back in 2019. Axel Sanyala, senior class winner in 2019. Patrick Lockmellis, 3rd in this class 2 years ago. Jakob Bazell, 3rd in this class last year. And Martin van Leeuwen, the winner of this class 2 years ago. Chock full of world-class drivers. At the moment being led by Estonia's Ragnar Virus. It's Virus, Friedel, Philip Mwatsi from Austria, who was very, very quick in several of his practice sessions. Mwatsi once again showing that was no fluke. Jakob Bazell, whose older brother Petter Bazell has not qualified this year. Jakob is now 2nd and going very quickly. Mwatsi is 4th. Sebastian Boyd from South Africa is 5th. Several drivers coming into the pits trying to save tyres. That is the name of the game. David Aulejna, Polish born, now living in Bargoed, South Wales. He is 11th at the moment. And Thomas Burstin's 12th. Christos Ikonomou, let's have a look at the replay here. Great slow-mo shot. The number 439 cart, I think that is, of Nikita Artamonov, sliding his way through. There's the 447 of Omar Alderrayan from Saudi Arabia, and Alderrayan is only, Omar Alderrayan, 11th fastest, the second of the Saudi drivers in this group. Abdulaziz Al Saud, the first member of the Saudi royal family to qualify for the Grand Finals. He's down in 35th position. There is the number 427. That's Portugal's Gonçalo Coutinho, and he does not look too happy with only being 20th fastest. Oh dear. Throw that glove in that seat, Gonçalo. But the good news is, for all the drivers who have not qualified well, is that this circuit offers a multitude of overtaking opportunities in every class. So your provisional results from the first half of DD2. Ragnar Virus, Jakob Bazel, Rasmus Fredel and Philip Watsi, the top four. Estonia, Czech Republic, Sweden and Austria. South Africa's Sebastian Boyd is fifth. Guillermo Padilla from Spain is sixth. Victor Frost Bay from Denmark seventh. Martin van Leeuwen, the Flying Dutchman, eighth. Noah Hip from France ninth. Race Liberante from Indianapolis, USA, rounds out your top 10. That lap from Omar Al-Darayan is by far and away the best performance by any Saudi driver in any class in the history of this event. Enzo Montesinos from Chile is 12th. Kilian Guerin, 13th for France. David Oleszna from South Wales via Poland and the Landau International Raceway rounds out there. Zen Derua only 24th. That is not a good start for the Slovenian driver. Also, further back there is Imke Arts, 29th. Geordie Westerlaken, who is a DJ in real life with over 2 million Spotify streams, only 31st. He's going to have to drum up something spectacular to get up the order. But Jen Wade is back in the paddock speaking to our next guest.
Right now you caught me, actually. Selma.
Yeah.
I was just looking, the inline collection here, I know this from the shop, which we can find.
You can find the online shop on the Rotax webpage. You can find it also on the Grand Finals webpage, and there you can shop easily those things and you get them delivered home.
All right, so that's like the dry fit shirt, the hoodie and all this stuff.
The dry fit shirt, the hoodie, the limited edition cap, those cotton caps, beating heart, and this one is only here in Bahrain and then it's unfortunately sold out, so you won't get it anymore. This is the last chance to get it.
I forgot to introduce you, the lady looking after all the merchandise at BIP Rotax in Austria.
Hi. Hi, nice meeting you. Hi. Nice seeing you there, or you see me, I don't see you, but yeah, it's fine.
We can see everybody. Okay, they believe we can see them. So hi everyone. I know they're watching. I'm getting messages in my pocket all the time. The Bahrain almost sold out some of the articles.
Yes, actually yes. So these are the last pieces of the kids edition. Some bucket hat we have here. They're actually very nice. I can show you them.
Oh, thank you. Here we go.
They're very nice. We have also a few of them, and this is the last piece of the adult shirt in cotton. So someone has to be quicker to pick it up quick for you.
So if you got any friends, I mean, you had packages, but now?
No, unfortunately not. They're also right now sold out, so no packages, but we have some license plates over there we can show you.
Okay.
So as you can see, we have some license plates over there. We have also these patches that you can get on your race suits, which are actually very nice. This is also something you get here, yes.
I remember we had the license plates last time. Yes. They were in the driver pack?
Yes, this time they don't get it in the driver pack, they can actually get it here over the shop.
Because so many people were asking for it last time who weren't a driver.
Yes, this time the drivers received the hats, also the caps, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so lots of things here, some Formula One stuff.
Yes, actually yes. This is from the DEC, official Formula One stuff, and we have here every brand, so from Red Bull to McLaren to everything.
Okay, so they can do Christmas shopping?
Actually, yes. They can come over here. In the back, we have even more stuff, so please feel free to come here and to check what we have here.
Alrighty.
Also nice caps, also some magnets, cups, whatever they want to have.
There's so much here. So you could do all your Christmas shopping just in the shop?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So anyone who wants to order something from Rotax line here, on the official one, which is the stuff we buy all the time, on the website, either website, Rotax-Racing or Grand Finals.
Yes.
Rotax-racing.com. Otherwise, you've got to get your friends to pick this up because this is all limited edition, isn't it, with the logo?
Yes, it's actually limited edition, so the only chance to get this is here in Bahrain.
Okay, be fast. Henry, Christmas shopping, got to get down here. Thank you, Selma.
Thank you. Bye. See you.
Well, thank you very much, Sylvia and Jen Wade, once again. Of course, a lot of that merchandise only available here at the Grand Final, so if you like the look of the Rotax merchandise and you've got family and friends competing here, please drop them a line, get them to bring you something back for Christmas. But seeing Jen Wade in that bucket hat reminds me I must go mushroom picking when I head back to South Wales. Bucket hat game, not strong there for Jen Wade, but the bucket hat is proving very, very popular here in Bahrain because the sun is hot. The sun continues to set today, but it'll be back out again tomorrow, and I've got a feeling those Rotax bucket hats will be sold out before very much longer. Here are the final 36 drivers that have yet to take to the track in official qualifying. The second half of the DD2 field, and once this 8-minute session is completed, we will have the starting lineups for all of the heat races, which we will bring you this evening and tomorrow. Once again, the DD2 class supported by Birrell ART, and it's the Kiwis running at the front once again. William Exton and Joshua Bethune having a go, with Singapore's Luke Armstrong also up near the front. But there are plenty of other very, very qualified contenders waiting to pounce. This session is less than halfway through, although we should see quite a few of these drivers only going out set maybe 2 or 3 laps and then bringing their carts back into the pit lane to save tyres, because they only get one set of brand new Mojo kart tyres for qualifying, the heat races, the pre-final, and for the lucky 36 qualify final itself. So conservation is key, and you can see why they're so concerned about tyre wears, because all the marbles off the side of the circuit, that is Mojo rubber that has been siphoned off these tyres as the best Rotax racers in the world test their rubber to its limits. The heat makes it even stickier. You can see offline the racing groove as Harrison Hoey from Australia takes top spots provisionally with a time of 52.372. Here is a look at the number 428 kart of Tom Braken heading through turn number 10. Back end of the number 458 kart of Oliver Bedard stepping out. There goes Axel Sanyala, and there's Harry the Lion. Harry the Lion Hannum, the brand new crash helmet for this event with Lion on it. Harry the Lion, one of the youngest drivers in this field. He got his ticket in the Junior Rotax Championship in the United Arab Emirates. We'll be seeing Harry, well, I'll be seeing Harry after this event at the Dubai Rotax O-Plate on the third weekend in January at the Dubai Kartdrome. And Harry, of course, will be there. 5 minutes in, and it's Leonardo Baccaglini from Italy now heading the charge. Time of 52.346 seconds. Harrison Hoey second. Rasmus Vendelbo from Denmark is third fastest. Axel Sanyala from Finland is fourth. Michael Rosina from Italy fifth. Then Ben De Sabo sixth for Hungary. Gianluca Savaglio seventh for Canada. Antoine Brogio eighth. Then William Exton, Daniel Mowlem rounding out the top 10, competing as a neutral athlete this week, and Mowlem goes third fastest. Then it's Kane Cherian, Martin Janovskis, 90 seconds to go. Plotnikov is 11th, Anthony Millet is now 13th. The international trophy winner, Antoine Barbaroux, is 15th, and the only lady in this group Imke Arts, the Dutch driver, was the first group, but Daniela Ora from Peru, who has got our onboard camera with her. Daniela is just checking where she is down. She is 16th fastest at the moment, but is on a personal best lap. And Daniela was in the top 10 in her practice group for most of the last 2.5 days. 1 minute remaining. Bakaglini, Hoey, Maulam, Sanyala, Barbaru, Vendelbo, Rosina, Sabo, Savaglio and Janowskis, your top 10. And Harry the Lion Hanna moves into 12th. Antoine Brogio up to 14th. Lucas Pernod, the older of the two Pernod brothers competing here this year. Lucas is now 15th. Daniela Ora is 16th, 30 seconds to go. And I cannot see anybody else improving at the moment. In fact, as I look down, Ruben Kverkilt from Norway, who once again, as they do every year, provide me with the Viking hat that seems to be quite a fan favourite amongst the Rotax paddock here. Maybe they just like me looking like a fool, but no, the Viking hat is part of the grand final tradition now, and I'm very grateful to the Norwegians for providing me with a new one every year. Ecuador have also been strong in their hat game this year with me, and I've got a nice Ecuadorian hat as well. Tigan Zakano gave me a pair of glasses that make me look like one of Despicable Me's minions. But enough of that. Leonardo Baccaglini still is fastest, and he is pitted. So the Italian driver in kart 420, the 16-year-old from Buara Pisani, who is the Italian DD2 champion, leads the way in the second group of DD2 qualifiers, ahead of Harrison Hoey, Daniel Maulam, Axel Sanyala and Antoine Barbaru. So it's Italy, Australia, Finland and France ahead of the remaining runners, and just waiting for a few more good luck messages to come through on Facebook and via the official Rotax Karting Instagram feed, as the last few Birol ART DD2 karts come in to conclude qualifying here at the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals. And it is by 200ths of a second Leonardo Baccaglini who is fastest, and the spectators in the grandstand now take a brief breather. We will tell you the running order at the end of this session. The local time is now just coming up to 4:45 in the evening here. I can tell you that the first of our heat races, the E20 Senior and E20 Masters race, will start at 4 minutes past 5. So there is a chance for everybody here, including the Latvian fan club, who are very much present in the grandstands, to go to one of the many food trucks that we have here in the paddock to refresh themselves and settle down for the first series of heat races, which will happen under the floodlights, which are now on here in Bahrain. So it's Leonardo Baccaglini, Harrison Hoey, Daniel Maulam, Axel Sanyala and Antoine Barbaru, your top 5. Rasmus Vendelbo, Michael Rosina, Bent Sabo, Gianluca Savaglio and Martin Janowskis rounding out your top 10. Then it's the UAE to the 4, the Al Ain Raceway entered. Kane Cherian and Harry Hannam 11th and 12th. Kyrgyzstan's Alexander Plotnikov is 13th fastest, followed by Antoine Brogio, Lucas Pernod, Anthony Mie, William Exton, and then the fast Peruvian lady Daniela Ora in 18th position. The rest of the running order will flash up on your screens now. So there's Bednek Vida, Matt Taskinen, 20th, Yannick Jacobs, Tom Braken, Olivier Bedard, Thomas Masado, Patrick Lockmellis, podium finisher, but only 25th here, and the rest of the field. So that concludes qualifying, ladies and gentlemen, but I have a feeling that we haven't heard the last of Jen Wade in this part of the program just yet. You can see one of the 50-strong photography team here coming into, heading back towards the media centre. That's the Formula One circuit in the background, where of course we had the incredible welcome party here a few nights ago. But that was one welcome. Let me welcome back into the broadcast Jen Wade.
Well, here we are. This is where all the work is done. Seriously now, this is where the world... Ah, Alex Goldschmidt, there he is. Hi, Alex.
Hey, Jen.
Hi, I snuck into the press room to say this is actually where all the work's done.
Yeah, I mean, my role here for Rotax is to collect the daily reports, so which is not easy when you've got multiple sessions. You've got 384 drivers from 62 different nations to look over. But yeah, I mean, it's an enjoyable task for me. But of course, we've got media from across the world here, reporters, photographers, social media, so there is a lot going on. And this is part and parcel, because not only do we inform through the live stream, but we also inform online through our social media channels and through the daily reports. So it's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes here at the media team.
There is. There's Natalie. She's running the ship here. If you take a look over there, Miss Natalie, there she is, so running the communications here, grand finals and everything else you're reading on the website and so on. And Mickey over there in the corner, his fearless friend, Basty's out flying a drone, of course, somewhere on the other side of the track. Social media, oh, here we go, Maguma-san. And I'm going to, oh, there's Cody all the way, oh yes.
Oh no.
No, oh no. These are the people that actually don't like to be in front of the camera. These are the people that don't like to be in front of the camera because they're behind the camera, but very, very talented professional photographers. Renaud over there from France, KSP. Our official photographer, Lucas, is out eating donuts, I think, on the balcony. Yes, he is out there. We can see him. If I open the door, there's Lucas out, official photographer, having a quick break before the heats start. And if we go down here, we find Henry. You can see where Henry works. There's Lucas. This is Henry at work. There's Lucas. Here he comes, coming back for more donuts. No, there he goes. Yes, here we go. Henry at work, of course, with the traditional sunglasses. Henry, how are you?
Well, very well, thank you.
Just thought we might finish off before the break.
But the illusion has been shattered. It's not a big poster, it's a green screen.
Here we are. Henry, what a day so far.
So far, so good. It's been really, really competitive. We only had one qualifying session, I thought, that where the drivers messed about a little bit. By and large, very clean. I think that drivers now realise that on brand new Mojo tyres, the exit of pit lane can be somewhat slippery.
Yeah.
But fantastic racing.
A little bit of dust in the air.
The dust in the
now
air.
it starts to cool down. The moisture as well. And we're going to race under lights.
But the night time is the driver's real chance to shine. We've got some pre-race favourites, I would say, starting at the front. We've got a lot of drivers that we thought, looking at the practice times, they're looking really strong. I mean, Ben Cooper, outside the top 20. Matheus Rodrigues also down. Mark Kimber, only 15th. But then I'm really impressed so far. I mean, and it's a long way to go, Jen, as you know. You can never win a grand finals on day one. But do you know who's really impressed me as a country? Thailand. Thailand have done really, really well. And I think it's because the distributors in Asia have got together. They've created the Asia Trophy. We've got the Asia Festival now in January. That gives drivers from the Asian region a chance to compete at a big event at a high level, and you know the drivers. The more chances you get as a driver to race at the highest level against big fields during the course of the year, the better prepared you are when you get to the grand finals.
That's exactly right. And of course, they're running international races as well in different countries, plus their own Max Challenge is really building up.
Yep.
And of course, we're not only talking about Thailand, but all around the Asian area there, Indonesia as well. So it's nice to see that they're up there. And of course, I know that when you talk about Mark Kimber and these drivers, they're looking to go to Malaysia as well, for the festival in January.
Last year, at the end of, after Portimao, the Asia Festival in Langkawi, there we are, we're back to,
nice.
The illusion is back, ladies and gentlemen. Look, there's Theo Eriksson, everybody.
There he is.
But
catch up with him, actually.
The very first tickets for this event were available in the Asia Festival last year, which took place in December. And Casper Shermans and Scott Marsh, who were first and third in junior Rotax, they went out to Langkawi, and Casper won that event and got his ticket early. So if you want an early ticket to 2024, we don't know where that is, do we?
We do.
We'll find out this week. Then I would say, you've got Dubai in January, the O Plate. Then you've got the Asia Festival. You've got the Rotax Winter Trophy in Orlando, Florida. So many opportunities to get ready for next year as well. So if you haven't qualified for this year, you want to experience the grand finals next year in 2024, the tickets start going available in January. Asia, Sepang, the Malaysian,
and also in the US.
Yep, Malaysia and Orlando. If you want two places to go at the end of January, Malaysia and Orlando. Rotax Winter Trophy in Orlando, the Asia Festival in Malaysia. That's great, but...
I know, we've got to have a break.
Do you know what time it is?
We do know what time it is.
It's time to go racing in the grand finals for the first time, and I can't wait.
We can't wait. We're back together, and we need a short break.
We do, because we're getting old now. Well, I'm getting old. Jen's as young as ever.
See you soon. Thank you.
We've had a really exciting time throughout this project, and we've moved forward now to a complete in-house project, E20 electric powertrain, and it's really been an exciting journey, because with anything new there's a lot of learning along the way, and this has given us a lot of strength for the future. We've also now introduced the junior category because the younger drivers would also like to experience this.
It's very powerful. Like coming out of the corners, you can definitely feel its power, but it's silent, so you can actually hear the tires squealing.
I had a wind sound because there's no engine sound.
To see the kart on track now, the way it performs and how easy it is for the customer to handle, this is really fantastic.
I must say it's really nice, and also with this boost button you have to be some clever also.
Boost button, boom, and poof.
After all the sessions we get to see the telemetry compared to the fastest guy all the time.
You can analyze the data and see where you're at and compare yourself. It helps a lot though.
The Rotax guys are so friendly. They have so many knowledges about E20.
It helps everybody, not only me who needs a 10, it helps also the other guys.
We will have electric powertrains for every age group, and this was what it was all about at the start, is to try and bring new people to the sport, and it's there trying to grow the sport as a whole, and I think this is the key message.
Finnish people are a special kind of tough. Now we even have our own word for it. Sisu. At Lynx, the concept of Sisu has inspired the design of our toughest snowmobiles ever. Take this year's Rede, for example. Its turbo engine gives you 180 horsepower. Talk to me. Or check out the new Rave RE. Its Radiant 2 platform makes Tero here very happy. Yeah. And then there's the X-Terrain. Its new platform means it takes no prisoners. And neither does she. And that's how you say, just the tip of the iceberg. So, check out the new Lynx snowmobile lineup. Now tougher than ever before. Finnish people are a special kind of tough. Now we even have our own word for it. Sisu. At Lynx, the concept of Sisu has inspired the design of our toughest snowmobiles ever. Take this year's Rede, for example. Its turbo engine gives you 180 horsepower. Talk to me. Or check out the new Rave RE. Its Radiant 2 platform makes Tero here very happy. Yeah. And then there's the X-Terrain. Its new platform means it takes no prisoners. And neither does she. And that's how you say, just the tip of the iceberg. So, check out the new Lynx snowmobile lineup. Now tougher than ever before.
What's up? We outside. having fun doing what I want, cause you know the sun beating down kinda like a drum. Look how I do it. Look how I do it.
Another beautiful day out there, folks, so get out there, but don't forget your sunscreen, UV index.
I just wanna have a good time. It's all on me. Pleasure's mine. The weatherman said it's the right time, so we gon' get it jumping till the night time. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We outside. Yeah, I might just take a dive with it, feel alive with it, ride with it, cause I'm fly with it. Loud with the trouble, loud with the bass. No clouds in the way, smile on my face. Look how I do it. Look at me, look at me, look at me splash. Look at me, look at me, look at me splash. Look at me, look at me, look at me splash. Look at me, look at me splash.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, nighttime has fallen here in Bahrain. The first race is about to get underway, and joining me in the commentary box, as he has done for the last several years here at the Grand Finals, resident Rotax Euro Trophy BNL Championship commentator Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, welcome back to Bahrain. It's nice to be back sharing the commentary box with you.
Yes, indeed. You've pretty much stolen what my stat of the day was going to be, because it's nice to be back to Bahrain for the second time in 3 years. So, good evening, everybody. Yeah, I mean, it's great to be back with the entire Rotax Racing family, and a very different situation to what we had 2 years ago. But of course, E20, we've got a new class. We've got Masters this year instead of Seniors. We've also got the E10 E-Kart Cup this weekend, which is going to be a new addition to the Rotax Racing family.
Yes, indeed.
And great to see it's unveiled in Portimao last year. But you know what? I'm really, really excited. We've got a total of 24 drivers from multiple different nationalities. And of course, we've got the iconic boost function on these e-karts.
Of course, that is something that we're going to get into a lot here. Around Bahrain, the circuit here, 1,400 meters. It is a very, very useful tool to have. Lots of overtaking opportunities. We've got a British driver on pole position. A quick look back at, say, what's the history? Because you joined me for the very first E20 Senior Grand Final, Alex, here 2 years ago. And where are we now?
Well, Oscar Palmel from France, have to give him a bit of a shout out. He was on our inaugural E20 champion when we only had one class. Of course, the E20 has run with the DECM for previous years, but then it jumped on to what was called the Project E20 Tour, then became part of the Euro Trophy for the last couple of seasons. And Spencer, you mentioned, is one driver that actually managed to qualify through the final round of the Euro Trophy as being the weekend winner at Paul Fletcher International back in September.
Yeah, and of course, being the commentator for the Euro Trophy, which, you know, you've seen a lot of the E20 racing this year at various places. Looking at the starting grid, you know, Mats Overhoff in third position, Lewis Smith from Bahrain starting in fourth place. You can see the karts on the rolling lap now. I was going to say you can't hear them, but you can see them. Here is your starting lineup for what will be an 8-lap race, Alex?
8-lap race indeed. That will be for both qualifying heats, one today, one tomorrow, Henry.
And it's going to be a standing start. So your starting lineup is as follows. Spencer Brom and Knud Nielsen will start from row number 1. Mats Johan Overhoff and Lewis Smith will go from row number 2. Christopher Holst and Philippe Luaka go from row 3. Marius Rose and Piotr Borocik from row 4. Yuchin Liu and Dominic Dyack on row 5. Sebastian Bach and City Kong City on row 6. Then Frederic Lemieux and Cameron Crockett with Alejandro Brambillo Pereira rounding out the regular grid. The Masters drivers are row back at the back.
So we've got João Goncalves from Brazil. Alongside him will be Cyprus's Igor Mulkin, Andreas Matis and Manuel Martins from Portugal. As the lights are out, we're underway, Henry.
Into turn number 1. It's a good start from Spencer Brown, who gets the line through turn number 1. The rest of the field following through cleanly as they go up and over the crest at turn number 3. It looks like a battle of a second between Knut Nielsen and I think that might have been Lewis Smith, although the white and black race suit of Team Germany, Mats Overhoff, the Dunkin' Donuts king of Bahrain, is also right up there, hard on the brakes for turn number 8.
Yeah, it is getting a bit close for comfort through turn number 8. You've got to really be on the anchors, but then you can deploy the boost function where you have a 5-second maximum deployment and then it recharges 30 seconds later. If you use 2 seconds of it, that's your deployment done and dusted. Oh, bit of a tussle there, Henry, as we are nearly 3 abreast going down into the final part of the circuit at turn number 12.
Yeah, and I've got to say that 5-second boost is going to be much needed by the chasing pack because it's been a great battle side by side for second place between Knut Nielsen and Mats Overhoff. Overhoff did have second. Nielsen has got it back, but that has allowed Spencer Brom to make his escape at the end of lap number 1, 1.1 seconds up the road. Look at that view. Fantastic shots through that roller coaster of a ride, turns 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, the battle between Overhoff and Nielsen is bringing in Christopher Holst from Switzerland. Also, Philip Luaka, who alongside Dad Gilberto are both competing. They competed back at the final round of the Euro Trophy at PFI. As again, that is a bit of a stern move. That's Overhoff up into second. I think Holst might have just taken third.
Yep, the driver that finished third in the E20 junior class last year, Christopher Holst from Switzerland, making his presence felt here. It really is a battle for second place. Mats Overhoff, I have to say, Alex, 2 years ago, Mats finished 10th in this class and he was a little bit of a sideshow, not really contending for the win, but this year he is right up on the pace. Just shows how much more experience a lot of these drivers have got with these karts. Several drivers now choosing to forego combustion engine racing altogether and focusing solely on e-kart racing, with 3 wide coming out of turn number 6.
Yeah, Overhoff went wide, Nielsen went through, Holst went up the inside. I mean, interesting thing about Mats Johan Overhoff is he's been dovetailing E20 with DD2 because of course the E20 has a front and rear braking system, so that has allowed him to really get things dialed in, but he's trying to be a bit feisty. He was fastest in the final non-qualifying practice session this morning. Nielsen was quickest over the opening 3 on Monday, as again we're getting down into the latter part of the lap here at Bahrain, and there's nothing to take between these drivers at all, but Brougham he's checking out. He's about 1.5 seconds up the road, is up the inside through T1. That's Overhoff through back for second.
Yep, Overhoff made the move and trying to follow him through was Philip Luaka, now moving into 4th position. So Knut Nielsen has fallen all the way back to 7th place, getting muscled wide here. A little bit further back in the pack, running 12th overall and leading the Masters division, which of course is a separate competition as we got more action going into turn number 11, is Brazil's João Gonçalves. Andreas Matis is second for Germany, and Igor Mulkin, representing Cyprus, is third in Masters. Half distance, and Brom leads by 2 seconds from this great battle between Overhoff, Holst, Luaka, and Borocik is also making his presence felt.
Yeah, I think Matis was having a few struggles over the course of the opening 2 days of non-qualifying practice. I spoke to a good friend of his, Heineborn, and look at how they are juxtaposing for position. There's a swarm going through into turn 1. It's too close to call, and it's from 4th backwards as Overhoff and Philip Luaka have now gotten up into 2nd and 3rd respectively. They pulled a gap.
Well, Philip Luaka is going to be joining me on commentary later on. It'll be a good tale to tell about how this first race went. We come through turn 7, hard on the brakes downhill towards turn number 8. Let the car wash out a little bit wide of the exit, not too wide, careful of track limits. And I've got to say, the driver in the orange and blue race suit, that is your Masters leader, and that is Gonçalves, who is making inroads in towards the top 10.
Well, he's got to watch out because Matis closed that gap by nearly half over the last lap. So Andreas Matis, of course, a former racer, former qualifier for the Grand Finals for Team Germany, and has lost a lot of weight since he decided to go into an E20 Masters back at Genk in April.
I can tell you that being overweight and having driven one of these, the lighter you are, the better, in my opinion. These are fearsome machines to drive. But the race leader, Spencer Braum, 55.749, that's only 3 seconds a lap slower than a DD2, which just shows how much progress that Steve Chapman and the rest of the e-karting team here at Rotax have made. Side-by-side action into turn number 8, a little bit further back in the pack. That could have been one of the Canadian drivers, Yu Qing Q and Dominic Diak from Hungary battling. Frederic Lemieux runs 12th, and still João Gonçalves runs 13th.
Yeah, Dominic Diak being currently mechanicked by long-time senior Rotax exponent Zsombor Kovács.
Who's going to be joining me in the commentary box as
well
later on.
But the good thing is now that Overhoff has started to pull away from Luaka, and you've got the likes of Holst really starting to close in on, so the two Swiss drivers over the course of non-qualifying practice have really been trading times, trading positions. They've been very much consistently in the top 5. Philip Luaka was asking me to push his E20 kart, and you can probably have an idea of what I said to him. In the politically correct term, I said, no, I've got other work to do.
Not on your Nelly, me old chestnut, I think is what you meant to say. There's a move down into turn number turn number 8, and this is the battle now for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th position. Lewis Smith from Bahrain is also in this group, very tall driver, the predominantly black race suit for Lewis Smith. I think he's lost a place on this lap. Sebastian Bach and Marius Rose also in this scrap as well.
Yeah, and still in terms of Masters, Gonçalves from Brazil leading the way, rounding out the top 14 positions. Andreas Matis, as we go on to the last lap, Matis is still about 0.4 of a second. He's got to use that boost button very carefully and strategically to close that gap in. But I think Gonçalves is a surefire shot for the win in Masters. But Spencer Braum, that gap is still around 2 seconds. So the Brit normally runs as a dad and lad operation on a CRG chassis, decided to give E20 a go, and he absolutely loves it. And ascend for more good measure there. Couple of karts running wide.
And that was Piotr Borowicz from Poland was making a move earlier on in this lap. I think he may have lost the position again. There's Lewis Smith in that black and red race suit for the Bahrain national team, coming out of turn number 11, down towards turn number 12. Hard on the brakes on the inside, Smith defending, and it's going to be an opening win on his debut as the checkered flag comes out for Spencer Braum. We look back, Alex, what are we looking at here? There is the move to the inside.
That's for 4th position. So that was, look, there was a little bit of contact. Right rear to left front. The two drivers then go wide. So the two on the inside had the real good opportunity of getting through on them. But yeah, Spencer Braum, as you say, picking up the opening win in qualifying heat number 1 for E20 seniors. And João Gonçalves takes the win in Masters for Brazil.
Yes, and there's Spencer looking over his shoulder. That is job done for Spencer Braum so far. The driver who hails from Daventry near the kart circuit of Wilton Mill, a place that we both know very well. And it's Braum by 1.9 seconds from Mats Overhoff, and that would be Mats' best ever result in a Grand Finals heat race as well. Christopher Holst maintaining his good form from last year in 3rd position. Lewis Smith 4th for Bahrain. And there is a prize, a Winfield prize. The Winfield Racing School are here, as there is a replay of the checkered flag coming out as the drivers now cruising back into the pit lane. But it was Braum, Overhoff, Holst, Smith and Philippe Luaka, the top 5 in the main class. And in the Masters class, Gonçalves, Matis, Mukin, Gilberto Luaka and Manuel Martins, the top 5 in the Masters division. But a very good and energetic start, Alex.
There was a lot of clean racing that one, Henry, and you know, through the first stages of the qualifying heats that we've got underneath the Bahrainian nighttime skies here at this fantastic circuit. And a big thank you to Hassan and his team. I mean, you can see that they're all pulling in. They're going to be weighed. They're going to have all the post-race scrutineering checks. So weighed on the weigh bridge, making sure that everything is all okay. And then, of course, our team of stewards will be looking through the racing action. Very, very clean, very, very impressed. And with a 24-strong grid, all making it to the checkered, that is a very, very good sign for E20 Senior and Masters for the rest of the week, I think.
Yes, it is. Alex, you're going to be joining me not only for the E20 Seniors and Masters race, but then on Saturday as well for the first ever E10 E-Kart Cup, the junior drivers. The top 12, the first 12 Minimax drivers who don't qualify for the final will go into the E10 E-Kart Cup. But on your screens there is the full rundown of the race order. Brown, Overhoff, Holst, Smith, Luakia top 5, Bach, Rocic, then Rose, Nielsen, Q, Dyack, Lemieux, Considi, Gonsalves, your Masters winner in 14th position, just a tick. Look at that, Alex. 600ths of a second between Gonsalves and Mattis, and we saw on the screen them a hearty handshake and a fist bump between them both as they came in, which is great to see. Sportsmanship, of course, is the core of this event.
Yep, Igor Mukin rounding out the top 3 in Masters. Cameron Crockett in 17th, ahead of Gilberto Loaca, Manuel Martins from Portugal, who complete the top 5 and also the top 19. Alejandro Barambio Pereira, Hector Ramirez, who has been in action both at PFI and at Karting Gang this year in the Euro Trophy. Joao Diaz, Yi Sen Xiu from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. Shout out Roger Young there.
Of course,
and,
yes.
Jose Luis Hurtado rounding out the 24-strong grid. But now you see the way that these karts are put on the trolley jacks. It's a cantilever stuff, but we'll lead it over to Jen Wade down there, probably to speak to Spencer, our race winner.
I believe so. Thank you very much, Alex. We'll see you again later. Jen, take it away.
At the end of the first lap, and I just saw there was a nice gap, head down and just got the job done.
Now, of course, tell us why you're here. How did you get here?
Well,
I don't mean on a plane, but...
Yeah, in September, start of September, I went to the Euro Trophy at PFI, and I did really well there. I won the final, and it gave me a ticket to come here. So now I'm racing here, probably the world's best event.
Can you believe it? Here with Team UK, last year's winners of the Nations Cup, you're driving electric, or because you won that race on a track that you, of course, know very well.
Yeah, I mean, it's something you always dream of. You see it happen year after year, and you always want a ticket, but it's so difficult to get one, and then to finally get one, it's just I'm proud to represent my country, and yeah, it's a good feeling.
You can be proud. What's it like driving the E20?
They're really good. I mean, they're heavy, but they're really good when they've got power. They're off the bottom. There's no bog. It just goes. It's really enjoyable to drive. Yeah.
And what a circuit to be driving.
Oh yeah, probably the best circuit I've been to. Long journey to get it, but it's well worth it.
It's worth it. Nice weather and nice racing. So we see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was great to hear from Jen Wade and Spencer Braum. We now have the driver's briefing going on for Micromax, and I am joined for the first time ever in the Grand Finals by a co-commentator from Chile, Gustavo Suarez. Welcome to the commentary box. Now, you're going to do an amazing thing. You're going to speak in Espanol and English. First of all, in English, welcome to the commentary box. You're an ex-driver, still driving, doing a lot of coaching here. What are your impressions of this event?
Well, thank you for the invitation. I don't know. I liked so much this track because it's very nice. The place it's between the F1 track,
yes.
and the event it's it's very good for me.
Now,
Me, like mechanic and
yes,
like driver.
You're mechanicking, you're driver coaching, but we have a massive Spanish-speaking audience watching. So, into that camera, in Spanish, tell the people why this event is so good and why Chile is doing so well. Take it away, Gustavo.
Buenas tardes, gente que habla español aquí en el evento de Rotax. Mi nombre es Gustavo. Estoy muy feliz de estar acá. Como bien todos sabemos, ahí la mitad del evento habla español y qué bueno que por fin están haciendo esta oportunidad de poder comentar en español y que el resto de la gente no tenga que andar traduciendo ni haciendo esas cosas. Así que para nosotros los chilenos es muy importante estar acá porque estamos un año entero preparándonos y nada, es el evento final donde todos los pilotos ganadores de cada campeonato pueden demostrar lo que han aprendido durante el año y todo lo que hemos hecho en todos los Grand Finals.
Now, next year, we'll talk about the South America Trophy next year, which is going to be coming to your home country in Chile. But first of all, Micromax, the youngest drivers here. This will be a 6-lap race. 36 drivers led by Team UK's Edward Haynes. Now, fans of Chile, you do have a driver to cheer for here, Ana Orellana Ramos, the first ever young lady from Chile. It must be a very proud moment for Anais about to start her first race for Chile.
Of course, Anais is a very young driver and she's very good on Chile. She won the championship and now, well, it's his first time, so it's difficult the first time.
Of course. Here we go then, out onto the rolling lap. It is Edward Haynes and Oliver Spencer due to start from the front row of the grid for Team UK. Jensen Chalk from the UK and Balázs Kostrewa from Poland in fourth. Then it's Patrick Yokius and Poshkong Chol in from Thailand on the third row of the grid. Followed by Julian Rivera from Ecuador, another very fast South American driver. Across the bottom of your screen, there is row 4, Rivera and Kees Moyes from the Netherlands. Row number 5, Emerson McAndrew Uren and Lucas Palacio, the British and American champion. Michinaga Fujiwara and Andreas Kellerup go from row number 6. On row 7, Jacobus Vasquez and Pierre Abudiwan with Romero Correa, the son of a senior driver Gustavo Correa, starting alongside Dominic Rosa. Edwin Moore and Colombia's Sebastian Piamonte on row 9. Vitor Koza, Rafael da Silva, Daniel Nikulshkin, Jeff Verbrick, Ito Ida. Shouting Chang is 24th. Then New Zealand's Ivor Spence, Iari Harmanen, Valentino Massanero and Philippe Rabas. As we look through the rest of the starting lineup, there is Ana Ramos Orellana. What is going through your mind now as a driver? Nervous?
Yes, nervous. I think it's his first time on a big race, so she's nervous.
She's nervous indeed.
Pero vamos Chile, vamos Chile.
Okay, yes, we go. We can have passion in the commentary box. This is Rotax 125 Micromax, supported by Praga, and the first heat race is about to get underway. You've got to get through the inside line. They come into the tram lines. 6 laps. Lights are not out. False start. So, in Spanish, Gustavo, what does a driver now need to do? False start. So you have to change your thinking, yes?
Sí, deben calmarse un poco para poder la siguiente relargar bien.
And obviously now it's quickly to sort of get yourself back into that zone. The drivers at the front, you can understand they're all a little bit nervous. They're all young drivers. You do a lot of driver coaching. What is your number one piece of advice to a driver about being good at a start? Be cool, be calm, or be aggressive?
It depends on the position that you start. For me, if you start on P3, P5, P1, be calm all the race because it's only a hit, so you have to be calm. But if you are on 22, you have to be more aggressive because you need to move
forward.
Yeah,
you need to move forward. The good thing is that all 36 of these drivers will qualify for the final. So that is something that you can, you're going to be racing in the main event.
Yes, you
will get to the end of the event.
Yeah.
Right. So down the hill, this fantastic circuit it's absolutely wonderful.
Amazing.
The drivers that you're coaching, are they all saying that they like this circuit?
All the drivers. Yeah, it's like.
Yes, it is fast, it's flowing, it's up, it's down. Here we go then. Number 4, Edward Haynes. Number 9, Oliver Spencer. Haynes, 10 years old from Hexham. Spencer in kart number 9, 10 years old from Ongar. Haynes finished 3rd in this year's British Championship. Spencer 4th in this year's British Championship. Jensen Chalk, just behind them on the inside of row number 2, he took the ticket of the Golden Trophy. Into the tram lines once again. This time the lights are out. We're off and racing. The 2 British drivers dive to the inside, and around the outside it looks like it is Oliver Spencer who grabs the lead. 1 or 2 drivers going wide at the back. Over turn number 3, it is Spencer, Haynes. It looks like Chalk is there in 3rd position, with the Polish race suit of Kostrewa in 4th position. Several drivers at the back going through, but a good clean start, Gustavo.
Perfect. Good start for the drivers, for the micro drivers. Sorry.
The micro drivers side by side for the race lead now, and there's Jensen Chalk looking to the inside, Haynes on the outside, and now in 4th position the white and red race suit of Balázs Kostrewa. Looking there, and somebody runs off over the curbs going through. I think that might have been possibly Posh Kongchol from Thailand, but at the end of lap number 1 they are going to come through turn number 14 now to start lap number 2. It is Haynes in 3rd, it's Spencer, Chalk, Haynes, Korestra, Kees Moyes is 5th, then Jokius, and down at the back, let's have a little look. Where's your driver? Anais Orellana Ramos.
Anais Orellana está 23.
Up 6 positions, a good start.
6 posiciones avanzó. Yeah.
Now, she has to get her head down and just work with the drivers in front of her.
Yeah, of course. She has to be more calm and aggressive when she needs to be.
When she needs to be, but it's a good start. I think it's important that all these drivers, they have a good first race, because then the pressure does not get to them, and also for their confidence, it does an awful lot of good for their confidence, does it not?
Yes. You need the confidence, but not so much, because if you accept that,
yes, if you're confident, if you're overconfident, you can make a mistake. But up at the front, Oliver Spencer, driver number 9, that white and black crash helmet, trying to pull away, but the slipstream effect, the draft in these Micromax karts is so great as they come through, and you can see the second group now lining up. That is smart. You don't want to battle side by side, you want to be in a straight line to push, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. The slipstream here on Bahrain, it's amazing.
It's a very, very big, long, wide track. So
it's very important in the qualifying.
Yes, qualifying, very important. You can see now Jeff Fabric, Valentino Masaniero have dropped to the back of the field. Shou Ting Chang also, but everyone's still running. The order on lap 3 out of 6, as now Haynes catches and passes Spencer up the hill towards turn number 10. Edward Haynes takes the race lead. Spencer back to second. Somebody else over the grass. I think that no, it wasn't Jensen Chalk. It might have been Kees Moyes, the Dutch driver. Lots of overtaking, but it's Haynes, Spencer, Chalk, 1, 2, 3, as we cross the line to enter the second half of the race. These races in Micro, very quick indeed. We look down the order. Palacio is up into P4 for the United States. Jokus from Lithuania is 5th. Moyes is 6th. Julian Rivera. Let's have a look back, and you can see one driver just going off over there. That's the best thing to do, isn't it? Now, if you go off, just keep going straight.
Yeah, but you need to be on the stewards then.
Yes. Over the curb and back onto the track. Now, we're on lap number 4 out of 6. The top 2, 4, 5 all together. Haynes beginning to defend. That's quite early to defend. Spencer taking a wide line. Chalk in third. Palacio running in fourth. Oh, Lucas Palacio in car number 12. Getting a little bit sideways. Jensen Chalk defending. Too early to defend, or do you think that no, you must defend early because the field is so big?
I think that the driver, he wants to protect the third place, but look,
the top two pulling away, and now Jensen Chalk being passed. I think that is now Palacio up into third, with Jokius in fourth, Moise, Rivera, Emerson, McAndrew, Uren, Kong Chol, and Vasquez, the rest of the top 10. Then it's Fujiwara, Correa, De Silva, Rosa, Kellerup, Abu Diwan, Costeroa has dropped back. The Polish driver, Maximo Koza, and we're looking down, Piemonte is 22nd, and it looks like maybe Aeneas has dropped, stayed 23rd, so that is consistent, yes?
Yeah, it's consistent. For Chi and for me, it's very good that position because he overtook 6 driver, and that's very good.
Yes,
because
indeed.
the first focus for Chi is finish the Grand Final.
That's for Chile. So at the moment, Chile, they're trying to get every driver into the final, and then, you know, whatever happens, the final happens. But we're coming towards the last lap. Okay, Haynes leading, Spencer second. Haynes now starts to defend. Would you want to defend or attack?
Oh, defense.
You would rather be in the lead and defend, yes?
Yeah, I defend.
Yes,
on the last lap, I defend.
Okay, here we go, through turn number 3. Great roller coaster section. Spencer looks to the inside. Oh, Oliver Spencer round the outside of turn number 5. He'll now try the crossover move. No, Haynes has it in third position. Lucas Palacio from Team USA closing in. Jokus is fourth for Lithuania, and Haynes still defends down at turn number 8. Spencer will try the crossover move, but Oliver Spencer will be on the outside for the run up the hill. Haynes has the inside line side by side, Gustavo.
Side by side, yeah. Look, Julian Rivera is South American driver.
South American driver Julian Rivera now moving into the top 5. Lucas Palacio moves into second position. Haynes now leads from Palacio. Spencer, there is Jokius and Julian Rivera also, but it's going to be a first win for Edward Haynes from Lucas Palacio. Side by side they cross the line. Exciting race indeed. Haynes, Palacio, Spencer, Jokius takes 4th position. Jensen Chalk drops back to 5th. McAndrew Uren is 6th. Julian Rivera 7th. Keish Moish is 8th. Posh Kongchol 9th. And Jacobus Vasquez rounds out the top 10. Gustavo, a quick recap of the race in Español. You say a good race, say in Spanish?
Fue una buena carrera de los Micromax. Al principio empezaron todos un poco más calmados, pero después ya en la última vuelta empezaron a atacar mucho más. Y bueno, como podemos ver ahí, Lucas Palacio, que terminó avanzando 8 posiciones, y Oliver Spencer, que perdió la pelea con Edward Haynes, que es el que estaba primero. Nada, fue una buena carrera. Para mí fue un poco agresiva después, pero bueno, ellos entran a la final igual, así que no hay problema.
And now in English, you know, what would, if there are fans back home, people watching back home that now are cheering for the young lady from Chile, your driver, Aeneas Orellana, how proud are you? She gained 10 places. She moved up on the last night, so you must be very proud of her.
Very, very proud and happy for her, because again, it's his first time here, and for one little girl, it's difficult to be with all men and everyone scratching you, it's like defending his place. So yeah, I'm very proud of Chi. Te felicito, Anaís, muy buena carrera hiciste, avanzaste 10 posiciones, así que te mando un abrazo gigante y sigue así.
The only way is up, and there we are coming into the pit lane there. And now I know, Gustavo, you have to go back, you have to do some more driver coaching. Hopefully you'll be joining me back in the commentary box for some more micro races as the week progresses. I think we're going to have Theo Niquara from Romania come in tomorrow, but we'll see you back maybe for the pre-final in Micromax as well. Now, of course, the drivers coming in, they go to the weigh scale. There is your race winner, Edward Haynes. So imagine you've just won your first heat race. You are halfway towards a top start for the pre-final. You can now take it easy for heat number 2?
Yeah, if you can win,
great.
It's better. But yes, it's better to be calm because you need the minimum points for on the pre-final A. So for me,
it's a good start. There is Edward Haynes. You saw Jordan Baines, his mechanic. Of course, Edward running under the Force Motorsport Jordan Baines International banner. There's a smiling face. Well, it's a sort of a smiling face. He's quite cool and calm. It always amazes me, these young drivers, just how much they take it in their stride. You know, you're a racer, Gustavo. A race like that, you're used to racing so close all the time.
I remember when I was a kid, I was very crazy on the driving.
You still are, Gustavo, you still are. But there we go. Here is a full race result. Gustavo, I know you have to go back.
Okay,
fantastic.
Thank you very much, Henry. See you later.
See you later indeed. There is a look at the result. Edward Haynes, Lucas Palacio, 1/10 of a second. Oliver Spencer and Patrick Yokius is in 4th. Then Jensen Chalk, Emerson McAndrew Uren, your top 6. Julian Rivera and Keish Moish, the top 8. Posh Conchal from Thailand in 9th. And Jacobus Vasquez rounding out the top 10. Ramiro Correa from Argentina is 11th. Rafael da Silva is 12th. Michinaga Fujiwara from Japan 13th. Andreas Kjellerup is 14th. And Dominic Rosa is 15th position. Then it is Vito Koza from Croatia. There is Pierre Abudiwan in 20th. Balej Kostrezova is only 21st. Alexander Christoph Jari Harmanen is next. Then Ito Ida, Branislav Renka, and the rest of the field. The good news is that all 36 drivers finished. Juan Diego Shimaberko was 36th and last across the line, but the Minimax drivers are now about to head out. But we're back down with Jen Wade.
Down here with Emerson, I snuck up on him. Hey, Em.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. Today's been quite good. Our quali wasn't the best because we didn't have the best track position, but our heat's been quite tough because as soon as we've got past, they've just kept going past us. And on the last lap, I was going for a move into turn 2 and they just turned into me and I went off.
But anyway, apart from that, what's it like? I want to know, what's it like racing under lights?
It's really fun because it's all of up and feeling the track in the dark is really fun.
So you see here, racing in the UK is tough, but when you're racing against all these drivers, nobody wants to give one position, do they?
Yeah, I mean nobody wants to lose, but it's got to be someone at the end of the day.
And you want to be at the front when we get to Saturday.
Yeah, of course I want to be at the front. I just need to keep pushing and try and just get to the front and hopefully get some good points.
And just stay calm, cool and collected.
Yeah.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Bye.
Well done.
Thank you very much, Jen. That's Emerson McAndrew Uren, the British champion, who finished in the top 8 there in that race. And again, a big eye out to his granddad Duncan watching at home. Now, there's Ramiro Brito briefing the first group of Minimax drivers. And now I'm joined in the commentary box by DD2 Masters driver from South Africa, Kyle Lawrence. Kyle, I know that qualifying isn't necessarily your strongest point, but you're looking forward to some really good racing.
Yeah, I'm hopefully spending a bit of time in the commentary box. I can get a few pointers from the young Minimax drivers of how to move up the field, because we didn't get the greatest of grid slots, but I am looking forward to getting a bird's eye view of some racing. Maybe I can pick up some pointers.
Now, South Africa currently the most decorated nation in the history of the Grand Finals, 14 wins. Cristiano Morgado is here watching. How much of that is a boost to the South Africa team having Cristiano in the paddock?
Yeah, it was actually amazing to see him walk in just after I picked up a misfire, and just after I'd found that misfire, he walked in and came to me with all the suggestions, and straight away we had fixed the problem. So it does boost the confidence and help push you forward.
Now, of course, as we watch the drivers in the Group A versus B in Minimax head back to their karts, I've been very fortunate to do many events in the world, but there's one event that I still haven't ticked off my commentary bucket list. That's the African Open. It takes place next March in Cape Town. What is the Cape Town circuit like? What's the African Open like?
The African Open is always a mixed bag of nuts and bolts. You never know what's quite going to happen in the final. It's all down to the last heat, so it does create a bit of attention, but the Cape Town circuit's phenomenal. It's got lovely long straights, long sweeping corners, and then a tight little technical sector in the middle. So you've really got to have the setup waxed and just be comfortable in the car to actually go fast there.
And of course, there are tickets available. A lot of the drivers representing South Africa here got those tickets in the African Open. It's not open to exclusively South African drivers, so anyone can pitch up and enter, can't they?
Yeah, we've had a lot of Mozambicans, Angolans, Namibians come and do it, especially this year. It was really good to see them come and compete with us, and some of them very, very quick. Jamie Smith here in DD2 got his ticket through the African Open, so it's nice to see that kind of driver come and compete against us, and we can show them the ropes, I suppose.
Show them, indeed you can. Now, on to the rolling lap. This will be another 6-lap heat race, so the races come thick and fast here. The grid, Albie Friend and Ili Trissan are the front row drivers. Marco Fali and Travis Teo on row number 2. Row 3, Feliciano Brisky and Max Masinas, then Maxim Bobrishov and Maxim Becker on row number 4. Row 5, Vita Salmi and Alexander Van Meeuwen, then Amaru Adriansen and Nikita Lubimov on row number 6. Row 7 is Alexis Bayerjon and Daniel Lukjanov, then Matteo Quinto and Adrians Tionts. Row number 9 is Nasser Naz and Ahmed Al Khalifa, and all Bahraini. Row 9, Nicholas Casarino and Leopold Yush round out the top 20. Further back, you've got Minjai Lee, All the Rage, Gage Korn, Tommy Hart, Diego Alonso Perez Gonzalez, and then even further back, Kamalpul Anuchatkul, Ruska Evci, Paolo De Grandi, Shimba Matoda. This 36-kart grid, the rest of the field. Watch out for Tiger Sakano, Caleb Odendahl, the South African driver, a bit of work to do.
Yeah, look, he's a fierce little driver, so I'm expecting to see him make a lot of moves, especially here in the first lap.
Here we go then, the lights are out, we're off and racing here in Minimax, and it's a good start from the pole, so the Albert Friend, the international trophy winner, and at the back of the field, I think that was Ili Krisan running a little bit wide, and that has given Albert Friend a bit of a breakaway, but as we saw in Micromax, Kyle, the slipstream here is really, really strong. It's a breakaway at the moment for the race lead, side by side coming down the hill, but this is now the first real overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, big down the inside from a few of the drivers here. We've got 4 into 1 into the left hand. Maths doesn't work out. 4 into 1 doesn't go there. And unfortunately, that driver falling way down the field for one mistake.
But they managed to keep it all pointing the same way, which is significant. Okay, a couple of the runoff area at turn number 8 is, how should we say, it's going to be well used over the course of the thing. Now let's have a little look here. It was there over the curb, and of course you're driving this circuit. That was the number 155 kart, so that was Maxim Becker, the Karlsruhe based driver above the curb. It is an easy mistake to make, isn't it?
It's very easy, especially when you try to avoid an incident. You actually end up causing one by riding over the curbs, and the curbs are a lot higher than what they actually visually look like, especially at night.
Yes, of course. This is under the floodlights. First heat race that these drivers, a lot of these drivers will never have raced at night before. That's something that we don't really consider. That of course in Europe, night racing is almost not a thing. South Africa, do you race under the floodlights
Never.
at all?
So racing under the floodlights does add a new dynamic. So the karts feel a lot faster with the floodlights. It feels a lot quicker than what it is in the daytime. This group in the front, though, we had a breakaway, but they seem to have calmed it down, used the slipstream, and brought the whole group back together. So we've got 1, 2, 3, maybe 8 karts there fighting for the lead.
Yep, Albert Friend did have a 10 kart length lead. It's now a no kart length lead. Feliciano Bruschi from Uruguay up into P2, doing really well, but he's under pressure. Oh, sideways. That was Majos Masinas, last year's Micromax runner-up, getting it sideways into turn number 8. Feliciano Bruschi side by side with him. That's going to help Albert Friend. Let's have a look at this again, Kyle.
Yeah, driver just coming in to get the move done. Just a little bit too hard on the brakes. We saw the smoke there as it locked up, and he did very, very well to collect that. Got off the anchors and managed to get it pointed in the right direction. Great kart control from that driver.
Now, it was Maxim Bobrishov right behind him in the black race suit from the UAE that was sort of had to have his eyes out on stalks there, and Bobrishov now moves into second place. Masinas is third. Bruschi is down to fourth, but that move there is brought, it was a group of 7, Kyle. Now it's a group of about 11 with Ili Krisan, the outside front row starter, who went very wide at turn number 1, back in contention. There's the yellow race suit of Belgium's Alexander van Meijeren in this, and of course the driver that won Micromax here 2 years ago, Estonia's Nikita Lyubimov, also in this lead group. In fact, that was Lyubimov up the inside there for about 9th position, but it's Friend leading from Masinas, and Friend leading from Bobrishov. Now as we complete lap number 3, Marco Fali, Feliciano Bruschi. That's one of those things. Last year, Fali rolled out of his kart. Bruschi stopped his kart, helped Marco Fali. Now they've moved up and they're racing neck and neck.
Yeah, Bobrishov got into the toe there and pulled that group down from Friend. So he's closed the gap and he's looking very racy here towards the end of the session. I wonder if maybe he just got the tire pressures better for this sort of nighttime driving.
Yeah, indeed. Now, we've had a couple of Diego Alonso Perez Gonzalez has retired from Chile, so Gustavo Suarez will not be happy with that. Nicholas Pasti and Oliver Warner not out there, so I don't know what happened to Warner. Warner, I believe, was due to start at the back, so an exclusion after qualifying for Oliver Warner. Hopefully, young Oliver is okay. Friend continues to lead. Bobrishov second. Then we have Fali, Bruschi, Travis Teo, Majos Masinas, Ili Krisan, Van Meijeren, Lyubimov, Bayerjon, Becker, Jush, Adriansen, Hart, Lukjanov, Casarino. Gage Korn is up to 17th position, and Caleb Odendahl has made good progress as well. It's all breaking loose the lead with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I thought Friend and Bobrishov were going to work together and get away from this group, but that's not happening at the moment. It's actually bringing everybody closer together as they defend early on. 5 out of the, I think it's 2 laps to go here, and they're already starting with the defensive driving, and that's just bringing this group even closer together and making a bit of a mess further back. You see a driver running slightly wide there.
Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8, about 11 drivers all the way back to Maxim Becker, and Albert Friend has been forced out. He's down there, he's on the outside there, 3 wide situation. At least Friend has got the inside line for the next turn, and that's Ili Christian. Oh, and up over the back bumper of Friend's kart, and I think that was Christian being forced wide again. But at the front 2, it is Bobrishov defending the race lead, and that driver, let's have a look at that again. It was coming up the inside sideways, the driver with the yellow crash helmet, and I'm trying to see who that could have been. Might have been, well, it's not Bruschi. We'll have to try and see a number check next time around. It was Marco Fali and Feliciano Bruschi getting involved there. Bruschi and Majos Masinas falling down the order, so disaster for them. We've now got the last lap underway and a lead group of 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers.
I don't know how we're going to get through this group without there being a single nose cone penalty. They're all really tight together and slowing it down on the apexes to make sure they can defend the next move. All the way to the inside line, he goes there, all the way to the white line, and that just slows them down on the way to the exit. We've got another gaggle of 8 carts joining this.
And with a yellow race suit coming up the inside there, trying to find out, is that Van Meijeren? Travis Teo is now into second position, and that bright yellow race suit there, that could even, I'm trying to see who, yeah, that would be Van Meijeren. Alexis Bayerjon now waved yellows down at turn number 11. There's a bit of bodywork on the track there. A couple of drivers have obviously gone off, Bruschi and Masinas amongst them, but the checkered flag comes out, and it's a win for Bobrishov, Teo, Lyubimov, Krisan and Albert Friend, your top 5. I have to say, Kyle, that those waved yellows, everyone sort of slowed down. It created a bit of an anticlimactic finish.
Yeah, I was hoping to see a few changes in the lead in position there, but obviously they couldn't do anything to avoid penalties. Double wet yellow, there's no overtaking, so they slowed it right down onto the apex then, and unfortunately robbed us of a good finish over the line.
Yeah, now, obviously, Feliciano Bruschi and Mahos Masinas were the two drivers that we saw. At the top of the screen there, you could see there was bits of karts lying about. Luckily, hopefully the driver's obviously okay, is the first real point of concern, but that we have the mechanics. There's only this one race today. They've got all the rest of the evening until the track closes, and you can see there looks like there's some fluid on the circuit, so maybe I would hazard a guess that one driver has gone up over the other and a radiator has been, how should we say, punctured.
Yeah, well, we did see that there was a chain guard there, so obviously lifting up, going over the chain guard, removing the chain guard, and then riding the radiator over, so a little bit of fluid. Luckily, it's only water. We don't run antifreeze or anything in here, so nothing on the surface that marshals have to clean, so we should get a good turnaround for the next heat.
One thing we saw a lot of in qualifying was drivers going out on the brand new tyres out of pit lane and sliding off over the sand and bringing lots of nonsense back onto the circuit. How much of an impact has that made to the grip levels?
Did you bring that up because you watched me do it when I went
I didn't know it was you, Kyle. I was talking about maybe some of the other classes, but since you mentioned it, it is tricky to get out of the pit lane, isn't it?
It was. I actually didn't expect it to understand like that, but it does. I mean, we clear it up very, very quickly, and the marshals here are fantastic. They are really, really good at getting the circuit clean and getting ready for us to go out. So it might have made it a bit difficult for maybe the first lap, but these tyres are so warm and so sticky, I don't think it would have hampered anybody from there on.
No, indeed. So let's have a brief look at the provisional finishing order for the opening Minimax heat. And there's the number 170 car. That is, now, that's Maxim Bobrishov on the screen there. And if you look down, you will possibly see that the nose cone looked a little bit funny. Now, Oliver Warner has not gone out, but I saw his mechanic Lewis Hall right by there, which makes me wonder maybe a transponder issue. Nicholas Passy as well, not out there, but we'll have to see. There is the Travis Teo's kart. That tells you all you need to know, of course. For those of you who are watching karting maybe for the first time, explain, Kyle, what a pushback bumper or a nose cone bracket means.
So back in the day when I was racing, we didn't have these issues. You could run into the back of anybody as hard as you want to without causing any damage. But if you look at that nose cone there, we got a good look at it there just behind the steel that it clips onto. It's got a little space bracket, and 7 k's an hour impact, it will push that nose cone in. So if at any point that bracket moves, you immediately receive a penalty.
Yeah, it's a 5-second penalty, I believe. It's non-appealable, and it's designed to stop contact in karting. It's designed, karting is supposed to be a non-contact sport. Of course, when you see the action being this close, rubbing is racing at the end of the day, but it's to avoid drivers using their rivals as a brake pedal.
I think more it's to stop the intentional use of the front nose cone.
Yes.
We do rub, we do touch because it is very close. You saw how closely packed those karts were. So we do rub and touch, but anything over 7 k's an hour and you will be receiving a penalty.
Here we go then, the provisional result prior to, of course, any penalties being imposed. Maxim Bobrishov for the UAE takes the win. Travis Teo for Malaysia and Nikita Lyubimov for Estonia, the top three. After an up and down race, Ili Tristan Krisan finishes fourth. Albert Friend, long-time leader, comes home in fifth. Then it's Alexander Van Meerven, Alexis Bayerjon, the second Canadian driver, up into seventh. Leopold Juch from 20th to 8th. Then Marco Farley and Tommy Hart rounding out the top 10. Amaru Adriansen from Peru is next. Then Matteo Quinto, all the rage. Gage Korn up to 13th position. Nicholas Casarino, Daniel Lukjanov, Vita Salmi and Kolomfu Anuchatkul from Thailand. Then it is Nasser Naz in 18th. Adrian's Tions, Lucas Storder, Shimba Matoda and Antoine Lemieux from Canada 22nd. 23rd for Caleb Olendahl. Let's have a little look. Up 8 places. Work to do, but at least he went forward.
Progress. It's progress. Progress adds to confidence.
Now, as you look at the rest of the running order, some of the online messages we're getting. Good luck to Lewis Gilbert from Katie Anderson. Joanne Bolton saying good luck to Louis Large from the Bolton family in both America, Australia and the UK. The Pride of Hungary, Bent Zabo, getting a lot of support from Mate Zonka online. And also Max Sorensen saying good luck to Denmark. and Balázs Kostrzała from Poland, who we saw in the earlier Micromax race. That was Thomas Kurczuk saying good luck to him. Tasha Vance saying good luck to Rory Armstrong, and of course Australia getting some support. Philippe Lima offering the support to Portugal. Now this is where Ramiro Brito, our race director, is sort of saying, look, I did not like that first race, don't do it again.
Yeah, please, boys, please behave.
Yes.
let's calm down slightly, calm down to a panic.
But I mean, you can understand, you know, it's a lot of these drivers, okay, some of them have raced before, and they race around the world, they're all champion drivers, but there's nothing quite like the grand finals for atmosphere, is there? You could almost forgive them for getting a little bit overworked, overexcited.
And I think also with the way that this format is run, you've got very little setups you can do. You've got very little changes you can make. You can't change axles. You can't make big setup changes. So the karts are super, super close together. So the racing does get very, very close and very, very technical.
It's the whole point, isn't it? It's driver matters. That's the idea, that it's all about the driver. And therefore, of course, when you have 72 champions, 36 together in a race, then they're going to be very, very closely matched. Now, looking at some of the drivers there's on the left, you can see Rory Armstrong from Northern Ireland in the Team UK race suit. The one driver that has been extremely impressive, Jacob Ashcroft, second last year in Minimax. But we got a driver from the UK, Cole Denham. Now, he's known as the closer because as a driver, when you come down to the last lap, it's those split-second decisions that matter. Now, there's Rory's parents, and that's Ryan Armstrong in the red and white top. It was his 9th birthday yesterday. It's not a bad way to spend your 9th birthday. Hot tub in the hotel and messing about in Bahrain.
Yeah, well, happy birthday, Ryan. I hope you enjoyed watching it. But, you know, you brought up a good point there. It's you know, that last lap, that it's not, you don't want to be proactive, it's very much reactive. Whatever happens in front of you, you need to be able to place your kart in exactly the right position at the right time and do that 2, 3, 4 times.
And just some drivers have that innate ability to make the right call at the right time, and Cole Denham is one of those.
Yeah.
There's a look at the top grandstand here. Well, I've been here now 10 years. You raced here back in, you raced the grand finals, Al Ain Raceway, was it?
Yeah, 07, yeah.
In 2007. I mean, and it was the same concept, nation versus nation. How was that, and you've come back this year, how has this event transformed?
Oh, it's grown in leaps and bounds. When I was doing it, I think there were only 3 classes. It was Junior Max, Senior Max, and DD2. I don't think there was anything else added onto it. So, you know, it wasn't as rushed to get things done and get sessions done with, but also we were 36 in DD2. I think there was no need for a repcharge on that. But so, you know, to see how it's grown and seeing the amount of drivers on the grid, and in fact, it's a lot closer together. Everything is a lot closer together. And I think Rotax has done well with their products, and especially this new cylinder that brought out has brought everything even that more, you know, close.
Now, you're going to be joining me all weekend for the Minimax races, but maybe this is a question for tomorrow when you come back. We'll say, when does the South African season start, and where are we going? Because there's one track I want to go to is Dubai. Are we going to Dubai in 2024?
We will be going to Dubai in 2024. It's normally mid-season, so I think August. Absolutely phenomenal track, built on the side of a mountain. We actually, we call it Pipeline 1 and Pipeline 2. You drive basically over, the track runs over a pipeline. So, and you actually get airborne through the one sector, which is absolutely unbelievable.
Excellent. We had a brief look there at the Rotax Club, the VIP area. For some reason, we're not allowed in, are we, Kyle? We
didn't get the nod.
No. So here we go then. The Group C and Group D in Minimax. It's another 6-lap race. It's an all-British front row. Jacob Ashcroft and Charlie Wolfett. Lars Lambers and Cole Denham on row 2. Rory Armstrong and Vincenzi Garcia on row 3. Then it's Edward Kennedy and Joao Pereira. That's your top 8. Daniel Voinov and Josh Griffin round out the top 10. Ahead of Sen Lindemann and Eleftheros Tumpakis. Boris Verhaag and Ruben Gutierrez are next, then Christian Sigurdsson and Stefan Stefanovski, the only Macedonian driver here. Denek Babicek and Romania's Tudor Ianitsa. Then it's Nathan Rabitsky, followed by David Matlack. Further on down, there's William Mayula Regale, or we call him, is it Spice Regale we call him?
It's Spice Regile. So Regile William Malula, but everybody just calls him Spice, because he is pretty spicy.
Yeah, everyone calls him Spice, yeah. He's got a scar in the top of his head as well. Well, at the top of his hair. You know, the barber put it there, not some other sentient being. Here we go. Down towards the back of the field, Roger Elfagali, Dev Preethan, Rivan, Ben McClory and Christoph Kilar. Starting at the back, 6-lap race. You have to time your aggression correctly.
Yeah, it's always, everybody thinks you can win the race in turn one. The only thing you can do in turn one is lose it. So, you know, you always want to get to the mess of turn one and then maybe settle down. Once everybody's on a train, you can start picking off your places. And I know it sounds terrible, but you almost hope for the bad luck of people in front of you as well.
Well, that is one thing, you know, you got to, it's 6 laps to try and pick up 30 positions. You're going to need other people to fall off. Even though this track has a multitude of passing opportunities. They're into the tram lines now. Lights are out. It's a good start from the pole sitter, Jacob Ashcroft. Charlie Wolfett tries to come across, but he's been freight trained back to about 4th or 5th position, and it's Ashcroft leading the field. Everybody through turn number 1 safely. Now up and over the roller coaster, and I think that might be Cole Denham moving into P2 with the Belgian driver Lars Lambers holding on to 3rd position. Perfect start for the 2 British drivers. Ashcroft and Denham, they're teammates in the UK, but already Ashcroft getting a little bit defensive. Denham's going to get the crossover, and that's a great camera shot there, showing how close these drivers get to each other through turn number 8.
Yeah, I don't know if it's wise for the front 2 to be looking at being defensive already. There should be no tucking in nose to tail and just getting away. Otherwise, any sort of dicing up there in front, the minute that middle group settles down, they're going to be right onto the back of them. Driver off into the corner there. I didn't quite see who that was.
Yes, it was a driver, again, bailing out, coming through turn number 10, and we've seen a lot of that there. You know, suddenly the apex narrows going through turn number 10, and quite wisely in some respects, instead of forcing the issue and having a wheel-to-wheel contact, they just think, okay, I'm on the outside, I'm not going to make the corner, I'm going to go off. You lose positions, but it's not a complete catastrophe.
Yeah, this group of 4 now getting clever. They're not looking to defend or pass. They're just getting nose to tail, tucking in, and hopefully pushing themselves onto the front 2. They don't want to see those 2 break away, but as I say that, a look down the inside, although he didn't get the move quite done. They need to just settle down and get going to get back onto the front 2.
Denham has taken the race lead in that yellow crash helmet. That's Scotland's Cole Denham. Ashcroft is second. Then a gap back to Charlie Wolfett and Rory Armstrong. So it's in England 1, 2, 3. Northern Ireland in 4th. Then Joao Pereira, Vicente Garcia from Chile up in the 6th position. Lars Lambers from Belgium in the yellow is there in 7th position. Behind Lambers, Joshua Griffin, Canada's Edward Kennedy, Kyrgyzstan's Daniel Voinov. Then Stefan Stefanovski up 5 positions. Macedonia have only got one. Well, they've only got one driver here, but Stefan Stefanovski is doing very well. He's the Bulgarian champion because, with all due respect to Macedonia, karting in Macedonia is not, how should we say, as popular as it is in other countries.
Yeah, well, hopefully him doing well here at the Rotax Grand Finals does put a bit of fire under that and get karting growing in that country.
Because it's incredible how, I mean, Bahrain have seen an 80% increase in the amount of drivers since this event 2 years ago. But as you quite rightly signal, Kyle, the leaders did have a breakaway. They do not have a breakaway anymore.
I think that's 12 karts they're getting together to race for the win. We saw this in the previous heat. They're all going to bunch up now towards the last few laps, and those last 2 laps are going to start being firecracker.
Ashcroft has retaken the lead. Denham is second. Armstrong up to third. Wolfett is fourth. Then Pereira, Garcia, Lambert, Griffith, Kennedy, Voinov, Lindemann, Matlack, Gutierrez. Then Spice Regile. I will get it right. Regile, I will get Spice. The Spice is right at the moment because he's up 8 positions to 14th, but another battle for the lead. Ashcroft back to second. Denham now begins to defend with 2.5 laps to go. Oh, there's a little bit of a bumping and barging going on into turn number 5 there. That was a chain reaction incident, and Denham almost looks over his shoulder and thinks, okay, can I possibly clear off?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen in the circuit. The slipstream is super, super strong here, so the minute one car gets away, any sort of group behind him is just going to drag it back in, and we see it straight away. Not even a lap later, and Cole is right back in there.
Yeah, Cole and Ashcroft. Denham and Ashcroft 1, 2. Then the Portuguese race suit, Joao Pereira up into 3rd position. So Pereira trying to spoil the party, as it were, for Team UK up at the front. Pereira's done a really solid job. that's a great thing for Pereira. We've got 2 laps to go. We've hardly mentioned his name because he has just been picking people off when other people defend or run wide. He is just there, so if someone else opens the door, he walks through.
Yeah, people are creating the party in front of him. He's just nabbing an invite. There's another move down the inside there. And again, it just breaks the group up when you have a move that's not quite 100%. When you're in a group like this, you have to wait for that 100% move. If you're not going to do that 100% move, you're going to end up losing 3-4 places with the train.
But now Denham has to defend. Ashcroft gets caught in the middle. Round the outside there was Pereira, and I think that's going to cost him. Vincenzi Garcia is also now in the mix there. I think Garcia, the predominantly dark blue race suit there, coming through the screen in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th position is Garcia. And then behind them you've got Lambers, Wolfitt, Kennedy, Voinov, Matlack further down. Oh, Stefanovski has had a problem, so the curse of the commentator, Kyle, that's it'll be the first time, but it won't be the last time that happens. Stefanovski has dropped right to the back. Alexander Volkmer also towards the back of the field. I'm looking down the order. There goes Boris Verhagen's dropping down. Alexander Rogovski's gained 11 places to 21st. Christoph Killer to 22nd. And so, unfortunately, the Greek driver, Ilfothiros Topakis is down to 25th, but up at the front, Denham has suddenly got that breakaway. Talk about being the closer, he's timed it just right. This is the last lap.
Yeah, Denham just getting lucky there with the big moves with Ashcroft and Armstrong. They were getting into it, and that's just allowed Joel Pereira to move up a pace, get back into 4th. So this is now going to be a battle for 2nd. I don't see anybody catching Denham.
No, indeed, as they come through turn number 11, down the thing, I think that is Armstrong in 2nd, then it is Lambers in 3rd, Pereira in 4th, Ashcroft losing out another position there, side by side for the final, through the final 2 corners there, that's for 3rd, Lambers around the outside, but Cole Denham takes the checkered flag, and Ashcroft falling right down towards the tail end of the top 10. Cole Denham from Rory Armstrong, Lambers, Pereira, Wolfitt, and then Garcia, as we see the field calm down. But Cole Denham, he won by 9/10 of a second, but he was not 9/10 of a second quicker than everybody else. He was just there, in the right place, the right time, timed his moves to perfection.
Yeah, that's just waiting for the group behind you to get argy-bargy. Maybe just slowed it down on an apex on one of the tighter corners, forced a bit of a move, and then drove it on to the next one.
Exactly. So, 2 very good Minimax races. Hopefully, Feliciano Bruschi and the other driver that was involved in the incident with Feliciano in the previous race are both absolutely A-OK. Down the order there, so Spice in 13th position. Spice Bayula. I will get his name right, I promise. I do apologise to Spice's family back home. That's why we've got Kyle here to do that. Up 9 place to 13th again. Progress equals confidence, and confidence helps you move forward. Exactly, indeed. And of course, having Cristiano Morgado around the tent as well will just give everyone, yourself included, a boost.
100%. I mean, Cristiano was supposed to do the season with us this year. Unfortunately, had a bit of a neck injury after Adobe. Absolutely wiped the floor us in the Adobe, and then decided to call it a gap for the rest of the year. But it's nice to have him here, lifting our spirits and keeping us going. But the vibe's been positive. This event is absolutely phenomenal.
Exactly, and well, you've got to go and get yourself ready because you've got a heat race to go. You're gonna have friends and family back home watching it. What are we going to expect when we see you, later on?
We didn't qualify where we expected to. We thought we'd be up here in the front. That's where we were in 07. Unfortunately, we've had a few issues. So, the one thing one person told me in Valencia is it's not about the results. It's the experiences and the friendships made throughout the event, and that's what I'm looking forward to, and having a bit of fun from 26th.
Exactly, from 26th, a top gear from the rear, Carl Lawrence. Well, here we go. We look at Cole Denham going through the weighbridge. Kyle's going to get back to his car to get himself ready to go for his first heat race. We'll be seeing Kyle a little bit later on, and he's got Rotax's own Daryl Smith coming in to commentate on his race. So thank you very much, Kyle. There's the number 171 kart of Joao Pereira going through, and I'm glad that Birrell ART have brought plenty of spare noses because things have been a little bit feisty here at the start of proceedings. But it's Denham and Armstrong provisionally 1-2. Lars Lambers, Joao Pereira, Charlie Wolf at the top 5. Vincenzi Garcia, Edward Kennedy, Jacob Ashcroft, Josh Griffin and David Matlack, the top 10 from 20th to 10th for David Matlack. Sen Lindemann, Daniel Voinov, Spice Hrigali, then Ruben Gutierrez, the top 14. Denek Babacek in 15th, Martin Soltis, Christian Sejerson and Prokor Solokotsev. Sorry, I do apologize. Kolotsovslev. Finishing in 18th position, as you see on your screen. The rest of the running order. The main thing is 36 drivers started that race. 36 drivers finished the race. And we will be, I think, hopefully speaking to Jen Wade very soon before we get back to the next race. So there we go. As we look at the remaining finishers in that race, we'll be back very shortly.
Tobias, lining up here for the first heat. How are you feeling?
I feel fine for the heat. The qualifying was not that good, so we have to make a big improvement in the heat.
But you got lots of experience.
Yeah, a lot, yeah.
In the
but
racing.
we just, in the racing, yeah. But we just have to get a good start and then gain as many positions as possible.
I saw you talking to the RS competition team boss, Robert Schlunsen. What did he say to help you think about what you need to do without giving too much away? What kind of things is he telling you?
We had a little bit of problems with the engine. It's like poof, and then we have to try to fix that out there.
Yeah.
Because we lose like 4/10 in the first sector, just on the engine on the top.
So you made a few changes now, and you're going to see what happens. But now it's a little bit cooler also in the night.
Yeah, I think now when it's cooler, for sure the engine is going to be running a little bit faster. And you have to get heat in the tires as quick as possible. So it's really important to go full from the first lap.
Yeah. What's it like racing under lights?
For me, it's actually not that big of a difference because there's so many lights here.
Yeah.
So the track really, it's like driving in the normal daylight.
Yeah. Okay, and what about the competition? It's quite good.
Yeah, I mean everybody has won the ticket somehow or a champion of their own country. So every driver is really good.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to say good luck. We'll be watching, and we hope to see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. And the race is coming thick and fast here. And joining me now in the commentary box for the first junior Rotax race is one of Britain's leading female Rotax racers, Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, welcome to the commentary box. This is your first experience of the grand finals, yes?
Yeah, first time being at a grand finals, first time in the commentary box as well. So,
but your impressions of the events, because and again, you know how to drive one of these junior Rotax karts. I've commented on it many times. It's going to be a very short race, 8 laps, not a lot of time to get moves made if you didn't qualify well.
yeah, it's a short race, so all of these drivers are going to know that they're going to have to attack. It's not enough time to be able to sit behind people and bide your time. You need to go forward. These drivers are really experienced, and they're going to know if they're not going forward, then the people behind them are going to go in on them.
Yes, exactly. So here we go then. We're going to have a little look down at the starting lineup now. 36 drivers. It's French-Lebanese alliance on the front row of the grid. Luis Coman and Christopher Alfaghali leading the grid. Christopher Alfaghali, last year's Minimax champion. Tino Sidler and Clovis Nugareda on row 2. Thomas Behrman and Timo Jungling row 3. Josh Graham and Thomas Pradier row 4. Lucas Skellers and Bo Lowett on row number 5. Mika van der Pavert and Alan Kluser on row 6. Then Jacob Assam, Matthias Kellerup, Thiago Falavenye and the rest of the field. Yvonne Simeonova and Mircea Marco Patru starting at the back of the grid. Kasper Schurman's third in this race a year ago, starting right down at the back. So you've got fast drivers starting at the back. An 8-lap race. They're coming into the tram lines now, and it's going to be Coman on the left-hand side, Fagali in the white race suit on the outside line, and lights are out. It's off and racing into turn number 1. Coman has the lead, and the outside of row number 2, Thomas Behrman looking like he's making good progress. A good start now through the turns 3, 4 section with Coman under pressure already. Christopher Alfaghali looking for a way around as we head down towards turn number 6. But Nicole, that's the type of start you want as a driver. Okay, if you're at the back, you were hoping for a couple of incidents that gained you a lot of positions, but if you qualified well at the front, now you can get into a rhythm.
Yeah, good start by the whole field really, and a really good start for Fagali and Conwyn. You know, they've got a good gap there, and if they can work together, I think they should be able to pull away.
This is something we haven't seen yet. You know, I think, you know, is the ability to two drivers working together to pull away at the start. A lot of it is going to depend on how the group behind behave themselves.
Yeah.
As they come out at turn number 1, Coleman, Fagali, then a big gap to Behrman in third position. No, sorry, it's Jungling in third. Nugarade, Behrman, Sidler, Pradier, Lowett, Graham, and Skellers. Now, towards the back of the field, the young lady from China, Haoqi Yu, is 35th. She has had a bit of an off on the opening lap. Kent Swart also down towards the back. Kasper Schurman's started the back, already at 12 places. That's the sign of an experienced driver knowing when to be aggressive and having to go for it.
That shows a lot of confidence as well, that he can do that in only 2 laps, get through cleanly, which he clearly has.
And he's obviously means that his car, so I mean, qualifying, he must have messed up his strategy. I mean, you're in the British tent, I'm sure, you're in the tent with the British team.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of drivers saying the same thing. Their kart is a lot faster than their qualifying performance suggested.
Yeah, qualifying is always a difficult one for every driver, I think. I think even if you're the fastest and most experienced driver, things can still go wrong for you.
If you don't get your track position right.
Yeah.
Now we've got to change the lead. Christopher Alfaghali moves past Luis Coman as we go through turn number 3 up towards turn number 5 now. There's no track like this anywhere in the UK. I mean, Glanagorse Park in North Wales is a little bit like this, but just this has just got sand instead of rain.
Yeah, similar. Everybody in the tent has been saying there's a lot of elevation change with this track, which is similar to GYG. It's on and off camber, fast and flowing, really similar to this.
The South American drivers are saying that there's a track in Chile called Paledios, which is similar to this. In South Africa, you've got the Adube Raceway. I'm sure there are other tracks around the world with similar elevation changes. But now, Timo Jungling, fastest lap for the driver in third position. Jungling and Nugarade working together, and the gap is closing.
Yeah, Timo's looking really strong there. He's caught up quite quickly, and now it looks as if they're starting to defend slightly, getting a bit nervous at the front.
Yeah, Fagali, although he's experienced, is still his first year as a junior driver. He says it's going to be his last year as a junior driver as well, and he's standing on the brakes going into turn number 5. Now we've got the battle. So Fagali and Coleman have tried to work together. That hasn't worked. You're going to start thinking Fagali will try and back the pack up now, perhaps, because they figured, okay, even when we were trying to pull away, the chasing pack, Jungling, Nugarade and Thomas Behrman all closed in. Oh, and there is, I think, the first elbows out manoeuvre there. Timo Jungling getting escorted wide up at turn number 11, but that's going to happen when the competition's so close, isn't it?
This has brought Thomas Behrman into the fight now, and this train is starting to get bigger and bigger.
the yellow race suit there, Bo Louet from Belgium in kart number 237. Bo finishing second the BNL Championship. That's a very competitive championship. So Bo Louet now looking to the inside. Oh, and that was the stamp on the brakes there. I think he must have realised at the last minute that move wasn't going to happen, and he very successfully managed to back out of it.
Shows experience though, really, because he's gone for that move. He's it's a bit over ambitious, and he's managed to back out without losing any time. And
Christopher Alfagali is backing things up now. And at the back of the pack there's two drivers there climbing over the top of one another. One of them was a British driver. I'm not sure if that was Youngling or Behrman. Joshua Graham is also involved. We're trying to see now who is... Oh, it was Clovis Nougarade who was exit stage left, and that was a case of drivers defending and then coming out. Let's have a little look at there. We can see what happened in the back. So we can see two drivers there up and over one another, and that's a byproduct of Alfagali and Coleman trying to slow the pack down, isn't it?
Yeah, it does look like though the 201 of Timo Youngling has managed to carry on. Doesn't look like he's lost many positions from that.
Yeah, he's coming round in, well, he was 6th, and he crossed the line again, so he's not too bad there, but around the outside goes Bo Louet. You were talking about experience, Louet now into 2nd place, but Fagali, when you see a driver break, sort of defending so early, that tells you that they know they haven't got the fastest kart. Sometimes the driver, you have to do that, don't you? When maybe the setup isn't quite working, it's not quite right, and you just think, if I just drive my line, then other people are just going to go past.
These drivers know that this is a short race as well, so if they're going to defend, they're going to get onto it early.
Sometimes that's a setup. You say, this race I'm going to attack because the setup is right, and if they're not, then you've got to defend early. And defending he is, but Bo Louet looks to the inside, going into turn number 1. 2 laps to go. There's a group of 5. It's Fagali, Louet, Coleman, Behrman, and Tino Sidler from Switzerland, the red and white race suit. Sidler will try and get round the outside.
Some great defending by Fagali as well there.
Yeah, he's and now he's gone. Now, so this is what you back someone up into a corner. So talk us through that move then, Fagali, where he literally, what has he done there? Because it's worked.
Fagali's backed the 2 karts behind him together. Then they've kind of gone alongside each other, got in a bit of a tangle with each other, and he's managed to then pull a gap on both of them.
You could almost sense that little oomph from behind when they hit you. Oh, and somebody else, that's another British driver. I think that was Behrman. Or was it Youngling?
It looks like it's Timo Youngling.
Again, a driver that you would know quite well, going out wide over turn number 10. Nougarade out of the race. I'm looking back there to see, and sadly, Katarina Thung from Malaysia has also dropped back. She's down in 35th position. Yvonne Simeonova up to 27th. And of course, Nicole, as a driver that's used to being one of the few females on a grid of boys or men, you're always looking out for the girls to do as well as possible.
Yeah, I actually met Katrina in the tent yesterday. She said she's loving the track. Really excited to be here, so I'm looking forward to seeing how she gets on for the rest of the event.
Well, we've got half a lap to go here in the opening junior race. The tactics have worked for Christopher Alfagali. Lebanon had their first champion last year. Alfagali is a long way to go, but Christopher Alfagali proving that jumping up from mini to junior is no obstacle. Louet is 2nd, Coleman is 3rd, Sidler is 4th, Behrman is 5th, Arata Endo, what a drive from Arata Endo up into 6th position. The Japanese driver who won here 2 years ago in Minimax as the checkered flag waves. Endo Arata, sorry, the name on the screen is the wrong way round. Endo Arata takes 6th position, Youngling 7th, Van der Pavert is 8th, Skeles 9th, Jacinto is 10th, then Josh Graham, Ivan Pigayev, and Thomas Pradje 12th, 13th, Kluser, Soltis, Kasper Shermans up to 16th. You can't write Kasper Shermans off yet based on that performance. But also Tom Strella, Max Walton, Jakob Assam, and finishing 20th, Mateja Radenkovic. Disappointed there. I was expecting Mateja to be a little bit further up the order based on his results this year. Boss Patel, Alvaro Jimenez is next. Then Seng Cheng Khan and Ishan Madesh from India. Christopher Alfagali, he's got 2 heats to go. The pressure's not off. but he doesn't necessarily have to be as aggressive in the defence now that he's got a win in the bag, does he?
Yeah, I think he'll be going into the rest of the heats this week quite confident after that. It was a nice win there. I think a standout for me there is Bolowet as well. I think he raced really well, gained 8 positions.
Yeah,
nice,
and
clean.
it was very aggressive at the front, but again, there was a little bit of a, how should we say, there was a few bits of confrontation, shall we say, but they were, you know, everyone was able to sort of stay on the track with the exception of Nougarade. There'll be a few disappointed faces, obviously, as always. Katarina Thung there down in 31st. But I spoke to Katarina at the welcome party, and last year, I'm just having a look there. So the driver of cart number 268, 69th last year. And I was trying to say to her that, look, you know, I know every racing driver wants to win, but, you know, you have to look at your progression year on year. You know, this is driver versus driver. Last year, against the 71 other best drivers in this class in the world, you were 69th.
Yeah.
So if you come here and you're 50th, that shows that you've improved as a driver.
Yeah.
And you've got to take these small wins, haven't you?
In that 12 months, she's proved to herself and to everybody else that she's improved massively. Her result from last year to this year, she's looking really strong.
Yes, there's our technical commissioner Paul Klassen. There is the thumbs up there from Christopher Alfagali. You can see the Lebanese symbol on his crash helmet. Bolowet coming through. This is where we played, you know, spot the potential nose cone penalty. I'm sure there will be a couple. And of course, in an event this close, a 5-second penalty for a nose cone can be disastrous.
Yeah, you really can't afford to get a nose cone or other time position penalties like track limits.
Track limits, start line penalties. Here's a look at the provisional results. We'll scan through them very quickly. El Fagali for Lebanon takes the win. Bolowet for Belgium. Then Louis Cumming for France and Tino Sidler for Switzerland. Thomas Behrman, who he was a late entry. So a lot of these drivers, Nicole, they would be out on the rental carts. Well, Thomas Behrman couldn't do that. He only arrived right at the end of registration. So he's got less experience, but a good result from a driver who is trying to break out from the shadow of his older brother, Oliver.
Yeah.
Arata Endo Arata rather, is 6th. A great result for Arata. Then it's Timo Jungli and Mika van der Pevert. Looking down the order, still, it's okay, put yourself in one of these drivers' shoes, Nicole. You haven't done as well in your first heat. How do you keep your head up knowing you've got 2 heats to go?
I think exactly that. You know, you've got 2 more chances.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a lot of drivers who might have a really good first heat and might potentially have 2 bad heats afterwards.
Yep.
It's only the first go. You've got 2 more. I think you just have to stay calm, stay confident.
And there we go. Huxi Yu. There she is. First driver from China. Can you imagine the pressure that she's under? Country the size of China, you're the first female, and you've come home in the top 30 in your first race.
Yeah, that's great. And, you know, you're here for a reason. You've won a ticket for a reason, and you've just got to go out there with confidence. You're here because you're fast enough to be here.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Nicole. We're going to go quickly have a word with Jen Wade, and then we'll be back for the next junior heat.
Christopher Fagali. What a race.
Yeah, it was a good race. Started from P2 and then just catch the first guy and overtook and just defended the whole race. That was good tactic.
Of course, the first race is always a little bit nerve-wracking, I think. You're out there for the first time. Everyone's got their measure from qualifying, some lucky, some unlucky. What were you thinking? Because we know you're our champion from last year, Minimax.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit frustrating to start the first heat of the weekend, and especially for people that were unlucky in the qualifying, starting from the back.
Yeah. So, what are you thinking now? You got a little bit of a chance to get an idea on what's going to happen. Of course, tomorrow's a different day. It's going to be hot and sunny. So, how are you feeling? Going into tomorrow?
I'm feeling very confident. I'm starting first in the 2 heats. And hoping to stay first.
Congratulations, Chris. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Well, there's a very happy Christopher Alfagali, and no sooner does Christopher head back towards the driver's tent, the next 36 junior drivers come out. Yu DeLu from Japan and Kenzo Craigie from the UK on row number 1. Lucas de Longchamp and Brett King on row 2. Tom Dussault with our camera cart and Francisco Paredes on row 3. Olivier Yonkers and Archie Clark are next. Hannes Uberfeld and Jordan's Hamza Al-Fayez. Nix Eggleston and Patrick Lipovic rounding out the top 12. Luca Horton from Bahrain, Olivier Marak, Kiko Fracassi and Casper Nissen are next. Derek King, so we got twins in this race. Brett and Derek King, Uros Bogdanic, Carlis Kiriov, Scott Riley from Ireland, also in the top 20. Tej van Wijk, Franisek Kilgliski, then it's Maximo Castro, Santeri Leitonen, your top 24. Further back, you've got the likes of the only Filipino driver here, Ryan Sai, Noel Sunderberg, Alejandro Humana Sanchez. We've got drivers from Thailand, the Czech Republic, Mexico, South Korea, Greece, the United States, Ty Mahia, and Martin Meneses, who was excluded after qualifying, starting at the back. 8 more race laps to Cole Sutherland. The drivers are into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start. Oh, and the pole sitter there, Yu DeLu, jinking across to try and defend his position. That tells me that he wasn't particularly happy with his breakaway, and he was trying to make sure that Kenzo Craigie did not get a jump. And there is a little bit of an issue in the middle of the pack, but it's Japan's Yu DeLu, head of Kenzo Craigie, Lucas de Longchamp, and another very strong start from Olivier Yonkers in the yellow race suit, although that's the Ecuador race suit as well. Sometimes, though, that was a little bit more frantic, that start.
Yeah, very busy start there. Quite aggressive from Yu DeLu at the start as well, but it does look like we might have a change for the lead as they come round again.
Turn number 11 down the hill. Yes, we do. Well spotted. And just trying to pick up the race suit in that. Is that Tom Dussault? It looks like a very dark blue French race suit. So Dussault crosses the line. And yes, it is Tom Dussault, Yu DeLu, Kenzo Craigie, Luca Horton up 9 places into P4. And one of the marshals running across the circuit, Oliver Marak and Thomas Brantzik have come to grief, and that could be at the top of the circuit. Can't see yellow flags as 2 drivers running wide there.
Spill there as well.
What was that, sorry?
We've got a bit of a spill going on at the back.
Yes, De Longchamp has also dropped back there from a very, very good start. Leitonen, Karagiannis have also, you know, you've had a couple of good races, but then, you know, as the night gets on, you know, drivers, you can't help but get really, really sort of het up sometimes, can you?
Yeah, we've also got Yu DeLu and Tom Dussault just pulling away there from Kenzo Craigie and Luca Hofton. Similar almost to the race before, front 2 pulled away. Yeah, now we'll see. Well, do Dussault and DeLu have more pace than Fegali and Coman had during the first race? There's a new graphic from Kart Data. The drivers coming up towards turn number 5. Now there's a red zone on the circuit. Now is that possibly where there is a corner flag? And you can see the graphics on the screen, so that's a nice new touch from Kart Data. Out already, Kiko Fracassi, the menace from Venice, is up into 8th position. Hamza Al-Fayez, the only driver here representing Jordan. We're on lap number 3, now through turn number 11. Yu DeLu being quite sensible here, although Dussault not defending, but DeLu, it looks again, Nicole, like that tactic of trying to work together isn't working. Yeah,
There's
now
a
it's
move.
getting a bit feisty again, just like the race before. Pulled away, get pulled back in, and now coming down the straight.
3 wide into turn number 1, and that's a great move. That is Luca Horton going from 3rd to 1st. That's track knowledge. This is such a hard track to learn. Luca Horton from Bahrain, and he just slices up the inside to briefly take the lead. It is Horton now leading. Bahrain have never won a race at their home circuit in the grand finals, and it's a long way to go. Sideways there, Dussault now under pressure. There's Kenzo Craigie and Dussault side by side. Craigie getting through. This has happened to you before, I'm sure it's happened to every driver. Dussault battling for the lead, suddenly gets past, you lose that rhythm, and then you can overdrive and make mistakes, can't you?
Yeah, it's quite easy to lose your momentum, especially when you're getting overtaken by 1, 2, 3 drivers.
or 30 drivers in the case of an event like this. Ties van Wijk, the Dutch driver, has sadly had to retire. Archie Clark down to 19th position. Of course, being in that middle of the pack is never a great place to start one of these races. It's almost like you want to be right at the front where you can steer clear of the carnage in the middle of the field, or right at the back where you have got time to react and avoid it. But we've got a 2-car breakaway. Horton and Hugh DeLue down towards turn number 8. Craigie, Dussault, Nix Eggleston for the USA, and Brett King, Kiko Fracassi, Hannes Uberfeld, Olivier Jonkers, and Hamza Al-Fayez. Your top 10, 3 wide though.
Bahrain's Luke Horton's definitely shown his track knowledge here. He's gone up 12 positions since the start of this race. Definitely shows his confidence, and he knows how to race this track.
And also, I suppose he's got more experience of this race under the lights. Have you ever raced it at night before? PFI once, okay,
yeah.
Yes. That's just it. But I mean, it does take a different set of skills. Your sensory overload is slightly different, so it does take a little bit of getting used to, which is why we're maybe seeing just 1 or 2 little manoeuvres not quite going to plan. And of course, we are in the desert here in Bahrain. It's very hot during the day, but it is quite cold at night.
I would say he's adjusted really quickly to the drop in temperature.
And that's tyre pressures as well?
Yeah, because it's much colder out there now than it was when they qualified earlier on in the day.
Yeah, so the mechanics are working really, really hard to keep adjusting these karts. Of course, within the restrictions that you've got here at the Grand Finals, you can't just throw parts and spares. You only get, you can't change axles, and that's, it's very tempting. I mean, why would any driver not want to try and qualify for this? Because it is, the case of who's the best driver, not who's maybe got the most tyres or the best engines or things like that.
You're limited in what you can do. You've only got so many sprockets, you've got 1 carb, 1 engine, 1 exhaust, so it really shows who can do the best with what they're given.
Exactly. Now we've got a 2-car breakaway still, Horton and Hugh DeLue. Hugh DeLue is being very, very sensible. The 3rd place driver, Kenzo Craigie, he's pulled away from this group, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th on your screens. That's Dussault from France, Brett King from Ecuador, Eggleston from the USA, Al-Fayez from Jordan, and Fracassi from Italy. They're battling away. Kenzo Craigie, meanwhile, on the penultimate lap, has really got his head down, side by side for 5th position, and it looks as though that's that Nix Eggleston. That's the Team USA race suit. Nix Eggleston now at the head of this pack, and is that that was Hamza Al-Fayez in the predominantly black race suit, the brand livery race suit from Jordan. Al-Fayez getting moved aside a little bit, and of course, he's the only driver from Jordan here, so he's absolutely got no sort of countryman to help, has he?
Bahrain's Time Asia as well. He's gone up 20 positions into 15th, so he's right in the middle of this busy pack.
Yes, so this is now the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, down to about 18th position. They're all tripping over each other, slowing each other down. It is the final lap. Up at the front, the leaders are coming through turn 10. Horton and Hugh DeLue. Will DeLue make the move? Here they come out of the top spot. They've already gone through. This is 4th and 5th, but coming out of the final corner, Luca Horton is going to take a really emotional win for Bahrain.
Yeah, fantastic result for him, especially coming up from mid-pack right to the front and win it quite comfortably.
And again, that's going to give the whole Bahrain team a really big boost, isn't it? Because, let's be fair, Bahrain is a growing karting nation. It doesn't have a rich karting history. So a win on the biggest stage of them all in Rotax racing is going to give the whole, Bahrain area of the driver's tent a real boost. Because, you're in the British area of the tent, and when a driver comes in, having poled the effect does ripple through the whole team, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You definitely pick up on the atmosphere of other drivers, what's going on around you. And I think Bahrain, with that win and with that 11th place from 248 going up 24 positions, it's going to give them a really big boost for the rest of this weekend, I would have thought.
Exactly, but of course now these drivers, they have to go and change the mechanics, because tomorrow afternoon will be their next race where it's going to be a lot hotter. So again, it keeps the mechanics on their toes.
Yeah, and tomorrow's always a different day.
Yes, all we know is one thing: it's going to be hot and sunny. Thankfully. So Luca Horton, Hugh DeLue, Bahrain and Malta. Bahrain and Japan, the first and second. Kenzo Craigie finishes third. Nick Eggleston, great result for Team USA in fourth. Tom Dussault in fifth. Brett King is sixth. Kiko Fracassi, a great result from 15th to 7th. There's an example of an experienced mechanic. Kiko Fracassi's got Dan Tate mechanicking. Dan Tate is a mechanic. Mark Kimber to a junior Rotax Grand Finals title back in 2016. So having that knowledge of how to manage an event is key, isn't it?
You've got Dan as well, who's experienced in racing. So I think when you've got somebody on the spanners who knows how to drive,
yes,
it makes a really good team.
Dan raced in this event 2 years ago as a DD2 driver. And oh dear, let's have a little look. There's the number 257. That would be Giovanni Santora, who came home in 27th position. The driver from Phoenix, Arizona. Sort of maybe. You see this a lot, don't you? You know, this is the shots I love. The drivers, you know, who may be not best pleased with some of their rivals. You can sympathise with this, Nicole, as you smile coyly. And
yeah, I think every driver knows the feeling. It's one of those situations. It's never great to be in.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to stay calm, stay away from it.
Yeah, because the adrenaline is surging. You come in to finish this race and maybe someone has blocked you, someone has defended when instead of working with them, it's cost you positions. Somebody has done something you don't agree with. Yeah, you know, obviously now you're a senior driver, but you can go back to those teenage years of, adrenaline surging, and you can easily get carried away.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's always easy to go and say something, but then you go back to the awning and think, I wish I had just left it.
Because it hasn't gained me any positions.
No, and sportsmanship as well.
Yes, of course.
You're full of adrenaline. You say something which is adrenaline.
But of course, you've got to race that driver in the next race.
Exactly that.
And there's always a thing called payback.
Yeah.
Which you want to avoid.
Yeah.
So there we go. Okay, well, as we look at there's Giovanni coming in again, I want to say, I know Giovanni and his family wanted to say hi to Wes Gundler and his family. Wesley took the ticket in the US finals, but he was too old to race in juniors, and there was no extra senior ticket available. So Giovanni Santoro was the first driver who hadn't qualified originally that was age appropriate, so they moved him up. And again, I know that Giovanni's family wanted to say hi to Wes Gundler. They're racing for Wes and his family, because obviously, you know, he'll be very disappointed. Here is a look at the provisional results. We've been through the top 5. Brett King, Kiko Fracassi, Francisco Paredes up into 8th. Scott Riley, good result for the Irishman. Olivier Yonkers in 10th. Timer here, moving up into P11. Hamza Al-Fayez 12th. Derek King, so both King twins in the top 13. Bogdanic, Uberfeld, Castro, Nissen and Meneses from 36th to 18th. Nicole, watch for the Portuguese driver Boschov, Kagilski, Archie Clark 21st, Enumana Sanchez. A lot of the drivers you're looking at here, including the like of Lucas de Longchamp, who started so well, he fell back. They now will be going back to the tent and having to really make sure that they cannot make another mistake.
Yeah, they know they've got a lot of work to do to get themselves back up there. They'll be more than aware. Well,
we're going to go back down to Jen Wade for the next interview. Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. We'll see you tomorrow for the next bunch of junior races.
Well, I'm here with the winner. Luke, what a race.
Yeah, it was definitely a good one, you know, starting from, I think, P13 it was. Getting up to P1 in about 4 laps, I think, was... really good start to the weekend.
I think we heard the whole of Bahrain cheering, who were watching the live stream at home when you crossed the line. 12 places. Your teammate made up 24 places.
Yeah.
See, we can still hear them cheering up there. Tell us a little bit about being here, obviously at home in Bahrain, where you're based, but to take the win, first heat.
Yeah, it's amazing to be driving on my home track in such a big event like this. And the support that I'm getting from like my home country is really special. Like they've seen me like go from micro to now junior, almost into senior. So it's really good to take home the win for my home country.
It's a lot of work to be here. But now you're here, you know, it's a lot of emotion as well, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely worked very hard last season to get the ticket. But I think.
It's so special to have the grand finals, to host the grand finals on your home track.
Yeah, especially for a second time. I did it in 2021, wasn't as good, but now I definitely have a much more experience. My last year in junior, so yeah, hopefully this one can turn into a win.
And I think if you walk outside that gate, you'll find there's your mum standing there because she's been by your side. I know we saw her in 2021. So we're going to let you go now, and congratulations. We're going to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, well, that's good to hear from Luca, and thank you very much, Jen. Well, the international cast of co-commentators keeps coming here in the commentary box, now joined by Philippe Loacker, who has just completed his first race in the E20 senior class, representing Switzerland. Philippe, firstly, how was your first race?
Well, of course it was very exciting. Gained some positions. Sadly overheated the tires a bit at the end and lost some back, but at the end of the day I improved, so mission accomplished for that.
Track conditions. Obviously, they were a lot warmer in qualifying. You were the first race out. It's getting cooler and cooler outside, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely something not just mechanically you have to adapt, the tire pressures change, but also as a driver, some corners are a bit more slippery than others, and of course it's night, you see everything a bit differently.
You see everything a bit differently. But what's it like racing with your dad? Because you would have 4 father-son combinations racing here. Your dad, Gilberto, finishing, I think, 4th or 5th in Masters?
Something like that, yeah. Very proud of him to participate in this race, and it's great fun. I'd advise for every father to do that with his son.
Exactly. Here we go then, the start of the first senior heat race. 10 laps, we are on the rolling lap, 36 drivers, going to be led round by Sean Butcher, Kai Hunter on the outside of row number 1, then Kenta Kumagai and Daniel Houseworth on row number 2, Simon Erlin and Austin Lee, row 3, Alan Krepsick and Lewis Gilbert on row number 4. Row 5 will be Sam Ifrid, your countryman from Switzerland, Laurent Legault, George Kafantaris and Miska Kaskinen on row number 6. Dion van Verwin, 3-time champion Mark Kimber, Matteo Richter and Preseccio Harja, as we look at the rest of the starting lineup. From Switzerland's point of view, Samuel Ifrid, a good qualifying result. I'm looking there, his best result at the Grand Finals is 20th last year. Obviously he'll be wanting to improve upon that.
Yeah, of course, in Switzerland, normally when we drive, his racing pace is a lot better than his qualifying pace.
Okay. So we can look for him to be moving forward a little bit. Down at the back of the field there, Khalid Shalash, and from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan, Yan Chen Cho. 36 karts, 10 laps, all on identical Sodi chassis. They come into the tram lines, the lights are red, and very shortly the lights will go out, and we're off and racing. A great start from the pole sitter, and Kai Hunter tucks in behind Sean Butcher, so Butcher leads, Hunter in second. That was almost as though the two British drivers had maybe had a chat beforehand. That was tactical. Oh, in the middle of the pack there, a couple of karts spinning, and a major incident there. Drivers up and over, and we'll not focus on that there, but in the middle of the pack there, you've got Timothy Pernot, Fahad Al-Khaled, Matthias Tirlo, Helgestrand, and let's have a quick look at the replay, and you can see there's somebody in the middle of the pack there getting turned round, and then of course drivers, it's a crest, and you can see, let's have a look at there, there's one driver in the yellow race suit there just missing it, but then in the background somebody goes over, and in the middle of the pack there's 3 or 4 drivers. You can see a Dutch race suit, somebody on the ground. The red flag has not been thrown, which is great news. It says that the drivers have all managed to scuttle away, but that's something that you don't want to think about happening, but with 36 drivers, they're coming in, and there we go. That's what you want to see. Drivers, oh my word! There's still 3 karts in the middle of the track. Where were the yellow flags? My word. Well, luckily...
That was a close one, yeah.
That was and this is why we talk about the driver's skills. That was... now the yellow flags come out. So, a quick recap there. We have lost Khalid Shalash, Gustavo Correa, Christopher Contreras, Casey Smith, Oliver Krulov, William Helgstrand, and Mateus Tirolo. You could see some of the drivers waving their hand, but that's why the reactions of you drivers are so impressive. I am constantly in awe.
Yeah, of course, especially on the starts, you have to be full caution because accidents like this can happen all the time, and especially in the middle of the pack where the most action is happening, it is very likely that something will happen. Of course, you don't want to get involved, so training your reaction time is key as a preparation for every race.
You know, we saw a replay of the first incident. That second incident there, we haven't seen again. There's Timothy Pernod. Oh, no, that looks like the left-hand side. That's Helgstrand in the Danish race suit. Then you've got Khalid Shalash there in the black and yellow. That's our Krulov, possibly from Bahrain. There's Casey Enser Smith, Tiralau on the outside as well. There's a lot of damaged carts there. We're now under a full course caution. The laps still wind down. 29 drivers still running. You're one of those 29. What are you doing now, trying to refocus your mind?
Especially as the leader, when you're leading the pack, trying to get the most perfect start, looking at different races in my past, you really don't like a slow caution. You prefer a red flag.
Okay.
As a driver's point of view, because it is looking at, I believe it is a red flag now as well.
Gone red. So the race has been red flagged but running lap 3 out of 10. So we'll get a check on the official restart procedure. There are obviously 3 carts entangled in the start, and there's one driver I think who sort of like came out of his cart, maybe being attended to at the side of the circuit. So this is now where you have a red flag. Whether you have a restart of 7 laps or a full 10 lap restart remains to be seen. You can see race director Ramiro Brito going over. So yeah, let's put ourselves in the driver's seat. So you've gone out, you've had the start, there's been an accident, you've got through it, or you don't know what's happened because you're at the front. What are you going through now? What are those drivers looking to do now?
So obviously everyone is very nervous because it's going to be something similar as in the beginning, and you restart and you start. The only difference is you're not going to be next to your rival, but the rival is going to behind you.
Yes, a single file restart. If we don't get a full regrid, it'll be a single file restart. They'll do 1 lap under caution. All the drivers seem to be, well, some of the drivers seem to be heading towards the race director. Would you be going to try and communicate with your mechanic? But a lot of drivers do that. You know, they say, my carts isn't working. Well, that's not a lot a mechanic can do, is it?
No, especially the race has begun. Setup is set up. You can't change anything. Any penalties you have got of the red flag will resume. So if you got a bumper penalty, you will still have the bumper penalty. Now this is really driver's preference if you get out or you stay inside.
Yes. What's your preference? To sit and maintain focus, or to get out and have a chat? Is that a way of relaxing, perhaps?
I personally like to get out to relax myself. Otherwise I will get too stiff and focus on what's going to happen in possibly 2 to 3 minutes time.
Well, as you can see, someone going down the side there, possibly. What are they doing with maybe turning the engines off?
So the marshal now is checking for the positions
of nose cones to see if there's any penalties. You can't obviously put your nose cone back in, but the majority of the drivers are now out of their carts. We can see Kai Hunter there in the foreground, just walking off screen. And there's obviously you've got the Dutch racer. That's Dion van Verwen there in the orange and blue, discussing with your rivals. Samuel Ifrid, you can see with the white cross on the red race suit. Samuel down 15, so he would have been in the middle of that pack. So if you're Samuel Ifrid, you've lost ground, but it could have been a lot worse.
Could have been a lot worse, definitely. I think he saw the accident. I believe, if I saw that correctly, he went over the sand, so his tires will have a bit of grade on it. Hopefully he could get that off during the yellow caution. But yeah, he lost a couple positions. Some gained a lot, especially in the second third to the third of the pack. They gained a lot of positions through that accident. But gladly, I think there's no ambulance out there. I think everyone's gladly okay.
Yeah, I think obviously if there's sometimes you have a driver out of their cart, you know, the adrenaline, you can see you go out, the adrenaline then subsides, you think, okay, does it hurt? I'm not quite sure, but the shock does kick in, doesn't it?
Of course, originally you don't feel anything. Original is just pure emotion, fed up that you flew out.
Yes.
Blaming everyone else.
Yes.
Until you come to realization, gladly everything's okay.
Yes, you check everything there in the center of your screen there. That is Romania's Alexandru Boltasu, currently classified 18th. Now we'll have to see what will be the restart procedure. Obviously the drivers, so even the drivers at the front of the grid, they would have come across those carts, you know, a lap later, so they'd all have something to chat about, won't they?
Yeah, I believe especially the first 5 would be very surprised to still seeing these carts up there. Probably going over the sand as well, as they're quite surprised that they're still there. I'd be personally very shocked that they're still there.
I did see one driver. The one driver in, I mean, if we do get a chance to see that second time around again, there was the one driver in the black race suit who was jumping up and down and waving. Initially, I sort of thought, oh, he's obviously the person who sort of he believes was responsible. He was having a go. But then I realised, no, he's trying to warn the other drivers, no, there's wagons, as the BIP lounge. I mean, I've not seen that before where drivers are sitting. You're talk us about coming over turn number 3. That's a blind crest, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when you then go up, you have to focus on your next apex. You don't really look ahead if there's anything there. You look to your next apex because you want to hit it as good as possible. And if there's someone in the way, you mostly you see it too late.
Yeah, too late. But luckily,
gladly they managed to drive around them.
And of course, then it comes down to reactions. As a driver, what do you do to work on it? What exercises? Because I mean, obviously there'll be lots of people watching this, you know, around the world that race karts. You race karts, obviously, and now we seem to be having drivers moving off the circuit. What do you do as a driver to improve your reactions? What are there a couple of simple exercises that all the amateur karters back home can copy?
I think everyone can do a simple exercise. Something you see in Formula a lot. Pierre Gasly does it before every single start. You take 2 tennis balls, close your eyes, and your mates just drop them randomly, and you have to catch them.
Okay, so you close your eyes when you do it? Because I thought it's hard enough to... Because I've tried... So my son plays basketball, and we tried to do this with reaction. So he sees this on the racing when I'm watching Formula 1, and I'm trying to do it with... And it's harder to do it with your eyes open. So you're saying that you do it with the eyes closed? Or is that when you put your hand on the top of the hand, and then you feel the hand move?
So it's a bit of both. If you think about it in karting, most of the stuff is with feeling. So for example, in a corner, you feel your slide. It's not something you potentially see. You feel it before you see it. So you try to train your reaction time of feeling as well. So you close your eyes, you feel the hands opening, and that's your kick moment when you have to go down and catch a ball.
Okay, that's fair enough. Now, I mean, that's fascinating. So that's the one thing, I mean, and that will train you, obviously, instant reaction, but it's obviously hand movements, and it sounds really basic, but your hands are what control the steering wheel. So if your hands can move quickly, then you can change trajectory quickly.
Exactly, and that's, I think, one of the key points why the accident hasn't been bigger than it already was.
Yes, yes. So looking back at the start, so they look to be lining up sort of 2 by 2. Now, you can see Julian Dexmeyer from Sodi Kart there walking across to see the kart. There he is, chatting to Kai Hunter. We're obviously not privy up here in the commentary box to know what the official restart procedure is. At the end of 2 laps, which is where the thing was now, there's someone running off there. That looked like one of the Canadian drivers. So Sean Butcher is there on the foreground, hands on his hips. A big hi to Sean's dad, Glenn. Now, this is what we wanted to see. There are drivers, there's karts, no drivers, which tells you that anyone that was suffering a few effects of that have been moved. But obviously, on the circuit, these karts have water in them, and when karts go up, well, their radiators can get ripped off, etc., can't they?
That's one key point. Water, and also the sand is a really big bummer for the drivers. If they come over that the sand pit, it is like
Yes.
on ice.
Which really, because we saw that quite a bit with drivers going out in qualifying. Now, let's pick up some drivers. Okay, so arms folded there on the left-hand side of your screen. That is Khalid Shalash from Saudi Arabia. So we've got 2, 4, 6, we've got 7 drivers who are out of this race that were involved in that accident. We've seen Casey Enser Smith, we've seen Matthias Tirlau, we've seen William Helgstrand, we've seen Oliver Krulov. There is Casey Enser Smith, there's Krulov. Now, Krulov is there in the black and red race suit. He was the driver jumping up and down, trying to warn everybody else. There is, in the white and red race suit, that's William Hellstrand. So by power of deduction, Gustavo Correa and Christopher Contreras were the 2 drivers that may be off the side of the circuit that... Now, is that in the red? Is that Contreras in the red? It could have been just Gustavo Correa, the dad of Ramiro Correa, who was the driver off of the side of the circuit. We saw one driver sort of barrel rolling out of his cart. Now, I do not mean this in an unkind way at all, but Gustavo Correa, the driver of Pilar in Argentina, he's 42. He's the oldest driver in the senior class. He races Masters, but then when he qualified for this event in the Argentinian Championship, there was no ticket in DD2 for Argentina, so he had to go, or no Masters ticket available in the Argentinian Championship, so he had to go into seniors. And I can tell, as a fellow 42-year-old, your body doesn't react quite as well when you bounce around as what it was when you're, a lot younger. You'll find that out one day, Philippe.
Oh yeah, I mean, since I raced together with my dad, you do see it in some says.
Yes, and so obviously we hope that he's okay. His son Ramiro is racing in seniors, so we're having a little look there at the order. Now, I've got to say, I mean, Nicole Sutherland turned up in the commentary box with a whole heap of notes that she'd taken. You've got your laptop here. What are we looking at there? What are we trying to see? Obviously, William Hellstrand, the RS competition driver, out of the race. We didn't quite get the first sector time, and now the drivers are being called back together. There's the scene of the incident. We've seen every driver up and out of their cart walking away. Okay, there's Casey Enser Smith. He's having a little look there. I think that might be his cart there. You've been in the incident, you're okay. What is the next thing you're going to look through, going through your mind, Philip?
So now he's going to think about what he should have done better. That's the first thing. You're out. You're always out because some kind of mistake you have done. Even if the driver in front of you spun and you crashed into him, you could have had a bit more space. You could have done that. You could have done that. Sometimes you can't do anything about it, but that's the first thing that goes through your mind. What did you do wrong?
Do you then look at the state of the cart, thinking, "Oh boy, this is going to cost my dad a couple of quid"?
So last year I had a similar situation. It wasn't in a race, gladly, it was in practice. It was my mechanic's birthday, and I thought this was a real good present for him.
Look, Mr. And there is another problem. That is the recovery vehicle. Now, the Baja 500 is normally in South America. This is the Bahrain version of the Baja 500. And this could be fun, Philip. This is how not to drive a heavy recovery vehicle and a trailer into a large sand pit in the middle of a desert.
I think without the trailer, these things are great fun in the sand. I had a go myself some time ago. With the trailer, I'm not so sure it's that off-road capable.
No, we're going to have a bit of a wheelie competition here. I can see. Now there is from KSP report. Our photographers there. We got so many members of the media here. The timetable has obviously been pushed back quite considerably now. We're talking this, obviously our main concern is that every driver is okay, and we've seen nearly every driver that's fine. Ramiro Brito, you can imagine, you'd be in this situation, what would Ramiro be saying now to the drivers?
Well, there's different kinds of aspects that it could go. Now is preparation. Believe to get in the right position. There's going to be the next couple, especially in the minds of all the drivers. Am I at the right spot? Am I going to be at the right spot?
Yes.
Am I too far back? typical to concerns after a restart or at the start of a race.
Yes, and of course, you know, it looks like we're going to have a single file restart, which would be correct. You know, we haven't done 25% of race distance, you know, so we will have a restart, but we've completed more than a full racing lap, so a full regrid is less than likely. So, there's a joke in, how many marshals does it take to move a recovery vehicle? Now, they've unhooked the actual 4x4, the off-road vehicle. The trailer is still there. You know, I commentated at Kartbahn Verlen earlier this year for the last round of the Swiss Championship. It's not a problem you have there with the amount of sand we have here in Bahrain, is it?
No, generally not, but I really do like the quality of the track even with all the sand, and especially if there is sand, they instantly clean it up, how it's properly done. I really love the quality here in Bahrain. It's something I've never seen before of this kind of level.
You know, I mean, talk a bit. So how many grand finals have you done now, Philip?
So, taking the one that has been
while
COVID.
The one that never was.
Yeah.
We don't. The first rule about 2020 is that we don't talk about 2020.
Good
like
point.
Fight Club.
Right.
Yes.
So otherwise, this would be my third time. The first time was back in Mini, in my third year of karting.
That was what, in 2018 Brazil?
No, that was the year after in 2019 in Italy.
Sarno.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it was Portimao.
Last year.
And then there would have been now or Portimao again.
Okay. Yes. So it's the third time. You know, does this event change? You know, I mean, obviously Sarno, we had all the classes. We hadn't got the Sarno was the last year without an official E20 class. So you know, this event has got a bit bigger since then. But I mean, the tent is still the same. The grandstand, you know, the nation versus nation. Is the buzz as good as it was, or does it get better?
No, you do see the development in kart racing, especially with Rotax. Obviously, with the E20s coming into place, the new generation of karting.
Yes.
But no, also in the other categories, you see more drivers from around the world. It's not just the typical exquisite countries come to race, and also media presentation. More people start viewing it, and
and you see a lot more drivers. They've got a lot more social media now. A lot of the social media reels that we're seeing are very, very professional. You know, drivers are promoting themselves, you know, a lot more. I think realizing that, you know, at the end of the day, you may not be getting paid to go karting, but you have to be a professional athlete in your preparation, in your outlook, in the hopes of one day becoming a professional driver.
Yeah, I think every young driver that's driving around here up to their 20s is having the dream to someday either sit in a GT car or in a Formula car of some kind.
Yeah, getting to your age now, Philip, and again, I suppose the idea is it's something with a roof. There's so many opportunities in GT racing, or, you know, even saloon car racing, touring car racing. You know, a lot of the younger drivers, the micros, the minis, even some of the juniors are looking at, you know, Formula 4 and even further up that. But then you get to senior and DD2, and there's the potential of, like, look, I can become a grand final champion here, and there are lots and lots of amateur sports car races that need a silver or a gold standard driver for Blancpain or for, you know, a national GT series.
No, I think racing in general is, you should be thinking as a driver as you are a business. Starting as in a business, you should always be first, which comes very similar to karting.
Yes.
And also, you should be good at selling yourself.
Okay,
with these two aspects, you get very far in racing.
Okay, yeah, by being fast, but also by being, you know, a professional, a businessman, and to be able to promote yourself. Always sort of, but then you have the character. You can't lose. You have to be professional and media trained. But there are 400 very, very talented drivers here. You know, there has to be something, a character that, look, I'm worth it. I'm more worthy of your investment, Mr. or Mrs. Sponsor, than any of these other drivers who are just as talented as me.
Yeah, it's not just that, but also you have to get attention from everywhere. If you're good at the grand finals, you win the grand finals, but no one knows you. At the end of the day, you won't sit in a Formula 4 car. But if you become second, but everyone knows you, you have a bigger chance of getting somewhere.
by self-promotion, by social media, or by, you know, the old sort of in my day, oh dear, that's just depositing a lot of desert onto the track, isn't it? But at least they've got it out. But, you know, when we do get restarted, there's going to be a lot of time. They're going to do one slow lap, and then they're going to go through that section full chat with a lot of Bahrain on the track, shall we say.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of slippery slidey through those corners.
Yes, indeed. Well, it looks like we are getting ready to heading back towards a restart. Let's take you through the running order. Sean Butcher from pole position is still on pole, is still leading the way. Kai Hunter still runs in second. Kenta Kamagai is third. Daniel Houseworth runs fourth. Austin Lee and Simon Olin fifth and sixth. Lewis Gilbert and Mark Kimber seventh and eighth. Then Aaron Krepsik and Dion van Verwen, the rest of the top 10. George Kafantaris is 11th. Laurent Lego is 12th as engines are refired. Then Prasetyo Harja from Indonesia is 13th. 14th is Miska Kaskinen. Sam Ifrid is 15th. Grimaldi 16th. Richter, Boltasu, Macedo, Clausen, Tish Dams, Batoccio, Pernod, Kuhyo Lee, Yan Chen Cho, Jingxuan Lin, as we can see now coming through the area of the accident. And of course, this is where the drivers have got to get their tyres cleaned up, but they've also got to try and make sure that the track is as clean as possible. The remaining runners, Aditya Patnaik, Fahad Al-Khaled and Emir Gonzalez from Mexico. 29 drivers will take the restart. And so now, Philippe, this is where you're getting your sort of your race head back on. You single file, so you want to make sure that you go and don't get left behind, but then also you don't want to be swamped and you have to defend, but you also have to attack.
Yeah, getting a good kind of mix in between, especially in the early stages. You don't want to lose too much time defending because you want to attack and go forwards. As soon as you start defending, you will start losing time. So getting a good mix, maybe working together with the drivers behind. You will see many drivers indicating to the driver behind, let's push together, let's not do anything stupid.
Well, here we go. As we say that, we go 3 wide as we take the restart into turn number 1. Butcher and Hunter get away very well. Good communication between them. Kumagai is third now through the dust. Let's have a look. More dust at turn 5. This is where the sand was deposited, and it looks as though everybody does manage to navigate the danger zone. Clearly, Butcher having to defend. Hunter will try the crossover move coming out of turn number 8. They'll run side by side with Kagai. And is that Hunter now in the lead? I think it is. Kai Hunter, classic crossover move there.
Yeah, Hunter definitely didn't want to go around the outside. We saw 2 years ago a very big accident around that corner.
Yes.
You saw him back out of there. You'll see him attacking through the last corner, then onto the main straight where there's a big slipstream opportunity. Very hard to defend into turn 1, especially if the guy in the back has a good toe. But as it seems, it didn't quite have the run on him yet.
Yeah, Butcher, but again, this is where maybe country, being from the UK, could come into play. That Butcher thinks to himself, okay, if we start going side by side there, and there's a move going up into turn number 5. Looking back there, that could have been Simon Olin from Sweden, being very, very aggressive in the yellow sleeves and the blue race suit. And it looks like Olin is up into 6th position. Yeah, he went past Austin Lee there, the German driver. There's Mark Kimber, who has dropped down a couple of positions. Very distinctive driving style from Mark Kimber. He looks a lot taller in the kart, but Butcher and Hunter swapping positions again, not getting away, and we have got this huge train now at the front with Sam Ifrid, your Swiss countryman, in the back of this pack. He's doing very well.
Yeah, Butcher now going very defensive into turn 1, basically happening what I said before. Big run up into turn 1, very hard to defend, doing a very good job indeed. In the background, Sam Ifrit racing for the other team, which I race as well. Grammy Power having a big run up as well, gathering almost back to the original position he was, since he lost 3 positions during the accident in the first. Oh, and big contact in the back.
Yeah, 3 wide coming out of turn number 9 there, wheel-to-wheel contact. Looked like it was it's the Czech Republic race suit of Matteo Richter. It was one of those drivers, and that's the thing, just coming out of that corner, there's so many different lines. It was rear wheel to rear wheel contact there, and luckily we didn't have another incident.
Especially it's one of 2 corners where you're actually allowed to go past the white lines, excluding the track limits. There's the first hairpin, in which we're going to see very closely now.
Coming out of turn number 5, yes.
Out of turn number 5, you will see everyone go past the white lines, which is totally legal, and turn number 8. Those are the 2 corners. While we see an overtake through
this
that corner.
corner here, this area of the track there, someone's gone very, very wide. We got a cart in the tyres as well. So that's the first corner where track limits is not enforced, and here is the second corner. And is that just because it's going to be impossible to police, and also, you know, drivers, you know, if you dive up the inside, you know, then suddenly slowing down in the middle of the corner is going to cause more contact than if you try to enforce it, than if you just let it go.
Yeah, it's a big safety measurement. But other corners like here, we see a good overtake here.
Yeah, Lewis Gilbert, the Diamond of Dalry, making a move there, the Scottish driver.
See here all the track limits are very tight, and we see good defending again here from Butcher, from his teammate, presumably. But as every driver has, your teammate is also your biggest rival. You want to stand ahead in the team. You want to come out as the better Brit in the race.
Yes, and watching all this is Kenta Kumagai, who has stayed in 3rd position. Daniel Houseworth has fallen back to. Now Mark Kimber is up into 5th position. Mark said he's not the fastest kart. Qualifying's not his forte, but racing very much is. And now Kenta Kumagai is coming under pressure of the first time. Kimber has a little look to the inside. Doesn't make a move there. This is lap 8 out of 10. It's Butcher, Hunter, Kumagai, Kimber, Daniel Houseworth there in the red and white for Team Austria. Aaron Krepsik from Hungary is next. Then Simon Olin, Dion van Verwin, and Sam Ifrid back to where he started in 9th position. 2 laps to go. But Butcher, I think, he's decided, no, I've got to defend, and I'm going to carry on defending. And Kimber now moves into P3.
Yeah, very clean move. Bit of a risky move down there. It's a bit frightening to overtake there, but it's a very, very clean move. Yeah, Hunter is going to be very anxiously want to get past now. It's the second to last lap. This is where he's going to get the real move on.
Because Kimber's got a bit of extra momentum, hasn't he? Kimber's been moving up to the pack, so he has got momentum. Hunter is sort of trapped running Butcher's line. He's running Butcher's pace. If Hunter moves wide going into a corner, then he knows now that Kimber's just simply going to slice up the inside. Austin Lee has had to retire. I think he was the driver that went off at turn number 5 earlier on. Here comes Kimber. Kimber's got a good run on Kai Hunter, and this is exactly what you said that Kai didn't want to have happen. And here comes Mark Kimber for P2.
Yeah, there's no way he could have defended that properly. If he would have gone to the inside, he would have gotten overtaken around the outside. But if you look at the pace, there's a bit of a pace difference. Now Hunter is going to try to hold on, but it's going to be tough. Presumably doing something similar to me, having 2 hot tires now, overheating them tires from either attacking too much or simply a slight error of the tire pressure.
Yeah, indeed. So Butcher up the holding on to the inside. They come up the hill towards turn number 9. It's Butcher, it's Kimber, it's Hunter, it's Kumagai, and then it's Houseworth in 5th. There's a gap between 4th and 5th. Kenta Kumagai following the 3 British drivers through turn number 12. But Sean Butcher, in what he says could be his last kart race, takes the checkered flag and the victory. And a couple of drivers peeling off a little bit early. You're all told to go around and do a full lap at the end of the race, aren't you? But not everybody sort of listening to that instruction. So Sean Butcher, Mark Kimber and Kai Hunter 1, 2, 3. Kenta Kumagai, Simon Olin is 5th. Then Daniel Houseworth, Aaron Krepsik, Dion van Verwin 8th, Matteo Richter 9th, Miska Kaskin in 10th, Samuel Ifrid. I couldn't quite see what happened. Samuel lost a couple of places there in the final shuffle.
Yeah, in the last corner, sadly, he lost 2 positions. But I really want to mention Mark's performance. That was 12 positions he gained. That is quite remarkable. all the way up to P2. There's a couple in the midfield that gains 11 positions as well. There is
Tish Dams,
exactly.
for example, finishing 19th. Emir Gonzalez up 12 positions. Yan Chen Cho also up a few positions. But again, there was obviously a lot of those drivers because they avoided the accident. Kimber gained a lot of those positions on track, pass after pass after pass. You know, you don't do 4 grand finals and you have 3 wins and 1 second place without knowing how to be the best on equal equipment, when Mark Kimber proving that once again.
Yeah, really remarkable job there from him. I'm quite surprised why he's so far back after qualifying. Probably had some engine failure or something.
Mark has a qualifying problem, full stop. He will be the first to admit that qualifying is not his speciality. He does, however, look after his tyres better than almost anybody else I've ever seen. Now, there's Lewis Gilbert getting in. He dropped back a little bit. Now, we also lost Laurent Legault during that race. We lost Fahad Al-Khaled, Timothy Pernot, Austin Lee. So, only 26... Oh, Fahad Al-Khaled finishing last. Only 26 drivers finished in that race. That's 10 damaged go-karts and 10 rather upset mechanics.
Yeah, that's almost a third of the field that couldn't finish, had a DNF for that race. It was quite a big spread as well.
But it does mean, okay, so in terms of points, they've got, obviously not everyone's going to go through. You're looking at the results here, and then you've got this group drivers at the bottom of the screen here. Al-Khaled finishing 15th. I think on my screen it says something different. Prosetio Harja, Alexandra Baltasu, Francesco Macedo, they all gain a lot. Tish Dams, Jing Xuan Lin, Ku Hyo Lee, Yan Chen Cho, all gaining lots of positions. That's going to make the points a bit more interesting because you've got drivers with the greatest respect in the world who were qualifying at the back, would normally run at the back. Suddenly, they've got a half-decent result.
Yeah, especially it's going to be the startup for the pre-finals. The heats are going to get together, and also the ones that fell out, they don't really want to get into the finals. There is a disqualification for the back 36 drivers. So the first goal for all drivers is to get into the finals.
Yes, of course. At the end of the pre-finals, if you're not in the top 36, your grand finals is over. Now, the briefing is taking place for the second group of senior Rotax drivers. Let's hope that we have a much cleaner race, although there was not dirty driving. It was just happened to be like one of those incidents that happens. You saw coming over the crest, someone gets turned, and then 25 drivers behind them, scattering. It is what happens. The senior drivers. So if you obviously have a timetable here. If you were one of these drivers in the second heat, you get yourself sort of psyched up for a race at a certain time. Suddenly you have a 20-minute delay. It happens in karting. Are you hydrated? Do you need to use the bathroom? Do you lose focus? What do you do to make sure you are in the zone that you were originally in when you sat on the dummy grid expecting, okay, 10 laps and I'm out?
So the way I personally do it is I wait until the marshals say it's 5 minutes from now, and the race before has finished. This way I don't lose focus prior or start up and waste my energy for just waiting.
So you don't think about the race until 5 minutes to go?
No, I'm also someone that likes to talk a lot before the race. Just talking with a mechanic or talking with a different driver. If I get into the car too soon, the focus wears out too soon. So let's say I'm focused for the first 5 laps, I'll be out in the last 5 laps.
Okay, no problems. Well, Jen Wade is down on the pits with another interview.
Sean Butcher, I guess you're happy you got that one in the bag already?
Yeah, to be honest, with the way the temperature is now, it's so hard to break away, so that was the most important one to win for me.
Understanding what's going on with the setup, with the temperature, when we get into the night racing, how important do you think this is really to be able to stay there at the front? Because the guys behind you, really, you know them, how close it is, how they're racing, but at this point, that experience maybe?
Yeah, for sure there's things that you'd need to change for the night racing, but we probably didn't hit the nail with the hammer then, but we'll try again tomorrow.
What's it like to be racing here in Bahrain?
Yeah, it's good. It's really interesting. The track's so tough with all the elevation changes, so yeah.
And the weather's great.
And the weather is great, yes.
Kind of like wintry Australia with a bit of sand.
Yeah, not quite like the UK.
No, of course not. Anyone you want to say hi to?
Just all my family. Hi.
Alrighty, gonna let you go. Well done, see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Jen, and thank you very much, Sean, who did manage to crack a smile at the end of that one. Okay, heat number 2 for Senior Rotax. This is Group C and D, and we've got a former Grand Finals champion on pole position in the form of Oliver Hodgson. 10 years since Oliver won this event, and goes back to what you were saying. Oliver, back in 2013, he was about to sort of step back from karting a little bit. He thought, okay, I've got a university, get a job. I've been racing full time, but and then he wins in New Orleans at NOLA Motorsport Park. He becomes a senior Rotax thing. In the UK, he then gets a sort of, say, a factory drive, where you're not paying. And that really propelled him into a career. He now works in the United States with J3 Competition, driver coach, known as one of the best kart drivers in the world. He is actually, now, I don't even mind me saying this, he's 30 years old. So winning in the Grand Finals he was able to extend his professional karting career by at least 10 years, and now back to the Grand Finals again.
Yeah, there's always this kind of sense, what should I do? How much should I focus on karting, or how much should I focus on going to school, doing a job, working? And getting a good balance is always hard, because if you work more, you'll have less performance at the races and the other way around. So getting a good balance is really hard, and especially if you can then get a job in your favorite kind of sports, if this is karting or something else, this is the dream scenario for most drivers.
I mean, and people just say, about I'm sure you have your career, and people say, Henry, you must be so lucky. I was like, well, it beats getting a real job. And okay, not everyone can do it full time, and I have to do work outside of karting as well. But I mean, if you would say it to anybody watching this broadcast, whether you want to be a driver, whether you like engineering, whether you like writing about racing, whether you like taking pictures of racing photography, and you love racing, if you can work in a sport that you're passionate about, you will never do a hard day's work in your life. Or you'll do a hard day's work, but it'll never be a chore.
Yeah.
Here we go then. There aren't anyone on the circuit now that thinks this next race is going to be a chore. Here we go. Oliver Hodgson and Macaulay Bishop, one of the oldest and one of the youngest drivers in this class, on the front row of the grid. Theo Kakati and Ethan Jeff Hall on row number 2. Kai Rillarts and Wales' Matthew Higgins on row 3. Mate Konik and Eric Haystack on row number 4. Row 5, Nick Trobech and the poster boy of the event, Theo Eriksson on row 5. Balas Jurancic and Mohamed Al Hassan. Bahrain having a really strong grand final so far, and Hassan starting 12th. Petrovic, Hamburg, Pastrian and Jules Roussel are next. Then it is Adam Rahali, Enzo Prando, Elia Papacena, Thiago Diaz on row number 10. Rakuto Tamahashi and Bradley Hewson on row 11. Thomas Ibsen and Oliver Kerg on row 12. Yuzuki Tamahashi and Vongsapat Katsiri are next. Alexandra Benoit Besak and Dudu Barakalo all the way back in 28th. Ethan Thorne, Cooper O'Clair, Salvatore Tosado. The rest of the field going through Jack Webster, who was fast in qualifying, and obviously a problem post-qualifying, starting shotgun on the field, lights are out, we're off and racing, and Hodgson leads them through turn number 1. Bishop gets squeezed a little bit wide, drops back behind Kakati and behind Kai Rillarts. In fact, I think Macaulay Bishop may have lost a couple of positions. Oh, and a driver spinning in the middle of the pack there, 3 wide, and let's have a look there, they all come out. I think somehow everybody, there is the driver that was doing a full 360, and a heart in mouth moment there, Philip.
Yeah, way better than the other. Different scenario, but better outcome. Yeah, no crash there. Really good job from Theo there, going all the way up there. Good start for him, but that's one of the best positions to be in at the start in P3.
P3, as a driver, would you rather start third than second sometimes, depending on the circuit?
Depending on the circuit, yes. Here it's a very interesting, since this long first right-hander and then going into this squiggly chicane, and here's going the pass there into P1.
Well, I mean, Theo's dad Tony was celebrating his birthday yesterday, and Theo's probably thinking, well, I may as well get the old man a present, even if it's a day late, and a race win at the grand finals would be quite the lemon to Tony Kakati's tonic, I've got to say, but there's a long way to go, and yes, now he's got Hodgson, he's got Bishop, he's got Rillarts, and he's got Ethan Jeff Hall right behind him. In fact, there goes Macaulay Bishop. I believe that is to the inside of Oliver Hodgson for second place. This is good news for Kakati. The rest of the field coming down the hill, it was Thiago Diaz, the Argentine driver, who started 20th, who decided to do a 360 in front of half the field. He is recovered and is running in last position. Remarkably though, considering the carnage that could have ensued, which didn't, everybody else is doing a good job there. Eduardo Barrichello has made a lot of positions up. Eduardo up into 21st position, a gain of 7.
If you look at the time gap, Theo is absolutely flying. He's already marged out quite a gap there. The toe is still there, not as strong anymore, but there is going to have to do a lot of defending before P2 to keep the P3 behind him.
Now, of course, Oliver Hodgson still runs second. We saw Macaulay Bishop trying to attack Oliver Hodgson. Hodgson, although he's British, he races now full-time in the United States. There's Ethan Jeff Hall at the inside of Kai Rillarts. That is the senior Rotax International Trophy champion, Ethan Jeff Hall, passing Belgian's Kai Rillarts, and now moving. There goes Bishop again. Hodgson, of course, hasn't raced Bishop before. Hodgson now raced in the UK, and Bishop, who is still 14 years old, he's not 15 till the end of the year, and showing, and Hodgson's probably thinking, who is this kid? I know we got the same race suit on, but I mean, shouldn't we work together? But Bishop, he doesn't race like that. Bishop is head down, go, pick him up and put him down, and now he has got 0.6 of a second to try and make up, as we got carts running wide coming out of turn number 8. This is going to be a really good example of how quick Macaulay Bishop is, and whether his youth compared to Oliver Hodgson's experience is next. Matthew Higgins, the Welshman from Treveglois, is there in 4th position. Rillarts, Jeff Hall, Konich, Trobeck, Rahali and Pastrian are next.
Yeah, over here now, P2 is really struggling to keep P3 behind. Here's the problem for the P2. He's going to have to start defending if this goes on this way, and Theo is going to start pulling away. Even though now with the toe of the last stream they have caught up slightly, but if there is continuous fighting between the 2 to 4, Theo is going to start pulling away.
Yeah, so really now, as there goes Matthew Higgins up the inside of Oliver Hodgson. Hodgson down to 4th, Higgins up to 3rd. Higgins has just set the fastest lap of the race. That has given Macaulay Bishop a bit of a break, but Theo Kakati's lead is now down to 0, and Hoddeston's Macaulay Bishop is now going to introduce himself to Abu Dhabi's Theo Kakati, and Theo's going to have to be on his toes here, because Bishop has already proven that sort of sitting and waiting is not necessarily in Bishop's wheelhouse. Moving and passing is new leader Macaulay Bishop.
Yeah, Theo's now going to play the smart move, not fighting instantly black, since after the wiggle in turn 10 he lost the position on the straight. But now he's just going to try to create a bit of a gap, and as soon as he feels comfortable or there's been a mistake by the leader, he will take it and try to do the same again by pulling away.
Yes, but of course now Bishop has got the problem. Bishop has spent all race closing in on people and attacking. Now what does he do? Does he have the pace to not defend, or will he start to get tight? And already Theo Kakati showing that Bishop hasn't going to have things all his own way. Bishop runs a little bit wide coming out of the corner there. Kakati has to defend. Here comes Matthew Higgins. Higgins up into P2. It's Bishop, Higgins, Kakati, Hodgson, Jeff Hall and Rillarts, with Mate Matej Konik in 7th place, the Slovakian having a great run, and now Hodgson's thinking, right, okay, instead of playing nice, we're all going to start defending. I can defend with the best of you. Hodgson defending into turn 1, but he's now dropped to 4th as Bishop, Higgins and Kakati try to pull away.
Yeah, Theo is now going to really have to start pushing to get that lead back. It's going to get real tight in the last 3 laps, but they're really, really close together. And the tow in the senior category is the most tow effect of any category. In the DD2 they have less, in the E20 we have less. Seniors is really the most remarkable tow here, and therefore if you get the last sector right and you can really use that tow, you can have overtaken turn 1.
Because I would have thought that it would have been micro and mini, the lesser powered cars to get the more tow, but I suppose on this circuit layout, yeah, the seniors have got that power. They do punch a bigger hole in the air, don't they?
Yeah, the more speed you have. Oh, big defending there.
Yeah, Bishop decided, no, I don't fancy Haley right now. In the UK, Bishop and Higgins both race for Dan Holland Racing, although all year Bishop has raced in juniors and Higgins has raced in seniors. But that defending from Bishop, that's where maybe a little bit of inexperience has come in, because suddenly, side by side, that's Adam Rahali and Oliver Hodgson going side by side. Rahali up the inside of Hodgson there, but that defending from Bishop has allowed Kakati and Ethan Jeff Hall to close right back in.
Yeah, and now it's going to get starting real interesting. The last couple laps, everyone's going to get very anxious to push. Everything is going to get squeezed out of those tires, the remaining life of this session. Yeah, now the next straight is going to be the most interesting, with all very close together in the train. Let's see what happens into turn 1.
Well, Higgins tried to make the move going into turn number 12. Bishop defended. Higgins had to back out of it. That briefly gave Bishop some breathing space, but like you said, Philip, well spotted. The tow is so great here that already Higgins has recovered from that loss of momentum, is closing back in. He's bringing Kakati in 3rd. Now it's Ethan Jeff Hall in 3rd, Kakati in 4th, Rahali, Hodgson, Rillarts, Christian Pastrian from Chile is 8th, Konich down to 9th, Haystack is 10th, then Petrovic, Trobec, Balash, Jurancic, Prando, Hamburg, Papachena and Mohammed Al Hassan 17th. Somehow we've still got 35 karts running with only Alexander Benoit Bessac.
Theo going very wide there, losing another 2 positions. He doesn't have the best couple last laps. Now we go into the last lap. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and Bishop has suddenly got a huge advantage over Higgins with Ethan Jeff Hall. Hodgson is not out of this one yet either. Kakati losing that momentum, and that's something that happens a lot of time. Rillarts now taking advantage of the fact that Kakati was sort of put off guard a little bit, but Kakati does fight back using that turn 5 extra bit of tarmac that he's allowed to.
Yeah, I think Bishop has got that one in the bag. There was a lot of raffling in the back, a lot of position change, hard to keep the overview. Let's see who's going to get the 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, at the moment it is Higgins from Ethan Jeff Hall, although it doesn't. That looks like Ethan Jeff Hall in 2nd place now. The rather diminutive figure. Well, the 2 drivers who dominated this year's British Junior Karting Championship have just come and had their first major their second major international event as a senior driver, and they've just beaten every one of the main experienced drivers. What a result for Bishop and Ethan Jeff Hall. 1-2 as juniors, now 1-2 as seniors. A heat race it may only be, but that is a statement of intent. If you're Hodgson, Higgins, Rahali, Kakati, Pastrian, Rillarts, Haystack, Petrovic and the rest, suddenly you've got these 2 kids coming up from juniors and beating you first time out.
Yeah, that'd be quite embarrassing and quite annoying for me if I'd be one of the more experienced ones.
I think probably annoyed would be the better adjective to use there, and they're probably thinking, well, I'm not going to be embarrassed, but I'm a little bit miffed, shall we say. That's the politically correct word to say. So Philip, thank you so much for joining us. You're going to come back and do some more senior races during the course of the week?
Of course, I'm glad to be here.
And best of luck in the E20 senior race. We'll be watching you with interest during the course of the thing. Now, let's have a little look there in that race. So, Samuel Ifrid, the only senior driver you got for Switzerland. When you go back to the tent, Ifrid will be happy, or he'll be happy to survive that accident. But, you know, the pace is there, but a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, I generally hope to catch up more since he's a big racer. He's not a big qualifier. He wanted to drive in front. He's going to be a bit frustrated, but as soon as the driver loses any positions, he'll start to be frustrated.
Okay, thank you much, Philippe Loaka, E20 driver for Rotax Team Switzerland. We will go back now to see the results. Jen Wade will be maybe giving an interview. We'll have to see where Jen is. There is a look at the pits. Thank you very much, Philip, and we'll see you later. The best of luck for the rest of the event. There's Macaulay Bishop going across the line, and the next race we will have will be DD2 Masters, and Rotax's own Daryl Smith will be joining us in the commentary box. So Switzerland exit stage left, and Australia steps into the booth. But meanwhile, here is a quick look at the unofficial results. Bishop, Jeff Hall, Hodgson, Rahali, Higgins, Kakati, your top 6. Look for your favourite driver, your favourite nation. Keep the comments coming in, and we'll be back very shortly with the remaining finishers and the next race.
Macaulay Bishop, that was exciting. What do you think?
Really good. Yeah, my first race round here, and yeah, about 3 laps in, I managed to get to the front and then just managed to defend and keep on to my position.
Now, of course, we know you, the British champion. Of course, you've stepped up. You're racing in seniors, British champion in juniors because of the age difference. What about the competition here? But you've got all your mates behind you from the UK.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit harder. In junior, I didn't really have much competition, but obviously now got some competition, so I'm having to work a little bit harder.
Yeah. You're working a bit harder. It didn't look like you're working so hard, but tell me, what's it like racing under lights on a circuit like this in Bahrain?
Really good. Yeah, one of my first times racing under the lights, so something new, and yeah, the track's really good. I love it.
Anyone you want to say hi to while we're here?
All my mates at school.
Okay, keep cheering him on. We're going to see you tomorrow. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. And the last 3 races of the day are set to start. You can see Team USA in the grandstand there. Henry Corn with his cap on backwards. Speaking of people with caps on backwards, Daryl Smith from Rotax, the 2001 Grand Final Max Masters champion, joins me in the commentary box now for the DD2 Masters race. I shall just get my my paperwork here. Daryl, great to have you in the commentary box. Nobody knows this event and Rotax better than you.
Yeah, it's been a long journey, but it's fantastic. Nice to be here on this facility, and yeah, world class for sure.
It is, and of course, a part of the organising team here, you're in the workshop all the time. You know, you do all the testing for Rotax. You know, you're invaluable and intrinsic. When you think of Rotax, you think of Daryl Smith. That's to be said.
Yeah, that's nice of you, Henry.
Yeah, and you celebrated a birthday not long ago.
Yeah.
You know, but a birthday that some of these drivers that are about to commentate on have yet to manage, shall we say?
Yeah, I mean they're half their age, aren't they? Like, what's the age of masters now?
31.
31. For
31.
Masters. It's getting lower and lower, so they're just going to be kids soon. Racing masters.
And you got people out there, you know, still in their mid to late 50s racing against them. A lot of the masters, though, they're the real characters in this event. We talk about the Rotax family and how the grand final, you know, is sort of the chance for everybody to sort of come together once a year. There's 25 of these drivers have raced in at least one grand finals before, and you see the same personalities coming back and back and back. You know, Antti Ollikainen's quest for a grand final victory. You know, Rubens Barrichello is here as well. But again, even you look at the grandstand, you recognise the faces of the distributors, the parents, the drivers, you know, the chassis partners, all around, don't you?
Yeah, of course. You know, there's so many people in the paddock that have been here for such a long time when you think about it, in karting in general, the
Yes.
Rotax Grand Finals. You know, just the people on the grid, like you said, so many people coming back and racing again and again. You know, I suppose the only master that I know is out there that's not actually racing is Martin Pierce. He's in the paddock.
Yeah.
And he's a champion in his own right, and it would be good to see him out here at some point.
Well, I mean, he's been a champion as a driver. I'm trying to think, if we had a champion as a driver who's then been a champion as a mechanic, because his driver, Lucas Palacio, has done very, very well in his first Micromax seat.
Yep, he has done a great job. But that's a good point. Yeah, maybe we could look into that, see who, from a driver's point of view, you know.
Yeah,
and
who's been a champion as a driver and as a mechanic,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
I know Wesley Orr is here running drivers as well, but he's an entrant. I'm not sure how many, you know, how...
I think he is a mechanic this weekend.
He is a mechanic, is he?
Yeah. He is a mechanic. So, and you always got to watch out for Wes. Like, he was one of the best when he was on track. So I'm sure he's giving some good guidance to those young kids as well.
And I think if you ever, you know, I mean, obviously the original, the voice of karting will always be Ken Walker.
Ken Walker, yep.
And he was the voice of the grand finals. I hope Ken and Jill are doing really well back home. It's
Hi, guys.
always a pleasure to see you. I must speak to Ken very soon. And I know that I keep in touch vicariously via Nigel and Sarah Edwards with how Ken and Jill are doing. But Ken would always say, when you ask Ken, you know, the greatest race that he ever commentated on, Wesley Orr was in that race, I believe. I can't remember which one.
Probably Lanzarote.
Lanzarote, that's what it was. Three drivers, Wesley Orr
him
was
and Chris
one of them.
Morgado on pole. Wes was pole, Chris was second. And Chris got him on the first corner. Wes got it back on the second. That was it. Game over.
Yeah,
it was fantastic.
So and it's great. And again, the people keep coming back to Rotax. It's also a show of brand loyalty. Something that, you know, you've been so passionate about. You know, we went to the Transylvania Trophy. Now,
yes, we did. Yeah,
that was a fantastic event. But there was 60 drivers there, and you had gone around every single driver in that end team. You know, say, okay, what problems are you experiencing? This is maybe how you would set the car up properly, things like that, to just try so people don't get, you know, frustrated with the problems. So they think, okay, you know, Rotax engines, you can have a problem with them, but then there's someone there to help solve them.
Exactly right. Those type of events, it's probably a little bit easier than this event actually, because at this event with everyone with not their own gear, it's a bit of a challenge for some of them. So to fine tune and sort of help them to get their head around the fact that they've got to use what's given to them.
Yep.
And they don't have a spare engine. They don't have a spare chassis, of their choice or carburetor.
Yes.
And therefore they have to make the most of what they have, and that's one of the other aspects of the grand finals. Yeah.
Okay, indeed. And now you're looking through the starting lineup. Spot your favourite nation once again. There's over 30 nations, nearly 30 nations represented on this grid alone. Matthew Kinsman from New Zealand and Dennis Thum from Germany are on row number 1. Nicola Pico, first time out in Masters from France, and Federico Rossi on row 2. Rodrigo Eckholt and Rubens Barrichello on row number 3. Then you've got Dmitry Kofanov, Vivian Cusack-Pico, Antti Ollikainen, Carl Cleribo. A little bit further back, look for number 504, Captain America Derek Wang, and also Ben Cooper from 20th of the grid for Team Canada, a 3-time race winner, and of course double grand final champion Christoph Adams in kart 505. But the lights are out. We're off and racing for the first of 10 laps in the DD2 class, and that was running wide there, the white race suit. I think that was Rodrigo Eckholt there, getting a little bit crossed up and getting sort of muscled aside going into turn number 1. He loses a few positions, but up at the front, it's a good start from New Zealand's Matthew Kinsman. Germany's Dennis Thum also making a good getaway. Pico, Rossi, and I'm looking at in the blue race suit in 3rd or 4th position. I can't quite make that race suit out, but you can see the Barrichello there running in 6th place.
He's racy there, yeah, he's doing a good job, Barrichello. He's up there as well. Kinsman out front is doing a blinder, like he got away like a scolded cat. He's he's doing a good job in front, but they'll chase him down, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, no one has really been able to break away around the circuit. Even in DD2, the slipstream effects is noticeable.
Yeah,
You've got the
absolutely.
2-speed cart, the rest of the field coming round to complete lap number 1 and up into second place. So Rodrigo Eckholt, I was mistaken in my identification. Eckholt is in the blue and green race suit, and he's been aggressive, the Chilean driver, passing Nicola Pico there in turn number 1 to move into P2. Kinsman, though, has a half a second lead, but, well...
He's doing all right. I mean, these guys keep fighting behind him. You know, Matthew's going to get away, and he really is getting away at this point.
Yeah, I mean, 0.6 of a second and more. Now, and a spin there. That looks like could be Juan Duque in the black crash helmet, the Colombian driver in kart number 532. And again, he was able to using those front brakes to good effect to stop the car before it rolled into oncoming traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here we go, the replay.
We're looking back there. They've got 3 wide. He's
bit of a tag from the outside and inside both.
Yeah, he comes across. That was 2 into 1, doesn't go, and then anchors stop.
Great job.
He'll look to the left. He thinks about going. No. I'll wait.
Yeah.
I would rather restart 36 with all 4 wheels on my wagon.
Yeah, well played there. You can look up front here. You know, the boys have reeled Matt in a little bit, and they're certainly pushing now, not fighting as much, and then they will be able to peg him back, I'm sure.
Yes, you've got Dennis Turm in second, Eckholt in third, and then you've got Dmitry Kofanov from Kyrgyzstan in fourth. Then there's a gap back to the 5th place battle, which is Antti Olakainen, Rubens Barrichello, and Nicola Pico. Now, Antti Olakainen, this is not Antti's first experience of racing or being around a Formula 1 driver. He did his national service in Finland with a certain Kimi Räikkönen when they were young men.
Yeah, that would be interesting, I'm telling you.
Can't imagine, Kimi Räikkönen being told what to do by a drill sergeant. Yeah, the mind does boggle. However, the top 4 have broken away, and you say Kinsman under a bit of pressure. Tum from Germany in second, Eckholt with a bright pink crash helmet in third, and then Kovanov, a driver that we haven't really heard much of, the Kyrgyzstan-based driver. This is his first grand finals, and he's certainly not being overawed by the occasion.
No, not at all. He's doing a good job in fourth. I haven't heard of him before, so he's doing a great job, actually qualified quite well. Got some speed there, and if he can tag on to 3rd place here, he might give them some grief as well.
Now, further back there was a move there. That was Jan Adriano from Switzerland passing Antti Olakainen for, I believe, 6th position. Here comes Rubens Barrichello to the inside, and he passes Nicola Pico for 5th position, although Pico trying to come back around the outside. This is not helping them in terms of catching the lead group, but at half distance, Barrichello up into 5th position. The Masters drivers, they get 2 heats over the course of the next 2 days. They get 1 heat today, 1 heat tomorrow, because every one of the 36 drivers goes through to the pre-final and the final. Our first lead change, Dennis Tum to the inside, so Kinsman has now got to go from defense to offense.
Yeah. You know, watching Dennis this year, he's pretty patient. You know, he's done a good job in all the races that I've been watching him throughout the year. So, you know, he just sat there and waited for his opportunity, which arose, and now, you know, Matthew on the back of him. So these guys pulled away from 4th place, and they're really going fast up front, you know.
And you can't really, you know, you think people back home might be thinking, well, why wasn't Kinsman defending? Well, you know, these are older drivers. They know it's half distance. You know, Kinsman wasn't defending, so, you know, he probably didn't expect the move, or if he did expect the move, he's not too worried about it, because the more they run line astern, like nose to tail, the further away from the chasing pack, who are side by side, they get.
Yeah, of course. You know, anytime they fight up front, it's always a loss of time. So,
yes,
you know, they're being smart up there. I think Matthew's clever enough to let that happen, and without fighting it, doesn't want a penalty, nose cone, or running any damage on his kart. So, yeah, I think that was smart just to let that happen, and if he's fast enough, he'll come back.
Yeah, and of course, this is another opportunity to learn. As you can see, Toom looks like he's trying to check out, so at least Kinsman will think, right, I can see that Toom is faster than me through corner X, Y, and Z.
Exactly.
You can go back, feed back to your mechanic to say, right, this is what I need, this is where I'm losing out.
Yeah, exactly. I think also, you know, with the one set of tyres for the event, you have to be a little bit clever. And if you're wringing its neck every single lap, I mean, it's not the right way to go about it. So.
No, now further back, Carl Claribeau has had a problem. I think it was actually Claribeau who might have been the spinner earlier on with the black crash helmet. The Belgian driver, Tony Hogg, has also dropped back quite considerably. Although, yeah, maybe Tony Hogg is en route to a retirement, sadly. He had qualified better than I've ever seen him qualify the grand finals before, Tony. He's one of the elder statesmen in this class, and that is not meant in a derogatory term, but he is nearly 60 years old, is Tony. So qualifying in the top 22 was a good result. There's Rubens Barrichello coming into turn number 5. He's now got a bit of a breathing space between himself, Nicola Pico, but look at Ben Cooper from 20th up to 7th. Now, here are your lead 4. Try and draw your attention to Cooper. He's the 3rd kart in the next train. So there's the 4, 5th, 6th, 7th. Cooper closing in that red sleeves and his white race suit. They crest the rise. Cooper has got Nicola Pico in his sights.
Yeah, look, you can never discount Ben. He's one of the best. And coming back to do this event, I mean, it's a pleasure to watch him race. He's just got ahead of Nicholas there. So I think, like I said, you can't discount him, and he's on fire now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I spoke to Ben, because Ben put a very late entry in to the US National Finals in Newcastle Motorsport Park in Indiana. And I was talking to him, I said, well, why have you come back to racing after all these years? He goes, well, I run an academy. I teach and train lots of kids. And, I've got 7 or 8 drivers in my academy who've qualified for Team Canada. And it's almost like I want to show them that, look, what I'm teaching you, I do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, of course,
So this is the best example of teacher showing student.
Well, this is right. You look at him behind Rubens here, and this is a schooling. So
yes,
just watch Rubens watch this happen very quickly. It'll just take him, and away he goes.
If Ben Cooper can pass ex-Formula 1 driver Rubens Barrichello, then the phone lines in the Ben Cooper Racing School will be ringing off the hook tomorrow morning. But
didn't let that go through. I think, Ben probably thought he had that then a little bit, but he's smart enough to back out of it. So around the outside, what a good move there from Ben. Rubens covered that, and it was unfortunately not the right time to do a cover.
Well, I was going to say, but now will Rubens come back? And that was an outstanding move around the outside from Ben Cooper. But also, Rubens gave him the room. Rubens could have just squeezed him wide, but Ben Cooper now, and again, so Rubens will be thinking, right, tuck in, obviously, this lad has come from 20th to ahead of me. I need to now know what is his kart doing that mine isn't. This is the last lap. Dennis Toom leads by a quarter of a second, and he's happy with that as well. He might be. I haven't quite seen anyone celebrate a heat win like that, but it shows whether you're a micro or a master, a win is a win in the grand finals.
Yeah, no, Dennis does that regularly, so he's a veteran of throwing his arms around, so it's good on him.
Enough. Yeah. Yes, he was throwing something else around at the at the welcome party, which was shocking. Now let's have a look at this move again, Darryl.
Yeah.
Cooper setting Rubens up. Rubens is committed to defending. So Barrichello on the inside. Cooper, the back end of the kart, steps out and he throws it in and hopes the back end is going to sort of stick. The front end is going to stick. And again, Barrichello looks across at his left-hand side about now and thinks, oh.
Yep.
And there's the look.
All over by the shouting. Pico,
well, you couldn't buy a ticket to that. Nicola Pico doesn't
That was
realise.
a classy move by Ben. It really was. He does that often, I'm sure. He has done, in the past, and that's why he is what he is.
Indeed. So, the 2 drivers that have 3 grand final wins to their name so far, Ben Cooper and Mark Kimber, both showing why they're champions by surging up the order in their opening heat race. Neither driver qualified well, but both drivers showing that, you know, the path to Grand Finals glory here in Bahrain in senior and masters might have to go through Kimber and Cooper. If you're going to win, you probably are going to have to beat those two mano a mano on the tarmac.
Absolutely, their experience alone is just enormous, and that's what they're using now. Like, you know, class move from both of them in both heats, so it was a good event, that one.
Now we're going to have a little look at the drivers going through the weighbridge now. Obviously the frustrations. There's Kyle Lawrence, my co-commentator, having a discussion with somebody, as is often the case at the end of racing. All is fair in love and war. Kyle Lawrence finishing 20th from 26th. You know, we'll see the results coming up on the screen now, and I'm sure Jen will have maybe an interview with I would assume to be a very happy German very shortly. But I mean, this week, as in every grand final, from Rotax's point of view, there are challenges that have to be overcome. But the staff in the workshop, your team that you're part of, Daryl, you know, you must be extremely proud of the dedication, the work they have. As you talk about that, you can have a little glance at the results so people back home to see where your favourite finished. But yeah, the staff here at Rotax in the workshop, the work they do.
Yeah, it's enormous, you know, especially as I mentioned earlier, when the drivers haven't got their own equipment.
No.
They're sort of not lost with the stuff they're giving.
Yes.
But that's all they can work with. So if there's going to be any sort of an issue, bang, they're straight over.
Yeah, of course.
Fix that.
Of course.
And, you know, the boys in the workshop, you know, I'm only part of what they do. And so, you know, they have a team leader over there and he calls the shots and tells us what to do.
So yeah, the team leader. Who is the team leader this year? Is Wolfgang the team? No, Wolfgang.
I think Wolfgang, you could always classify him as the team leader. He's bigger than everyone, so he's the team leader.
Again, he's one of those characters. One of those that, you know, everyone has. You know, he has got such a happy-go-lucky personality about him. The way he communicates with everybody. But of course, with that comes a problem, because the minute, like you said, you've been here a long time. The minute anyone has a problem, where's Daryl? Where's Wolfgang? Where's Daryl? Where's Wolfgang?
Look, if I walk into the tent, it's the worst thing in the world. I get lost. You know,
Daryl, quickly, can you come and have a look at this problem? Okay.
You know, and it's a joy, I must say. I love it, and to do that and to try as hard as you can to help everyone as much as you can.
Yep.
Sometimes it's not always easy because you get pulled to pieces, but it's a joy to do. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, Daryl, you're going to be joining us, you know, the rest of the week for some of the Masters races, your schedule allowing. Thank you very much indeed.
Absolute pleasure.
We've got another driver who, you know, you won Masters. Our next co-commentator came second as a junior back in 2016. Zsombor Kovacs from Hungary is going to come in and join me for the DD2 races. But thanks very much, Daryl.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. Thanks, Henri. And we will see you tomorrow.
You certainly will. I'll see you later on the drive home, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cheers. So here's a look at the Nicola Pico karts going over the weighbridge. There's Ben Cooper, and there are the first of the DD2 heats. They just had a briefing from their from race director Ramiro Brito, and see there on the front of the grid. But before we get to the next race, I think a very quick interview with Jen Wade.
It's a very quick one, because Dennis said he's exhausted, but that's what every master says.
Yeah, it's really tough here. It's a really hard track, but I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah. And what about the field this year? I mean, you've got some superstars lining up again.
Yeah, this year is the toughest year in a lot of years, I think. With Rubens, with Rossi, with all the fast guys here. Cooper is back again.
Yeah. They're all getting a little bit older, so then they're going, oh, get ready for Masters. And in the grandstand, I sat down, and who was next to me? Cristiano Morgado.
Yeah, he said hi to me as well.
Yeah.
I was surprised that he's here.
But I think watching the racing, he loves the circuit, but he said, I want to come back next year.
Okay, I can beat them there as well.
Okay, but a good race for you then. Of course, first race done now.
Yeah. It was a tough one. It was hard pushing for the race, and I'm happy I finished first.
And now for tomorrow, another sunny day. But like you say, you should be used to this. You live in Cyprus, not Germany at the moment. So any change, any feeling like from racing in the night to the day? What's the main difference?
I'm old, I'm tired. That's the main difference.
Okay, same answer I get from all the masters. Yeah. We're going to say congratulations.
Thank
Well
you.
done, Dennis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And like Darryl Smith said, Dennis Tum, very happy with his evening's work so far. Joining me in the commentary box now, Zsombor Kovacs. You're sporting the Team New Zealand outfit, but that's another part of the tradition of the Grand Finals. Mechanics and drivers swapping national race suits, I think, but you're Hungarian, a proud Hungarian.
Exactly.
You're mechanicking for Mr. DEC in E20.
Yeah.
But yeah, welcome back to the Grand Finals, an event you've been part of for a long time, but this is a different role for you now.
Exactly, it's always nice to be here. It's for me, it doesn't matter as a driver or either now as a mechanic. I enjoy to be here. At least the weather is nice always, so it's
yes.
better than at home.
Yeah, Budapest is under several feet of snow, or
Exactly,
certainly frozen at the time. 2016 junior champion Mark Kimber, who was the winner on that day, still doing it now. Last year in the Grand Finals at Portimao, you were so close to another podium.
Yeah.
Didn't quite happen for you then, but again, it's still
That's life.
That's life. That's life, and we're still here now. Like I said, it beats working for a living, this, doesn't it?
Exactly.
So here we go then. 10 laps, 2 DD2 heats to go, and we'll get Zombor's thoughts in a moment. Your starting lineup is as follows. Leonardo Baccaglini with that Jody Scheckter-style crash helmet on pole position, with Ragnar Virus on the outside of row number 1. Axel Sanyala, Rasmus Friedel, Rasmus Vendelbo, Sebastian Boyd, your countryman Ben Sabo and Victor Frostbay are next. We look down the order, some really good performance there. Omar Al-Durayan from Saudi Arabia up in the top 12 on the grid. A whole host of Frenchmen in this race, Brogio, Guerin and Millet amongst them. Daniela Ora, the best placed young lady in the race. She is going to have our camera on her kart during the course of this week. And further back there, an old Chilean 12th row of the grid between Thomas Mercado and Max Jaeger. Further back there, some of the drivers: Nicholas Guillaume, Josh Batoon, Ruben Kverkilt, Yuta Takano. It's his first time at the Grand Finals for several years. There's Imke Arts, Nikola Tosic, Jordi Westerlake, and the Dutch DJ, and further back there, Louis Large, Alejandro Gonzalez, and the first Saudi prince to qualify for the Grand Finals, Abdulaziz Al Saud. A quick word, very quickly before the start, about your countryman, Hungary's Ben Szabo. A good position for him.
Just cheering for him. I hope the best for him. He deserves it. So.
And of course,
just let's enjoy.
Of course, Hungary have got a rich tradition in this class with Ferenc Konchar, but the lights are out. We're off and racing. Baccaglini gets a good start. Oh, and Rasmus Friedel from Sweden getting turned round, going into turn number 1 from 4th on the grid. It's Kurt. Well, he's still in the race, but that's disaster for Friedel. The rest of the leaders all safely negotiate the first couple of corners. Let's have a look. What do we see here, Zsombor? Looks like Sanyala.
It's just a bit unlucky.
A driver on the inside. Again, I think Friedel trying to come across. I think it was his fellow Scandinavian, Rasmus Vendelbo, was already committed to the inside. 2 into 1 does not go. But the good news for Rasmus, if there is some good news, no damage. He's still in the race. 10 laps to go.
Exactly.
But look at the gap that Leonardo Baccaglini has got. We've said this all the way through today, that the leader, even if the leader has managed to get a breakaway on the first lap, the chasing pack have always managed to close back in.
Exactly.
However, 1.5 seconds is a big gap.
Exactly. It's for me on this track. It's always hard to lead a race because you have wind, you have sand, and you have everybody going all the way around. So you are the first who are arriving on the slippery spot. So it's never that easy to lead for me.
Yes, because you do get sand on the circuit. We are in a desert.
Exactly.
The track conditions do close down. Now, Nicholas Guillaume has stopped somewhere out on the circuit. Sadly, the Belgian driver out of the race. And there it is. Now, there's a green flag just behind it. I'm looking for the yellow flag to signify that there's a car. Right, oh, there it is.
If I've seen it well, we have a technical flag for our Hungarian.
Oh no!
If I'm right. The rear
bumper.
Yeah,
yes, good spot there. You've got some young eyes on that sadly. So Takahiro Nakamori and Joshua Batoon have also had a problem. But yeah, Bent Zabo, you can see there on the number 416 kart. Yeah, the rear bumper, falling off. Now we haven't seen the technical flag on the start-finish box yet, but of course the race officials will have seen
should
that.
Arrive, yes, yeah.
It should arrive.
It's just an unlucky thing.
So so he's had a good qualifying. You've got 3 heat races, 1 tonight, 2 tomorrow. You've got 1 bad result. As a driver, that does add a lot of pressure, doesn't it?
Exactly, and then it's really hard to get over it, but you just need to live with it because you can't change it now. So it has happened.
It does affect your preparation for the next 2 races, though, because you think you have to either make sure you finish at the top. That means if you have to defend very hard, you must defend very hard.
Exactly. For me, from this point on, you just need to have almost all the heats like a final, just fight and go for the front.
I mean, speaking of like a final, well, Leonardo Baccaglini, he led by 1.5 seconds at the end of this lap 1. We're on lap number 4 now. He leads by 4 seconds. Great battle of a second between Axel Sanyala, Ragnar Virus, Rasmus Vendelbo, Victor Frostbay, Sebastian Boyd, and it looks like Harry the Lion Hannum is also at the back of this group, but they have just seemed to have forgotten about this Italian driver who is waltzing away with a victory.
For sure, it's working out really good for him, because then now I think he can save the tires, because you have only this set of tires. So
yes,
it is the best thing what can happen to him at the moment.
So really, you can see him. So let's have a look. His last lap was his personal best lap, 53.354 seconds. Sanyala and Virus were battling over second. Virus is now up into P2. Sanyala now losing another position, so Vendelbo moves into P3. He really needs to start backing off now, this Baccaglini, doesn't he?
Exactly. I think that's the best thing what you can do in this situation.
Just ease back, Ragnar Virus, who is in second. It says there Axel Sanyala, but I'm sure that is the Estonian race suit. There is Sanyala. You can see the Finland on the side of his race suit. But again, good battle further back here. They're side by side. Sanyala losing another position to Victor Frostbay. You know a lot of these drivers, Zombo. You've raced around them. I mean, how many European titles have you won? Or Hungarian, 6 times Hungarian champion.
A few, yeah.
CEE champion. Yeah. You'll know a lot of these drivers. They're a lot of them are very smart drivers, aren't they?
Exactly. Especially Axel he's a very nice driver. So I think he will manage, and at some point he will come back to the front for sure.
Now, Harry the Lion Hannum with the bright green crash helmet there, the black race suit, one of the youngest drivers in the field. He won his ticket in the UAE Championship as a junior, but then had a bit of a growth spurt, so technically he's old enough to get into this class, so they thrust him in, Harry the Lion, and he's certainly showing that he's not afraid of these older drivers. They jigs to the inside. I was speaking to his dad, Dan, I was saying, I hope Harry's been to the gym, because these things really beat you up, don't they? He said, we did 2 days testing at Al Ain, and in those 2 days, Harry did 350 laps. I'm like, really? You do need to be physically fit to drive these cars, don't you?
Exactly. Of course, there is a reason that this category is the king of Rotax, so that's one point as well. 125,
126 kilometers an hour as we see a car to the back of the screen there. Spinning. Taharu Nakamori has sadly retired, and there's a purple middle sector for Peru's Daniela Ora. She's 17th at the moment, but she is on course to potentially set the fastest lap of the race. Just goes to show how deep the talent runs in this class, doesn't it?
Exactly. It's you can always be faster and faster. So.
Well, Sanyala's just set a new fastest lap of the race, even he's dropped back to 5th position. Oh, and in the sand trap there was a couple of karts coming together, trying to find out who they were. through after sector number 1. But I mean, Bacaglini leads by 4.3 seconds, and I think it was Max Jaeger and Rasmus Friedel coming together. You could see the sand in the back of the screen. Rasmus Friedel's night goes from bad to worse. That case, maybe a driver charging back up to the field and then getting frustrated.
Exactly. Then again, it's not a good thing to experience. Then something happened at the start, and then again you're out in the race after a few laps.
Yeah. But I mean, he was charging back up the order. He'd gone back to 36th. He was already back up to 18th position when him and Max Jaeger collided. We're now running lap number 9, and finally, Bacaglini seems to be backing off a little bit. There's the two drivers off at the side of the circuit. You can see the Max Jaeger there in the sand trap walking away. Friedel has already, I would imagine, probably found a tyre to kick.
Yeah, exactly, furious for sure.
Now, Bacaglini, Virus, Vendelbo. Here is the scrap for 4th place, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Victor Frost Bay defending from Axel Sarniala, who did have the fastest lap of the race. Then you have Martin Janovskis from Latvia is the 3rd driver in this battle. Here goes Sarniala defending. Last lap, Victor Frost Bay has got to defend.
Yeah, then a cutback move from Janovskis.
Yeah, Killian Guerin, Harry Hannum, Sebastian Boyd, Noah Hip, Omar Alderey on his 11th, and another move there. So Janovskis makes the move. These are the two Danish drivers. Well, they got very similar race suits there. It's actually, so there goes Virus. Here is Vendelbo and Victor Frost Bay battling.
Exactly. I think Vendelbo a bit over defended a few corners, so.
Yeah, well, here is Leonardo Bacaglini. I mean, this is the type of race that every driver dreams about, Zombo.
Yes,
you get away at the start, suddenly you look round at the end of lap number 1, there's nobody else there.
Yes.
A win for Leonardo Bacaglini in the opening DD2 race of the day. There is Ragnar Virus, followed by Rasmus, no it wasn't, it was Victor Frost Bay. You were right, Zombo. Vendelbo defending a little bit too much, but the rest of the field comes streaming across the line. Now, we're looking at the Bent Zabo. So, you know, he crossed the line in 16th. Maybe, I mean, if one bolt breaks, you know, that's good.
You'll see, yeah, exactly. I hope this is better than a DNF, so yes. We'll see what will happen.
Yeah, no, we can't see that. I mean, one would assume that if he did receive the technical flag, you do come in.
Yes,
I mean, it's very rare in karting that you see a driver receive a technical flag and not
coming in. Yeah, exactly.
You know, especially at this level, these are all champion drivers. They
know what to do and
you
how to
understand
react.
Frustration. You accept that there are going to be races that are frustrated or not. But let's have a little look running down the order. Okay, Jordi Westerleken, Leonardo Principali both retired. So did Lucas Hartmann. Imke Arts finishing down in 29th. But some look. So Bacaglini, Virus, Bay, Vendelbo, Sarniala. You know, that's Estonia, Denmark, Finland, Latvia, the sort of the North European Baltic region,
yes.
very strong.
Exactly.
DD2 karting is very popular in certain parts of the world, but not others.
Exactly. We can see it on the results as well. So.
Now, in the CEE, for example, you have the CEE, which is the Central European Championship, and then you have the CEZ,
yes.
which is the Central European Zone
yes.
Championship that you're very familiar with. DD2 racing there, what are the grids like?
I think it's quite powerful, the grid, because there you have some good names from Czech Republic, like the Bejel brothers. So you have a few good drivers who achieved in karting as well big results. So I think it's a good category there.
Yes, it's strong, and you can see that. I mean, we got Louis Large from the UK. We don't run DD2 in the UK. Yeah. Louis Large, he won the Rotax 1770 plate and got his ticket here. There is Louis getting out of the kart there. It's even though it's 2 gears, with the front brakes, it's a very different kart to just jump into, isn't it?
Exactly, it's a whole different world. So if you didn't drive it before, it's for sure it's really hard to just get the rhythm, because you don't have so many practices here as well. So
yes.
you don't have that much track time to to just get used to the front brakes, power, and etc.
Now, so obviously in a lot of the races so far, we've seen British drivers doing very well. This year, you came over with Craft Motorsport to race in the British Championship. Now, again, a 6-time Hungarian champion, vice champion of the Grand Finals. Why, we're seeing British drivers do so well. As an overseas driver coming to the UK, what is so crazy about the British Championship that you get the results here? What did you discover being a champion driver coming to the UK for the first time?
For me, the teams are really professional. They know what to do and how to teach the kids as well, from like the cadet and mini categories onwards.
Yes.
So and the school, what they get. They always race each other and on a high level with the background like the teams like what they have. So I think that's the main difference between the rest of the world, I would say.
Yes, it's the fact that you're racing against 30 other very talented kids, all run by very top teams, close together. That sharpens your reactions. Let's have a little look at the unofficial results. Bakaglini by 4 seconds. Virus, Bay, Vendelbo, Sanyala, Ianovskis, Guerin, Hip, Omar Alderayan, top 10 for Saudi Arabia, Nikita Artamonov from Kyrgyzstan, Harry Hannam, Sebastian Boyd, Antoine Brogio, Martin Freer from Ecuador. Really strong performance so far from Ecuador, and Peru in 15th as well. Claudia Toledo, her drivers should be very pleased with her drivers, including Daniela Orr. Benzabo, it'll be a case of, okay, it could have been a lot worse.
Exactly. It could have gone both ways, so that's just right in the middle.
Right in the middle. There's a look at the remaining runners. 36 drivers. So we lost Nicolas Guillaume on the opening lap. Reliability in these DD2s. Obviously, they're more complex machines than the single speed karts, but we do still get very good, reliability generally. But before we get into the next race, Jen Wade is down in pit lane with Leonardo Bakaglini.
Well, Leonardo, what are you thinking? First place, you're here, it's Bahrain, and you're at the top.
Yeah, for sure it's a very cool start. There is still a lot to do, 2 months, 1 pre-final and 1 final, but the pace is very good. I've never expected to be this fast, to do pole position and win the first heat. So yeah, I hope to continue like this until Saturday.
Yeah. Now tell me, what's the competition like?
For sure the level is very high, a lot of fast driver and for sure older than me, but I'm first, so...
How old are you now?
Sorry?
How old are you now?
16.
16, okay, so yeah, you're one of the young guys, but really nice field and really good racing behind you.
Yeah.
You can watch it on YouTube when you go home.
Yeah, for sure I will do, like Alonso on the big screen.
Yes. Anyone you want to say hi to while we've got you here?
Yeah, for sure, all my friends from Italy. Can I say something in Italian?
Good idea.
Tutti i miei compagni di classe, buongiorno a tutti. Spero vi siate divertiti a guardarmi vincere da solo e speriamo sia così per tutti gli altri giorni.
Grazie.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jen, and well done to Leonardo Bakaglini. The last race of the day here at the Rotax Grand Finals. Bahrain is beautiful. You can see the palm trees have got lights around them because we are in December, believe it or not, as the t-shirt and shorts clad audience here watch on. 1 race to go. Daniel Maulam, the driver who is a neutral athlete here this week, will start from pole position. 36 drivers, 10 laps. Your full starting lineup as follows. It'll be Maulam and Bezel. Jakob Bezel on the outside of the front row. Antoine Barbaroux, the international trophy champion, and Austria's Philippe Moazzi will share row 2. Italy's Michael Rosina and Spain's Guillermo Pernia Diaz is next, all on identical Birol ART chassis. Gianluca Savaglio, top 5 here 2 years ago, and the winner from Bahrain 2021, Martin van Leeuwen, will start a little bit further back than he would have liked, but still inside the top 10. Now, we were saying in that last race, we didn't have a great battle for the lead. It was a little bit of a sedate affair. With Van Leeuwen, we know how quick he is. Can we start seeing overtaking moves in this race?
I think he will move up because he has a lot of experience. For sure, he has something in the pocket speed-wise. So I think we're going to see an exciting race from him as well.
Yeah, further back down the order, we'll go down the order quickly. Kane Cherian, Race Liberante. He's got the best racing name here. Race Liberante from the United States. Then Plotnikov, Montesinos, Pernod, Aulejna, Exton, Oikonoimu, Bednek Vida starting mid-pack. Oh, that's a bit dicey, isn't it, Zobo?
We will see. We will see.
We
yes,
will see indeed.
I'm cheering for him.
Harrison Hoey starting right down at the back of the field, but the lights go out. We're off and racing into turn number 1. Maulam in the blue and white race suit there has the race lead, and everyone else safely through behind. A good clean start now through the roller coaster section. Maulam on the brakes into turn number 6, running wide there. Philip Moazzi, I think that was there. The Austrian's been very, very quick indeed, and already Moazzi on the offence. I think maybe these drivers have seen what happened in race number 1 and thought, right, we cannot let the leader get away.
Exactly, for sure. And Philip has a good pace all week, so he has a really good start as well from 4th to 2nd.
That's remarkable.
We know from the outside it's not that easy, and he went for the lead as well. So now he can control the race.
Yes, so Moazzi up the inside of Maulam going into turn number 12. Good clean move there, and now Maulam under pressure. Here comes, that goes Antoine Barbaroux up into P2. 2 years ago Barbaroux won this race on the road, then got a penalty, he was second on the road, then got a penalty, so he has unfinished business. It's Moazzi, Barbaroux, Maulam, and already Martin van Leeuwen, the Flying Dutchman, up into P3.
Exactly. That's what we were speaking about. So we know he can make up some ground. And that's what he is doing. So
actually, it's up into P4. I do apologise, but that was a great camera shot of just how committed you've got to be. Late on the brakes. These carts have front brakes. Van Leeuwen, very tall Dutchman. Sometimes, you're not the tallest of drivers, but that does mean that you've got more room to move the seat position around, doesn't it? Martin van Leeuwen, you can see him, sitting bolt upright in the cart in 4th position. That is a slight disadvantage, can it sometimes?
At some points, yes, we can call it a disadvantage, but at some other points, it's an advantage. So it's always, you need to put it on the scale. So if you have a bigger body from the seat, then you can move and work a bit more with it, and you have a bit more space as well to work with.
Okay, that's fair enough, because again, being tall and slim is helpful, I suppose. Obviously, if you're tall and not slim, then you're in trouble. Like
yes, exactly.
But Van Leeuwen closing in. Now we've got a good battle. Moazzi made the move, but he has not been able to pull away from Barbaroux. Jacob Bazel is there in 3rd position, podium finisher last year, and Van Leeuwen closing in. Then it's Maulam, Rosina, Liberante, Pania Diaz, Savaglio, Plotnikov, Cherian, Montesinos, Exton, and Zenderua. Zenderua up 12 places. You cannot count out the Slovenian driver Zenderua, who has been a fixture of these grand finals so many times. He's only ever got 1 podium though. Hard to believe.
Yes, it's always for him. Always something happened when it counted. So.
Oh yes, Brazil 2018 heartbreak late in the event. A crash here, I think, with Glenn Van Parijs in the pre-final 2 years ago, put paid to his chases, and Mark Kimber simply picked everybody up and give them a good spanking last year in this final. But now Philippe, so this is the difference between DD2 and the other classes. There was one move there between Barbaroux, Van Leeuwen, and Bazel, and that has given Moazzi a huge lead. There was 4 of them together a lap ago, and now Moazzi leads by a second.
Yes, exactly. I think by the times we can see, I think Bezel can catch up in a few laps, and then I think we can hopefully see another good battle for the lead.
Yeah, half distance. Bezel through sector number 1. He's a 10th quicker than our race leader, Philip Moitzi. Van Leeuwen and Barbaroux are sort of battling amongst themselves. Michael Racina is there in 5th position. Maulam has slipped back. There he is in 6th, that blue and white race suit. Then Race Liberanti, who has only tested in a DD2 a couple of times, the driver from Indianapolis. He runs, so Race Liberanti and his mechanic, Chase Jones, they run a team called MPG Motorsports. What does MPG stand for, do you think? My Parents' Garage. My Parents' Garage, which is where the team started from. They've got another business partner as well involved in that. But yeah, a great story. And speaking of Team USA, my co-commentator Rob Howden is trying to enjoy a vacation, I believe possibly in Cancun, although I would hazard a guess that he might have the live stream on. Hiya Rob, and you can book that one. That was a move.
Yes, exactly. It didn't come out so good for Michael Rosina, but he has some time to make the ground back.
Yeah. And so Michael Rosina, he's not going to lose his head now. Oh, and there's another move. That's Liberanti getting his elbows out. Rosina tries to come back at him through turn number 13. But you were right, Zombo. We're on lap number 7 now. Jakob Bezel, last lap around, a 10th quicker than Moitzi. Let's have a little look here. Here's the move from Liberanti on Maulam.
A bit unfinished, it's...
Oh yeah, it was curb. I think I think sort of Liberanti realised, oh, I've overcommitted here. You've often done that. I suppose every driver's done that.
Yes, exactly. Because you know all of us are on the limit. So if you just go an inches over it, then it can cause a big problem.
Indeed, you can. Well, Liberanti lives to fight another day. And here is Barbaroux now chasing down Martin Van Leeuwen. So you get to lap number 7. Realistically, Martin Van Leeuwen, he's gained 5 places. He's not going to catch Moitzi and Bezel. So do you sit in 3rd and conserve your tyres for the last 2 laps? Or do you keep pushing in the hope that you might gain 1 more place?
Yeah, in this situation it's not that easy because still Barbaroux is like 3/10 off from him, so it's not that calm position to be in. It's like either you need to push some corners and then you can back off in some corners. So it's just all about managing the tires and try to keep it cool and safe.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Martin Van Leeuwen can't back off really at all because Antoine Barbaroux is still sort of trying to tickle the hairs on the back of his neck. Maulam 5th, Liberanti 6th, then Rosina, De Rua up 16 places to 8th, Savalio, Pania Diaz, all 36 karts still running. A couple of drivers have obviously had issues. I can see Kian Grotis, the South African driver, has dropped the back of the field. Lucas Pernaut, the Canadian, has also fallen back. So has David Auleshna, but they're all still running as we start the penultimate lap. Moitzi has stabilised the gap at about a second. Bezel is the only driver really not under pressure. Van Leeuwen has his hands full. Barbaroux looking for the move coming up the hill.
Exactly, that's what we were speaking. So he couldn't back off that much, but I think he can manage this as well in this situation because you have only a few corners left and then finish flag. So it's gonna be good. I think we will see.
1 lap and a couple of corners to go. Van Leeuwen now starting to back the pack up. So Barbaroux, he tried. Well, now Barbaroux's the one under more pressure because he's had that one opportunity. Now Barbaroux's going to have to think about defending because he's got 4 drivers, Liberanti, Maulam, Rosina and De Rua, all bearing in on him, make that 5 drivers with Savalio in this group as well. Van Leeuwen is parking the bus, as it were.
Exactly, and you always need to take a consideration. It's let's say only a heat, it's not like a final, so I think it's better to finish a safe race at like 3rd or 4th instead of going for some
because half these drivers won't be racing on Saturday. That's what you've also got to consider. But round the outside goes Antoine Barbaroux. Great move from Barbaroux. That was a brave one.
Exactly. It was not like a heat move, so it was more of a final move, but it paid out. So
risk reward. These drivers will be battling that sort of thought process throughout this week as the checkered flag falls. Austria have their first win of the 2023 Grand Finals with Philippe Moizzi, Jakob Buzel second, Antoine Barbaroux third, Van Leeuwen fourth. Well, if we don't have an official competition for move of the event, but Ben Cooper and Antoine Barbaroux, I think, are probably tied for top spot in terms of the best pass of the event so far. Race Liberanti, great result for Team USA in fifth, followed by Michael Rosina, Daniel Maulam, and Zender Rua. Wow, anyone who said that with the overtaking is tricky in DD2. Zender proving that, but of course, hope he hasn't taken too much out of his tyres.
It's always what you need to do from the back, just to fight for the front, and in this case he had a really good speed, so you just need to use it.
Because to get to the final, to win the final, you first got to get into the final.
Exactly.
So Derua will be sleeping a little bit easier tonight. Savalio 9th for Canada. William Exton from New Zealand rounds out your top 10, and a Kane Charian, Guillermo Pioneer Diaz, Alexander Plotnikov, Yannick Jacobs, and Benedict Vida. So 15th, that's a fair result. You can build off that.
That's all right, yes, and as I've seen it from speed-wise, he's like only a 10th off from the fastest, so we can live with it, I think.
And you say that, because, Philippe Moizzi's best lap, 53.21. Matish Kolmanic, who finished 21st, his best lap, 53.3. A tenth of a second, and in fact, looking down the order, Adrian Romero, who finished 22nd, his best lap was quicker than the race leaders. That's remarkable, and that is what does make this event so very special. It is about the best driver doing the best with the equipment they are given. You cannot buy an advantage, can you?
Exactly, and that's why we have always seen a close racing, because they are like all good drivers, and they know what to do. So that's why even at P30 can do somebody a good lap time. So that's why always the Grand Finals are such a close racing.
Yes, well, there's Austria, and again there's Jakob Buzel having a chat with Philippe Moizzi, and of course in DD2 racing, because like you said, where there are DD2 grids, there's lots of them, but they're not in every country. So you'll find certainly a lot of the European drivers, even though they're from different countries, they will race together all the time.
Exactly, that's what we can see on Philippe and Jakub, because they know each other from our local championship as well.
So we'll look on the screen now as the results from the last race of the day are brought up. But I mean, from you, Zombo, tomorrow your driver in E20, he's got one more heat to go tomorrow.
Exactly.
A lot to learn.
Exactly. It's a new category for him. We finished P8 in the first heat, so for the moment it's going well.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for joining me up here in the commentary box today, and hopefully you'll be back tomorrow. We'll check the schedule, but Zombo Kovacs, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck to your driver in E20. We will be bringing in some different voices as well over the course of the week. Try and speak to as many different nations as possible. But, Jen Wade will be, again, a massive thanks to Jen Wade. This is a global event. Unfortunately, you've got to listen to my voice throughout it. But, there are 61 nations here. We can't get all 61 countries up here on the commentary box. But we try and do our best to give a flavour of what happens in the world of Rotax. And I tell you what, Zombo, so your first time in the commentary box, it'll be the first time actually signing off for a major international event. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Tomorrow, the live stream will start a lot earlier. Please check on the Rotax Karting YouTube channel. Tomorrow is the last of the heats. In Mini, Junior, Senior and DD2, the drivers all have 2 heats. In Micro, E20, yeah. And in Masters they'll have 1 more heat. By the end of the day tomorrow, we will know where everybody is starting their pre-final from. Friday, pre-finals day, 36 drivers will go through in every class to Saturday's final. It's been a really good start, hasn't it, Zombo?
Exactly. We've seen some exciting racing, and I think tomorrow will be even better because obviously more race and then more action. So I think it's going to be a nice day.
Yes, we have seen a couple of accidents. We do hope all the drivers are okay. We think they are. Please also keep your comments coming. I got my phone here with the live stream chat on it in terms of the Facebook page and the Instagram page. Rotax Karting on Facebook, Rotax Karting on Instagram. Keep your reels and your stories coming in. We want to hear from as many of you as possible from around the world about this fantastic event, because you know, as a driver, if you have lots of people from Hungary cheering you on, you're in the Hungarian race suit, that's going to give you a boost, isn't it?
It's some more motivation for sure. Obviously, if you can see some commentators coming in, always nice feeling.
Now, the day isn't quite over yet because we're going to be going into the paddock, having a little wander around the paddock at the end of it. But from the racing aspect, from the commentary box aspect, this has been a kart data production of the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals, the Bahrain International Circuit. Day 1 of 4 is in the books. Join us tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.